I spoke with my FEC lawyer this morning, and he confirmed with me that over $240 million that the Biden campaign has raised can only be used by Kamala Harris remaining on the ticket. She was not voted into this role. She is a de facto candidate by virtue of spending power. If it is not Kamala on the ticket, this fund goes to the party, for which only $32 million can be coordinated with the candidate's campaign. The Democratic Party has abandoned any semblance of being a legitimate party for the common man, all in the name of defeating one man, Donald Trump. And even there, they are not being sincere. They want a retail politician that they can control and also one that can beat Donald Trump. This is an impossible dual task. As a lifelong progressive Democrat, I am ashamed of the party leadership I once supported and deeply sorry to the millions of Americans who have placed their hope in a political machine that does not serve their best interest. I remember the frustration I had the last several years.
Let's go to another former Democrat, Tulsi Gabbard, before we go to break, saying similar things.
Hey, everybody. I just got here to Rome, where I'm going to be joining a dialogue and forum on peace, security, and prosperity for the Western Hemisphere in Europe. I just saw the news flash like everybody else. President Biden's no longer running for re-election, and he's endorsed Kamala Harris to be the Democratic nominee for president and commander-in-chief. I'm going to sound the same warning now that I have been for years, going all the way back to 2020 when both Kamala and I were running for president on the Democratic ticket. She is unfit and unqualified to be our president and commander-in-chief and would be incredibly dangerous in that position. The prospect of Kamala Harris making decisions about war and peace and where to send my brothers and sisters in uniform.
I'm out of time in this segment. I've gone long, but I think we get the point. These are former Democrats that no longer identify with the Democrat Party, warning about how corrupt it is, warning about what a disaster Kamala Harris will be. And so everybody sees this now. The problem is, politically, what are we running against? We're running against a corrupt establishment. Politically, we're running against corrupt institutions. But what are we running against on the ground? We're running against the scorekeepers that count the votes. And now there's new information every day, and this is why I continue with the interactive voting map. New information out of Pennsylvania. They're going to steal Pennsylvania, folks. They're going to steal Pennsylvania. And so it's probably going to come down to Arizona and Nevada is what it looks like. But they're going to steal Pennsylvania. They're going to steal Wisconsin, just like they did in 2020. We haven't done enough to fight the voter fraud. So we're running against a corrupt establishment, and we're running up against the people that count the votes. Doesn't matter if it's Kamala.
Explain how the central bank digital currency, ESG-controlled corporate governance, controlling what you can do and spend, corporations, governments, private individuals, how they use that as the next bubble with the unified ledger. This is key because their bridge to get out of this bubble is the next level of total control, to take a giant slice of everybody's life, but not call it a bail-in, just call it a social credit score.
Yeah. So let me, if I may, put this into the context of you and what you've gone through in this bankruptcy that you've had to go through and everything happening with InfoWars. You know, they didn't like what you had to say, so they froze you from your bank account. You couldn't access your money, right? So but that took a legal process to get to that point. This is that exact same scenario, them separating you from your money, but without a legal process. They can just do it because they don't like you, because they don't like your ideology.
Now slow down, that's just key, Dr. Elliott. This is a central bank ledger. Just sounds like a turn people. No, everyone is in bankruptcy, private companies, corporations, the general public. That's why they say a low, nothing like it. And then they unify it and take what they want. Your mortgage, everything is unified.
Everything. See, every asset that you have that's in this digital form, whether it's a bank account, checking account, savings account, money market, stock bond, mutual fund, brokerage account, all of that stuff, and anything with a title like your house, right? You can be put into this unified ledger. Now, the World Economic Forum has explained this really well in the sense of this is digital money. It's programmable money, meaning they tokenize, or they put all of your assets into a packet, and that packet is now can be sold, right? This is like a derivative. You can flip off the ownership with the flip of a button saying, okay, Alex, you no longer own all of this stuff that you thought you had. We're flipping the switch and we're going to give it to person B or person C or to the government, right? They can do whatever they want. This is what programmable money and a unified ledger is. And to make it really dangerous is that it's based on your digital social profile and your social credit score. Now, we're not talking about a dystopian future, right? We saw this happen with the truckers in Canada. Their ideology,
the British Prime Minister said, if you don't accept military service, we'll just turn your bank account off 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely. So all of these things seem to be a stretch in people's minds, right? It's like, oh, this is the mark of the beast. This is way down the road. We've seen it, bank accounts.
Well, that's right. You're not covering things that are coming. This is all being rolled out now. They have gas station chains all over Europe, the U.S., including in Oklahoma and Texas, where you've got to swipe a card to get in the building. You got to swipe a card to buy gas just to prove you're even able to buy it. I mean, it's coming in.
We're not just talking about freedom here, right? Financial freedom, getting out of harm's way of these digital assets. We're also doing something that we get the best of both worlds: asset protection and growth. And that's what makes it such an amazing.
Nothing has performed as good as
right now.
Nothing's performed as good as silver. And I haven't had a silver gold sponsor because so many of them sell numismatics, rip people off. You are the #1 bullion dealer in America right now because you've got the best deals. Look at that 12-year graph, folks. This is a no-brainer to protect your assets and probably have growth. We can't guarantee anything, but my God, you're crazy if you don't call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900.
Receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
Warning.
This broadcast
Is not for the weak.
weak-minded.
It's the War Room with Owen Schroyer. Watch the live stream at band.video.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is insane. I don't want to jump the shark, but I got to give you an update. A no-fly zone has been issued over Delaware. Kamala Harris is en route to Delaware. Could they be signing over the presidency to Kamala Harris by the end of the week? Again, I'm not trying to get ahead of myself here. I'm just telling you this is what's going on. And Biden hasn't been seen in days. They forged his signature. They wrote a letter for him. It wasn't even on presidential letterhead. And based on the trajectory of this month of U.S. politics, well, why wouldn't they just give the presidency to Kamala at this point? I mean, what more insanity could happen? This is insane. Okay, joining me now, you may know her from her prior work of one of the greatest NFL sideline reporters of all time, and that is Michelle Tafoya. Now, before I bring her on, I just want to say this, and I'm sure Michelle doesn't remember. This was probably like 10, 15 years ago, and Michelle, I'm not trying to age us here, but my audience knows I used to work in sports media. I used to work NFL TV, sports TV. Michelle was truly one of the classiest, nicest sideline reporters that I ever met. I truly mean that. It's up. You and Tracy Wolfson were just the classiest, nicest. And some of these younger sideline reporters, I'm not going to name names, they don't really like to treat their help with respect and dignity. You always did. So I just want people to know what a class act you are. So it's an honor to have you on the show. All right. Well, I kind of wanted to get with conservatives and sports and Trump.
Thank you. That's really nice of you. I always appreciate everyone on our crew. So. And anyone else that I deal with. So thank you. That's really sweet of you. Go ahead.
Well, I could tell. Well, I wanted to get into, conservatives and sports and Trump. You have these baseball players now doing a Trump celebration when they hit a home run. I mean, but first, let's get into this breaking news. I mean, they clearly forged Biden's signature. It's not on presidential letterhead. Do you think Biden even knows he's dropped out of the race at this point? I mean, what do you think is going on?
I really don't know what Biden knows. I don't know what he knows. I wish I did. I wish someone would tell us the truth. And that's what's so disturbing about this. They were supposedly the most transparent White House in history. No, this has been anything but transparent. And all we have to rely on these rumors about Nancy Pelosi saying, if you don't withdraw, then we're going to go with 25th Amendment, and that's going to be humiliating for you, et cetera, et cetera. Now, this news flash you're giving us about Delaware, this wouldn't surprise me in the least. We have not seen Joe Biden. Plenty of people are calling for him to, if you can't run, then you should probably resign. I just got through telling a friend of mine it wouldn't surprise me at all if she were president before the end of the week. That would not surprise me in the least. So if she's on her way there, that could very well be what's going on, or they're going to make some sort of joint appearance. I don't know. But I wish someone would be honest with us for once.
Meanwhile, nobody is running the country. Now, I don't even think this is all said and done with Kamala. I think the Democrats are kind of testing the waters with Kamala right now, but they know she's not very likable. She doesn't poll well. She's dead last in the Democrat primaries in 2020. So, I mean, it's not like she's going to be the savior to this disastrous party that we have right now. Do you think Kamala Harris registers with women? Do you think women identify with Kamala? Does she get out the female vote?
It's funny that you asked that. I was just on Facebook a few minutes ago, and I was surprised to see someone posting a Rolling Stone magazine cover with Kamala on it and said, Kamala Harris, hashtag LFG. Everyone knows what that is. Refer to Tom Brady if you don't. But so, and I sent her a message because she's a friend and she's clearly very publicly supporting Kamala Harris. And I just said, what is it about her record or her qualifications that impress you? I think sadly, some women just want to see a woman president. I'm not that woman. I want to see a qualified, really good, strong woman as president if I'm going to see one. Like Condoleezza Rice comes to mind. So this is not. I'm sad if women just want to see a woman president for the sake of seeing a woman president. I think there are a lot of qualified women out there who could be president. Don't get me wrong, and I think that the right one would certainly get my vote. Kamala, to me, is not the right one. She's done nothing in the White House. She was supposed to take care of the border issue and did zero to do that. I don't know what other qualifications she has. I don't know what other achievements she's had except getting rid of or having most of her staff resign constantly, turnover day after day, month after month of her staff. So I don't get it.
Well, I don't mean to be discouraging here, but I do think she has a record for most knee pads ran through in the history of California politics. But that's just another story. We're not. Well, maybe that's a good segue into sports, actually, I think. And so, you worked in the sports industry for a long time. I was in the sports industry before I switched to politics. And you're probably well aware. I would say in a lot of these leagues, there's a lot of people that vote Republican or have conservative political values, but they don't like to be outspoken. I can't tell you how many times I went into a radio booth or a TV booth and the play-by-play guy or the color guy or somebody on the crew would be listening to Alex Jones. But then you'd come in and they like turn it off and like, I don't know what this is. I'm like, hey, it's all right. It's okay. I'm right there with you. Do you see this culture changing? Now you got these baseball players that do the Trump celebration. You got NFL players coming out and endorsing Trump, talking about conservative values. Do you see this culture shift kind of happening now where finally people in the sports world aren't going to be afraid of their politics?
I think that's what you're seeing. I think, a lot of people who might have been ashamed or been shamed into keeping themselves quiet are done with that. And now it gets tricky, right? Because what have the Democrats done? They have taken an old white man off of their ticket, and at least for the moment, are replacing him with a young woman who is Jamaican and Indian, a woman who is not white, And so they're going to make it very difficult because of this identity politics. I hate identity politics. I don't even know what to call it. It's not what we should be voting for. I see more people excited to vote for her because she's a woman or because of her skin color than any other reason. That's not leadership. That's not leadership. So I want a leader in the White House, and my fear is if Kamala Harris is in the White House, people like Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin and others are really going to take advantage of the United States more than they already have in Joe Biden's first 4 years.
Well, and it's just been such an expose of weakness, I think, under Biden. And I mean, definitely athletes want to see a sign of strength. Maybe
we all do.
Yeah.
I would think anyone does. I would think so I surprised Will Kane the other day. I was on his podcast, and he's a former sports guy too. And I told him I'm pro-choice with exceptions. I'm not one of these late-term abortion proponents. I am not, but I am pro-choice. And he said that's surprising to me because most pro-choice women, that's their number one issue. And I said not even close for me. It's not even in the top four, because quite frankly, women don't have the choice to even have a choice if they don't have public safety, if we don't have national security, if we're if you're in danger and you're murdered by an illegal immigrant, as we've seen some women recently have been, then your ability to choose to or not to choose to have an abortion goes out the window. So for me, public safety, domestic security, international relations, those things are far more important. Foreign policy, far more important to me.
Well, that's such a good point, and it shows how liberals have been tricked into prioritizing the wrong things. And I mention this all the time because I've been a big pro-life advocate for my career in politics, and I always notice this when you see all these women, because I go to these events, you see all these women out there, young women, and they're very pro-choice, and abortion is their number one issue, and it hits me, and I'm like, well, none of you have ever had an abortion, and well, not none of you, the vast majority of you have never had an abortion. The vast majority of you will never have an abortion. So why is this your big? Most of you hate men. You don't even, it's like you're not even going to be with a man. But it hits me. It's like it's all propaganda. They make these women think it's their number one issue, even though, like you said, most of them aren't even going to be impacted by this, but they will be impacted by bad policy with police, bad policy with criminals, bad policy with taxes, open borders. And they get these liberals to prioritize the wrong issues.
Yeah, I think that it's an old playbook trick. They use fear. Oh my gosh, what if you did get pregnant? What if you did? Okay, what if you did? Then what? So yeah, there are other ways to avoid getting pregnant. First of all, we all know that. And second of all, this notion that the Supreme Court ended your right to choose, they just upheld they just made a decision that legalized the morning after pill. So I don't know how these messages get so lost. I do know that you're right, that there is a media machine out there that is really, it seems to me, kind of a wing of the Democrat Party, and it parrots these fears out to people. They want to take away your right to choose, your right of your bodily autonomy, et cetera, et cetera. Now, there are some politicians who are staunchly pro-life, and I thought it was ridiculous when this idea of a national abortion ban. We had a guy running for governor here in Minnesota a few years back who said we will ban abortion. That word ban is toxic, and when you put it next to abortion, it's even more toxic. So it's, no matter whether or not you plan to have an abortion, have ever had an abortion or whatever, the fear that this instills in people that you would not have a choice to do so if you needed to is all that it takes. And they prey on that, and they make it probably bigger issue than it needs to be. But still, and yet, I will stand here and say I am pro-choice with exceptions. There are a lot of exceptions. I do not think second and third trimester abortions, unless a doctor says they're needed, are a good idea. It's not like when you're pro-choice, it doesn't necessarily make you like, yes, abortion. That's not what's happening here. You're pro-choice. You're just wanting women to maintain the right to make the decision with their doctor.
Well, unfortunately, your pro-choice energy and attitude gets lost in the fanfare of some of these shows and some of these activists, and so it just makes it a horrible look. And I think that's why conservatives respond the way they do, no matter how strongly they feel about abortion. When we see people parading it around like a celebration, that makes the hardline conservative stance, I think, even harder. But you bring up the media propaganda, and this was kind of it was a big realization for me, because I wasn't political at all, and I was still working in the sports world. And then you start paying taxes and you start to get political, you can't help it. And it hit me one day, and I think I was at a football game, and they started pushing vaccines, and then they did a gay pride thing, and then they did this other thing. And I was sitting there, and it just hit me. I was like, wait a second, this is just all left-wing propaganda. And the way they present it to these huge audiences is, oh, this is just pop culture, or oh, this is just common sense. And so the average audience member just thinks, oh, this is what's common, this is what's popular. Oh, I just want to be a part of this. They don't realize it's just outright Democrat Party propaganda. It's like they still do it in the NFL with all the anti-racism stuff. It's like, hey, clearly the NFL ain't racist. Like, what are we doing here? If anything, football proves that we're not racist. What are we doing here putting all this anti-racist stuff everywhere? It's all Democrat Party propaganda.
It's a lot of virtue signaling as well. And, when you talk about the people who are coming up through the ranks in some of these franchises and organizations, let's say they're the social media managers or the in-game promotions. I mean, these are not the owners. Now, the owners ultimately sign off, but these are the young people that are coming up through the ranks and saying we should have all these different celebrations, different nights at the ballpark. Here in Minnesota, I think the Minnesota Twins, our baseball franchise, uh, they had a big memorial out in left field about the whole the Black Lives Matter thing that happened here in Minnesota, and it didn't go over well with a lot of people. A lot of people think this is where I go to get away from it. This is where I go to be friends with everybody, whether they're a fan of the Twins or not. This is where I go to just cheer and enjoy my day, and I don't want to be preached to or lectured to about, the anthem or anything else. And so I think it's too bad, but it's permeated everything.
I don't know if you saw this. There were two instances. The Tampa Bay Devil Rays, a guy hits, I think it was a RBI double. He does the Trump celebration. There was a member of the St. Louis Cardinals. He hits a home run. He does the Trump celebration. The bench does the Trump celebration. They put their hand over their right ear, and then they put their fist up saying, fight, fight, fight. Do you think that this has really changed? I mean, is this momentum going in the opposite direction where it's not just players feeling like, oh, maybe I'm comfortable showing my politics, whereas it's like now it's kind of like it is pop culture and you're kind of viewed as the rebel now?
As we sit here on July 22nd, I really felt that way, that the momentum was just had changed big time. And so what the Democrats have smartly done is tried to stop it by changing the news cycle. And by, yesterday after the British Open, the Open Championship was done, that's when the Biden letter was released on X. And that's when the news dropped that Joe Biden was no longer running for president. Completely changed the news cycle, completely. And so today, while hearings were held on Capitol Hill that were supposed to really question the head of the Secret Service and whether or not she was appropriate for the job and had done the job well, people were still talking about the fact, where's Joe Biden? What's Kamala Harris doing? She's the presumptive nominee now, which, by the way, hasn't happened in a really democratic way, has it?
Oh.
We still need to see their convention. This is
you mean the party protecting democracy?
Yes, they're very afraid of losing democracy, and so they undemocratically have assigned Kamala Harris as their nominee for president, in spite of what the delegates have said. And they're going to find a way to get that done. So they have changed that momentum, and now we have to see whether it turns back and when and how. But yes, I did feel that momentum was changing.
Well, Kim Cheadle today during the hearing insinuated that anybody questioning the Secret Service agents there on the ground, specifically the women we saw fumbling around, looking around confused. By the way, the woman that's standing in front of Trump that's like 5'0", Trump's over 6 feet tall. There was a wide open shot at him. God forbid if there was somebody else trying to hit him. I mean, that's not even that's not even saying she can't do the job. She just physically cannot block a bullet from hitting Trump. And so the Secret Service is all up in arms. Again, you had Cheadle saying, oh, it's misogynistic. Secret Service says it's appalled by DEI rhetoric against female agents after Trump rally shooting. Well, I'm glad that's what they're focusing on. Do you find it misogynistic? Are you insulted as a woman that maybe I would prefer a man to be on my security detail?
Well, let's just give you an example and you can decide. When I was on the sidelines of Monday night and Sunday night football, I was always assigned security detail, one security guard just to stick with me, to make sure no one harassed me, to make sure that if anything came up, I was protected. And I would always meet this security person about an hour, 90 minutes before the game when I started going out on the field, talking to players and that kind of thing. So often I went out there and I was introduced to my security detail. And if it was like a 5'7" guy who weighed maybe 120 pounds, I didn't feel good. If it was a 5'8" woman who didn't look like she could keep up with me, I didn't feel good. You're either qualified or you're not. And to suggest that we have to make the force 30% female, the Secret Service, or any force for that matter, no, you got to make sure they're qualified. And I want someone bigger and stronger than me standing between me and whatever threat was going to come my way. And there were times I walked out on that field and I met my security detail and I was like, really? I don't even know if this person's going to be able to keep up with me and my movements around the field because I move a lot. So that's not misogynistic. That's not anti-feminine, whatever. It's not anti-woman. What that is I wanted to feel safe. And I felt a whole hell of a lot safer when my security guard was bigger and taller than I was and preferably armed. So the fact that these women were so much shorter than the president and could not really guard him, you're right. They weren't as tall. And boy, did you see that change at the RNC. Did you see whenever he walked in, surrounded by Secret Service, they were all tall, big dudes. And that's what would make me feel safe.
Well, I also noticed that Kim Cheadle's security, when she went to the hearing today, was all men, big men, tall men, all over 6 foot tall. I think there was one woman that accompanied her. I couldn't tell if it was an assistant or security. But other than that, it was all tall men that she was guarded by. And I wonder, too, Cheadle didn't answer any questions today, to no one's surprise. She let a couple slip out. But I wonder, too, were any of these women ever assigned to Joe Biden's detail, Barack Obama's detail, Jill Biden's detail? I wonder if there was only Donald Trump that was assigned these women. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I'd love to see the data. She didn't bring much data with her to the hearing. It was amazing. You know you're going in for a hearing. You know the hearing's going to be televised. You know they're going to be asking you tough questions. But how many times did Kim Cheadle say, I don't have that information at my fingertips, or I don't know that at this time? Or she would just say, the FBI is investigating, so I can't answer. That was very convenient. But I thought this was one of the most non-partisan or maybe bipartisan efforts I've ever seen out of a hearing, where both sides were coming after her with equal aggression. And, Ro Khanna of California, a Democrat, was saying, you need to resign. You need to resign, just like the head of the Secret Service when Ronald Reagan got shot resigned. You need to resign. So I thought it was really amazingly bipartisan, which you don't see very often. But I think they all should be concerned about who is securing things. And if it's someone who is underqualified, they should not be there.
Yeah, both the chair and the ranking member, Comer and Raskin, concluded by saying that she needs to resign. And why she hasn't yet, I'm curious. I will be curious.
When does anyone get held accountable? It seems like the only thing that you get held accountable for is if you steal some other woman's suitcase at the airport. Then you get fired.
You can leave cocaine in the White House, and it's perfectly fine. Go party in the White House, and nobody seems to mind. I will say, if she does resign, I think that this whole thing was planned, in that I think she was meant to go in front of the committee for that hearing and be the fall gal to cover it all up and then resign afterwards. So if she does resign afterwards, I think that was probably the strategy.
You know what? Nothing surprises me anymore. It's all strategic. It's all, how do we make the most of this crisis? Never let a good crisis go to waste. How do we manipulate, obfuscate? How do we make things come out our way? And how do we avoid accountability? I've seen so little accountability out of this White House. It's astonishing to me. And you've had probably more people quit than have been fired. And that ought to tell you something.
Oh, yes. It's had one of the most individuals quitting of any administration. Harris's team, Biden's team, the Secret Service as well. All right. Final statements from you here before we let you go. Michelle Tafoya with us. Someday, I don't know, they'll probably put you in the Hall of Fame of broadcasters. I would hope so. One of the great original sideline reporters. I know you're doing a lot of work for females in sports, specifically young girls that have to go against men. But what is the messaging? What is the effectiveness of the messaging there when it comes to people understanding this is all coming from the American left?
Look, I don't know, and I'm appalled at some people that say, "So you lost to a male? What do you care?" Well, there's a reason we divvied up sports into men's and women's categories. And having covered not only the NFL, but I covered the Olympic Games. I covered swimming at the Olympic Games. And let me tell you, there is a vast difference between world-class swimmers that are female and world-class swimmers that are male. And so I've heard women say, "Well, a mediocre guy can't beat Katie Ledecky." Well, the mediocre guy isn't the one in the pool. It is so astonishing to me that we're even having this conversation, that biological males should be allowed anywhere near women's sports or their locker rooms or their places that are supposed to be, theirs and theirs alone. Yeah, this has gone way too far. And it is. It's like we're living in this new normal, but I'm not going to talk about it like it's normal. I'm going to continue to try to embolden young women to, hey, if there's a biological male competing in your heat in track and swimming, whatever it is, get out. Don't agree to do it. You've got to take a stand so that others in the future will be protected.
That's Michelle Tafoya, from the sports sidelines to the political front lines, at Michelle_Tafoya on X, or her website, michelletafoya.com. Michelle, it was very cool catching up with you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we got a lot of news, breaking news, coming up in the next hour. Don't go anywhere.
Survival Shield X3 is back in stock at InfoWarsStore.com. Now, there are several reasons why you should be considering this product. Frankly, not even considering it, just getting it at InfoWarsStore.com. First of all, we know that nascent iodine supports thyroid health. Now, our thyroid is responsible for several things associated with our health, namely detoxifying, purifying the body, and eliminating the chemicals that we're exposed to, whether they're chemicals in our air, or chemicals in our water, or chemicals in our food. Nascent iodine is key.
Hey, what's up, everybody, and welcome. Wow, what a freaking day. What a day today. Holy shit. Where is Joe? Does anybody know where Joe is? Are you watching Laura's Twitter? Laura is freaking lighting it up right now. She just posted that neither Joe nor Kamala will be meeting with Netanyahu. So let's pull that up. Let's get Laura's feed going here so we can stay on top of the breaking news. And did you guys watch that pathetic Cheadle? Oh my God. Hey, did you hear about Laura and Charles Loomer and Cheadle at the RNC convention? It was beautiful. I was there. I'm the one who spotted her. All right, let's find, where's Loomer? So what's up, everybody? Kamala Harris will boycott Netanyahu. Yep. Yeah, and like Laura said, well, especially when she needs to win Michigan. So breaking, both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have declined to oversee the Netanyahu visit to Congress tomorrow. They're having Senator Ben Cardin preside over Netanyahu's speech tomorrow because Kamala Harris refused. Biden and Kamala have been arguing internally about the visit all day. They don't want to be seen with Netanyahu, especially now that Kamala needs to win Michigan and Minnesota. This is just gone crazy, isn't it?
Share this message right now at band.video.
All right, we're following this developing news story of Joe Biden's disappearance. I guess he's hiding in Delaware.
He is gone.
And now...
Hashtag, where is Joe?
The supposed presidential nominee
Where's
for the
Waldo?
Democrat Party, Kamala Harris, the vice president, is traveling to Delaware. There's a restricted air fly zone. It's just, this thing is crazy, folks. Could they be about to transfer power to Kamala Harris? We're monitoring this. Or maybe Kamala's just going there to meet with Joe. I don't know. The whole thing is strange, where somebody writes a letter of Joe Biden's resignation from the race, and then they forge his signature, and then he just disappears. And then they release his presidential schedule, and there's nothing on it. So this is truly crazy. This is truly crazy. This has been an absolutely crazy month in American politics. Now, in this hour, I'm going to start to really focus on the hearing from today and some of the new developments. We'll look at the list of questions that needed to be asked and answered. We'll play some of the clips, some of the highlights. We'll look at some new video and some new interesting developments from the attempted assassination that we have now. So we're going to be getting in all of that this hour. We're going to really focus on that. And then in the last hour, we've got a guy who was on the ground getting drone footage and other footage from the rally site, as well as Republicans like Josh Hawley and Eli Crane, who also went there with Chip Roy and others that were filming on the roof, filming in the building, filming all over, and they got a lot to say too. Now remember, folks, we still need your support at InfoWarsStore.com, and you know, we've got some of our biggest audiences ever right now. With all this crazy news, people are tuning into InfoWars because we've been so ahead of the schedule. We've been so ahead of the curve. We've been next year's news today. And so we're so vindicated in all of our coverage that more people are tuning in than ever before. So we need to stay on air, and we need your support at InfoWarsStore.com. And we make it easy. We sell great products. It's the Save InfoWars mega sale happening right now. And some of these are just no-brainers. I'm a product of the products at InfoWarsStore.com. The products you see on the screen, I am a fan of. I take DNA Force Plus. I take Brain Force Ultra. I like Vitamin Mineral Fusion. Every morning I drink Vitamin Mineral Fusion. But some of these things are no-brainers, folks. I mean, you need to be doing something for your cardiovascular health. Why wouldn't you? It's easy. It's simple. You can get Nitric Boost, 40% off, InfoWarsStore.com. Just 2 capsules a day. Great for your cardiovascular health. Or I actually prefer VasoBeat Complete. I just prefer that. I can put it into a drink. I take enough capsules every day anyway, so that's why I prefer the VasoBeat Complete. I can just put a dropper in my morning Vitamin Mineral Fusion. Both of those are 40% off. Do something for your cardiovascular health. Ask yourself, what am I doing for my cardiovascular health? And if you don't have an answer, well, the answer's at InfoWarsStore.com. You'll like the Vitamin Mineral Fusion. That's a no-brainer. It has more than 100% the daily value of things that you're probably deficient of. Vitamin A, vitamin B6, vitamin B12, vitamin C, vitamin D, and so much more. There's stuff in there that you're probably just not even getting that's important for your health. Glycine, boron, NAC. We've put all of it into one scoop of Turbo Force Plus. Tastes great, by the way. Tastes great. And yes, you know, we kind of quit doing apparel. We kind of quit doing shirts at InfoWarsStore.com, but every once in a while we do a limited release, a limited edition. We've got it right now. It's the new Trump Bulletproof T-shirt, limited edition. Get this piece of InfoWars history before it sells out. Trump Bulletproof T-shirt on sale right now at InfoWarsStore.com. So this is something you can buy. I'd buy a couple, buy one for yourself, buy one for a friend, family member, and then maybe buy one or two just to stash away if you're a big InfoWars fan. Kind of like me. I've got a whole collection of InfoWars T-shirts I don't even wear. I never even opened them. It's kind of a collector's item. So get your Trump Bulletproof T-shirt today, limited edition at InfoWarsStore.com. All right, we're honing in on today's hearing on the other side.
Everybody buys the Life Select storable food, which has a 25-year shelf life, just in case of an emergency. Frankly, it's cheaper to eat the Life Select storable food than it is to get groceries in Biden's economy. Then they don't buy the Alexa Pure water filter in conjunction with the storable food. My thinking is, like, how are you going to prepare the food if you don't have clean water? They go hand in hand. You got to get both. What do you think, Jacob?
I mean, you look at every post-apocalyptic movie in the library, the most powerful person has water. I'm a well driller, so we we have actually a pretty sound filtration system. But
Sure.
I recommend to people that can't have the complex system like I have to get the Alexa-Sphere.
Thank you so much for your call. Super important call, Jacob. I appreciate it. I encourage everyone listening now to go to InfoWarsStore.com. Get the Life Select storable food. Get the Alexa Pure water filter as well, because you want to make sure that you have the ability to prepare that food with clean, pure water. Go to InfoWarsStore.com. Be the reason that we're still on the air.
The program that strikes fear into the heart of the elite. It's the War Room with Owen Schroyer.
All right, let's begin our coverage into today's hearing. We've got a ton of video clips and developments on all of this, by the way. But I put out a list of 21 questions that I think are the most imperative. And as part of my coverage of all of this, I'm just looking at what other people are asking and what the obvious questions that need asked and answered are. So let's give an update. What was asked and what was answered during today's hearing. And some of this is actually interesting. Most of the questions she balked at, she passed the buck to somebody else. She just refused to answer. But there have been some developments that give us an idea here. How many shots were fired by the shooters and by Secret Service? So what we are told now, and actually there's been conflicting reports on this. Cheadle today said that one shot was fired by the Secret Service sniper that neutralized the shooter on the roof. One shot. Now, I know that a lot of these reports about multiple shooters and the audio analysis and everything has been going viral. Well, now we're told that there were indeed 3 shooters. There was the Secret Service sniper. There was the shooter on the roof. And how many shots he fired, we still don't actually know. And then the third shooter was actually a local police officer counter sniper team that fired what we can only assume was the last shot, but missed. So Cheadle didn't say that, though. This is coming from local reports. This is coming from the local police. So yes, you did hear 3 different guns. You heard the shooter on the roof, who they couldn't tell us how many shots he took, but we'll get more into that. You have the Secret Service sniper, who we're told fired 1 shot and neutralized. And then you have the local counter sniper defense team that fired 1 shot and missed. So there's your 3 different shots. That's just according to the reports. Now, whether you want to believe that or not, I'm just telling you what the official reporting is. So now, what time was each shot taken? She wouldn't get into the specifics on this. And it seems as though she doesn't even know what's going on. I mean, she made it appear like she has no clue what's even going on or what's already been reported. Now, that could be true. She might not have any clue, or she's just up there lying. She wouldn't answer where the shots were all coming from. She wouldn't answer if any bullets were recovered from the scene of the crime. She wouldn't answer if there were any casings found on the roof. Nobody seemed to want to know the specifics of the gun. Now, the Democrats used most of their time to push for gun legislation. The Democrats used most of their time for anti-Second Amendment gun legislation. Then they used another good portion of their time to demonize Republicans and blame them for political violence. How ironic. Yeah, that's how the Democrats spent their time. But nobody seemed to be interested in the specs of the gun or ask even to see the gun. So I find that interesting, but okay, nothing on that. What purchases had the shooter made in the last 14 days in regards to explosives or firearms? All we found out was that morning went to a ammunition store. That's all we got, is that morning went to the ammunition store. As far as the explosives, it was dabbled on, but not many questions, not many answers. The whole explosive thing makes no sense. Now, Cheadle did say, apparently the remote detonator that was found on the shooter was for explosives that were in a van that were recovered, I guess, that was recovered from his parents' house. There's still some murkiness on that. But nobody really got into the specifics of the van, and nobody really got into the specifics of how he got there that day. The bike was brought up, but there was no real directive questions about the bike or why he had a bike. But it was asked, why would he have an explosive detonator on his person if the van was with not even in range and had nothing to do with his activities that day? Cheadle had no answers. She had no answers. What was the exact time the suspect was first known to security? Now, there's basically a 10-minute window here. And Cheadle refused to answer any of these questions. Now, what's strange is some of this information is already known because the local police have been cooperating as much as they can. But say a 10-minute window of time. At 5:10 p.m., the shooter was known to law enforcement. At 5:10. That's over an hour before the first shot was fired. Now, Cheadle wouldn't answer this. They were trying to give her the chance to answer it, and she just refused to answer, so they said, okay, well, here's the exact time. So they said, what time, Ms. Cheadle, what time was the shooter first known? Oh, I don't know. Okay, well, the time was 5:10. So an hour goes by, at least, of them knowing of a suspicious individual and the first shot taken. And she refused to answer any of these questions. We also know that it was at least 5 minutes of a shooter on a roof known to Secret Service. At least 5 minutes. And it could be as many as 10 minutes. So a shooter on the roof known by Secret Service between 5 and 10 minutes. So why was Trump allowed on the stage? She couldn't answer the question. Or she refused to answer the question. What is the pattern of communications in regards to the shooter's whereabouts, and can we get access to that audio with timestamps? She has refused to do so. The Oversight Committee actually made a request for a lot of documents, a lot of data. They were looking for videos. They were looking for audio of the security team's communication. They were looking for data from cell phones and everything that led up to the security detail. She has refused to produce any of it to the committee. None of it has been produced. She just completely ignored the request and then didn't answer any of the questions. She refused to say who was responsible for the security that day or the exact assignments on that day, but she said the buck stops with her, even though she won't resign. She couldn't formulate an answer about why nobody was on the roof or why there was no security detail in regard to the roof. She just completely passed on that. So we don't know. So we just don't know about that. We don't know if people went to lunch, or we don't know if somebody was in the second story, or we don't know. We don't know. She didn't answer. She refused to answer. It was briefly brought up if any security agents were fired at. She couldn't answer. She couldn't answer, or she didn't answer, and she said, oh, ask the FBI. Well, the FBI wasn't there. So we had no footage, no audio, couldn't produce anything. We don't know anything about the ladders, except now there is no ladder. There never was a ladder. Didn't give us any information on the vehicles. Didn't give us any information on who the shooter was in contact with. Just absolutely nothing. No one has been fired. No one has been fired. And then we find out this is not the first security lapse under her leadership. There have been multiple massive security lapses. And they were saying, well, we don't want to put out all this information to put your protectees in danger, but they said there are multiple security issues that they know of. And they said one, for example, was somebody broke into Jake Sullivan's house while he was under Secret Service detail. Broke into his house. And they said they have other examples, but they didn't want to bring them up. So there have been multiple massive security failures under Kim Cheadle. Incredible. Nobody's been fired. Nobody has been fired. She took it personally that anybody had an issue with the females that were on the security detail, fumbling and bumbling around, pulling out their guns for no reason, unable to reholster them, not even tall enough to protect the president, Donald Trump. And then as far as autopsies and evidence from the scene of the crime, she says she has no idea. You'll have to ask the FBI. By the way, guys, put that back up on the screen for me, please. The Jake Sullivan story. I just wanted to see the date on that. It was more than a year ago. Okay. Because I just hadn't heard about that. And I'm wondering how many more other failures. All they said was, we know of multiple failures, and this is the one they brought up, probably because it was already in the media. But they said they knew of multiple failures under her watch. Nobody's been fired. Secret Service, Jake Sullivan, and somebody's able to get into his house. Nobody gets fired. Nobody gets fired. Now, Cheadle is clearly the cover-up operative at this point. It's pretty obvious. She's the cover-up. She's the one not answering questions. And she says, oh, I can't. It's an ongoing investigation, and the FBI is handling that. And a lot of the Republicans were giving her the what for. But when it comes to the shooter, now this is curious. It's Patrick Webb reporting, and it's another account. The original account was like Oversight Committee or something. It wasn't the official GOP Oversight Committee. It looks like an independent investigation group. And I'm not going to lean too much into this because I just don't know. But they're claiming that they have traced activity to Washington, D.C. and Thomas Crooks's address or where he was living. So this is a new claim that's being made. Now, I know that independent groups can do this because I've had somebody show me before. And guys, see if you can find the original account. It was like Oversight Executives or something like that. It looks like some independent research group that came up with this. So I don't want to lean too much into this because it's not my work, and I don't know what their methods are or what their evidence is past these graphs. But I will say, yeah, there it is. I will say, Oversight Project, I will say I have had individuals that have showed me how you can basically hack into systems and trace and track somebody's phone data or people that they've been pinged in the same cell tower and then follow that data. I've been shown that just by independent, savvy computer hackers and stuff. So I don't know if there's anything to that, but they're claiming not just D.C., but other curious locations. But they're claiming that it appears individuals connected to D.C. or the FBI have been in frequent visitation with Crooks. But I would say at this point, I'm not leaning into that, but I felt it was worthy to show you this reporting of what they're putting out. Now, Anna Paulina Luna, there was another briefing. Anna Paulina Luna says she's convinced that Crooks wasn't working alone. And then here's how she spent her time questioning Secret Service Director Cheadle in clip 13.
Director Cheadle, can you please give me the names of the individuals who are in charge of your con-op for the rally?
I'm not going to release names.
Can you give me the titles? And how many individuals?
No.
Nothing?
We had a full advance team that was responsible for advancing
How many
the site.
people are the final approval authority?
There are a number of people
Can you give me a number?
Engaged in approving the plan.
Can you give me a number?
No, I do not have a firm number.
Can you just confirm whether or not, I understand this is an open investigation, but in order to dispel conspiracy theories, have you guys been able to subpoena the shooter's Discord records, or has the FBI, to your knowledge?
I believe that the FBI is working on those.
Okay. Is it factual to say that you have not ruled out that the shooter was working with other people or persons?
Again, the FBI is conducting the criminal investigation into the shooter.
Can you, at least in an effort to dispel conspiracy theories, can you confirm or deny that?
At this time, we do not have that there were any other people engaged.
So you believe he's acting alone?
I do.
Okay. Have you been made aware of multiple eyewitness reporting that there was a second shooter on a water tower?
I do not have any information related to any second shooter.
Okay, the reason I asked that is because according to testimony from multiple witnesses, they did report that. And again, to my understanding, there were over 40 sniper teams that were briefed by the Butler ESU. And I want to make sure that people are aware, if you're saying that there's not another shooter, that we are able to clear that information, because from this whole entire briefing, it doesn't seem like much information has been able to get out to the American people. So I'm trying to dispel rumors, as I'm sure you understand. Was it true that Secret Service was present at the Butler ESU briefing?
There was a briefing between the counter sniper teams that were working
Secret
on the
Service
ground.
present?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Okay, I want to read you a report from people that seem to be throwing you under the bus and stated that they were in attendance and that Secret Service was not in attendance at the security briefing, according to individuals with knowledge, to also include that the AGR building where the shooter Thomas Matthew Crooks was located was actually not a part of their security perimeter for that. So there was not Secret Service present. It seems as though that when you were asked earlier from Rep. Krishnamurthy about whether or not Secret Service was aware of a threat, you had said no, they were unaware of a threat. And yet, according to communications, again, from law enforcement that were in some of these group chats, they actually had reported that Secret Service was made aware of a threat at around 5:59 p.m. as a part of the command, including Secret Service, aware of messages and requests about information about the suspect's location. Can you please tell me if you have knowledge of that at all?
Again, I think we're conflating the difference between the term threat and suspicious.
But you guys did have knowledge at 5:59 p.m. according to those group chats, did you not?
Of a suspicious individual.
Okay. Chairman, in my opinion, according to some of the testimony today, I feel that you have perjured yourself in some instances. And so I'm going to ask for a full review of the transcripts by staff. And if you find that to be the case, I do ask that you bring perjury charges against the director. I will say this, it is very frustrating, and I've talked to my colleagues and we've said it to your face, that you have been up here basically stonewalling our ability to get the answers to the American people. And what I will also say is that every single member of Congress does not feel safe with you in charge. You have heard that, and I think that we are all sitting ducks with you in directing the Secret Service currently. But more importantly, it sends a message to our adversaries that we are not protected.
She's, I mean, we'll see what happens as far as perjury charges. And she, you know, obviously is trying to stop from lying by not answering the questions. It's all done by intent. But she says she believes Crooks acted alone. Here's another series of questions where it was asked about a lone gunman, clip 11.
Your agency has a no-fail mission, and on Saturday, July 13th, your agency spectacularly failed. The failure resulted in the death of Corey Comparator and serious injury to two other rally attendees, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, besides the injuries to President Trump. It is unfathomable that a 20-year-old on the radar of Secret Service and local law enforcement before President Trump went on stage was able to climb onto the roof of a building with a rifle and fire off multiple rounds before he was neutralized. Was Mr. Crooks acting alone?
Again, I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation.
Oh.
Was he just a lone gunman?
I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation for motive.
So at one point she says it's a lone gunman. Then at another point she says, oh, I don't know. Ask the FBI. Conveniently, the FBI wasn't there. And when will we have a hearing with the FBI? When will there be an FBI press conference? Listen to this incredible statement. I guess she's declaring that she did a good job here in clip 10.
There were additional Secret Service resources available at the former President Trump's event.
Who made the decision to deploy 12 to the First Lady's event and 3 to the Trump event?
The allocation of resources is decided based on the availability of personnel and their location and where they are, but there were sufficient resources
what did you just
that
say?
were given to
Did you just say there were sufficient resources? President Trump got shot. Someone got killed. There were not sufficient resources, clearly.
There was
and it doesn't take 27 years of experience to know that. And whoever made that decision, it probably wasn't you, needs to be fired. And then you need to resign because this is absolutely unacceptable and you've lost the trust of the American people.
So it's true now. Kimberly Cheadle or someone else under her command prioritized Jill Biden over Donald Trump. Jill Biden at a small, less than 400 people gathering at an indoor event got more Secret Service attention and prioritization than Donald Trump in an open field with 20, 30,000 people. Now, that's probably because Jill and Kim are good friends, and The only reason why Kim had a job was because of Jill. Or maybe there's something else. Maybe there was an intent there. Just maybe. Can you believe this? They just don't have any information. They don't have any audio from that day. Clip 9.
Does the Secret Service routinely record communications between and amongst detail?
Radio communications?
Any communication?
Email communications are captured, as well as text messages. And then depending on the detail, radio communications are recorded.
Does the Secret Service have recorded communications from the July 13th event?
We do not have radio communications from that day.
How convenient. They just have nothing. They just don't have anything for you. All right, let's do this. Let's go out with Marjorie Taylor Greene. We got a couple more clips. We'll go with this longer clip. Marjorie Taylor Greene, clip W.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cheadle, I'd like to remind you that you're under oath. The site team has a senior supervisor, an advanced team, a protective intelligence team, a counter sniper element, and detail. Who was the agent in charge? How long has she been the agent in charge? And what is her Secret Service background?
So I'm not going to provide a name.
Why not? You're here to answer our questions.
This forum, I'm not going to provide names of.
You stated in your testimony, you said, I am here today to answer your questions.
That is correct.
Answer the question.
I'm not going to provide names of our personnel.
Why not?
Today.
The American people are demanding these answers from you today, Ms. Cheadle.
I will do the best to provide you accurate information based on the facts that I have at this time.
You're not answering our questions. The advance element coordinates with other intel or law enforcement partners, identifies threats and weaknesses at the sites and movements. We'd like a copy of the advance report. Have you brought it here with you today?
We will comply with the request for the documentation that has been requested.
When will that be, Ms. Cheadle? Because you should have brought it today.
I am certain that our personnel are working on obtaining all of that documentation.
I don't believe you, and neither do the people watching this hearing. You're not doing well, as Mr. Moskowitz informed you. You've been sitting here for over 3 hours, and I have you know the entire country is demanding you resign and demanding that you be fired if you do not resign. Things are not going well for you. You need to answer the questions. Was there a protective intelligence team, and what technical resources were utilized for that event, specifically drone or helicopter assets?
There were a number of technical assets that were deployed for that event, and there was a protective intelligence team that was assigned to that event.
Why was Crooks able to fly a drone over the entire area the day of the rally and the day of his assassination attempt?
To my knowledge, he did not fly the drone over the entire area.
How did he fly a drone over the area, period? Any part of the area?
Again, I would have to go back and check the timeline
of
when that
we'll be right back.
I do want to tell you about InfoWars MD. Discover the newest line of supplements from InfoWars designed to boost vitality and enhance overall well-being, available exclusively at InfoWarsStore.com. Whether you're looking to support immune health.
So, hey, welcome everybody. You guys, just in case you didn't know, we are live on Rumble, X, YouTube, and Instagram, all at the same time. Just saying. So if you have any of those accounts, go to Rumble and share. Go to X and retweet it. Go to YouTube. Give us a thumbs up and share the YouTube out. Nobody gives any YouTube any love. And we need some YouTube followers. So please go to YouTube and follow Loomer Fan Club. Follow Loomer Fan Club on all these, but especially on YouTube, we need 5 more people. Keep us over 1,000. What else? And are you guys watching Laura's Twitter feed? Laura is killing it today. Oh, she's going to be going live at 5:05. Oh, man. Let's see if she's still on or what. Let's check it out. Continue without, we don't want to, okay, cookies.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, we have legal professionals standing by to let you know how much your case is potentially worth. I'm here with TV personality and spokesman Tom Mustin. So, Tom, tell the viewers at home,
Did we
who
miss
should call
Loomer?
right now?
I think we missed her.
Anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, give us a call right now. You'll speak with a live person and find out how much your case
all
is potentially
ads
worth.
all the time.
Thanks, Tom. You heard it. Take advantage of this opportunity. Call now.
Happy Monday.
Join an unforgettable weekend of summer fun when the Brewers play the Marlins July 26th
Come on,
through the 28th.
come on.
Be here for Yacht Rock Night on Friday and a Hawaiian shirt giveaway Saturday. Get your seats at brewers.com.
Democratic delegates are lining up behind Kamala Harris for president and picking VPs for her as well.
The VP has not said who she will pick as a running mate, but Rhode Island Democratic Party delegate Kristen Peters-Hamlin says Senator Mark Kelly.
Arizona is a swing state. Mark adds ideological balance. He's done very well in Arizona attracting Latinos and suburban women.
And she says the Democrats would not lose his Senate seat
Because of the Constitution in Arizona, which requires that it be from the same party.
As for others in the VP hopper,
I don't think Bashir is a good idea because Kentucky is not in play. It's a red state. I don't think that Pennsylvania's Governor Shapiro is a good idea because we need him in Pennsylvania.
I'm Julie Walker.
On Wall Street,
some people just know safe drivers save more with Allstate. Just like they know a saxophone solo makes any song smoother. See? Smooth. And they know if you're a safe driver, you can save up to 40% with Allstate. Now that's nice.
Based on the national average premium savings for Allstate customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
the Dow by 127 points. The Nasdaq rose 280. The S&P advanced 59. This is SRN News.
News, opinion, passion. Here, 98.9 FM, The Answer. Anywhere you go with The Answer.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Want service that's in tune with your needs? It's time to get the kitchen of your dreams. Update, upgrade, uplift with Kitchen Tune-Up. A new modern door style? Maybe you just want to start from scratch and redo everything. Kitchen Tune-Up will make the process enjoyable and hassle-free. Stop in. Let's make a plan. We'll bring your vision to life. 0% financing is available. Right off Wilson Bridge Road in Worthington. Go to kitchentune-up.com for a free in-home estimate. Update, upgrade, uplift with Kitchen Tune-Up.
I'm
able to fly a drone over the entire area the day of the rally and the day of his assassination attempt.
To my knowledge, he did not fly the drone over the entire area.
How did he fly a drone over the area, period? Any part of the area?
Again, I would have to go back and check the timeline of when that took place and when the event...
Why didn't you bring the timeline with you today to answer our questions?
I don't have all of the answers on the timelines based on the criminal investigation.
Were you not prepared today to answer our questions?
I am prepared to answer the questions based on the information and wanted to be able to provide.
Do you have a timeline do you have a timeline at all from any of the day?
I have a timeline that does not have specifics.
That's shocking. That is absolutely unacceptable. That means you are a failure at your job. Let's talk about things that are prohibited in Trump rallies. And I've been to a lot of Trump rallies. Backpacks and bags, bicycles, firearms, any type of weapon, or any other item determined to be a potential safety hazard, like a rangefinder would be one. At 5:10, Crooks is first observed by one of the snipers, AGR Sniper 1, at the building. 5:10, President Trump was shot in the face at 6:11 p.m. 5:28, AGR Sniper 1 takes a picture of a bicycle and two bags. Those belong to Crooks. 5:32, AGR Sniper 1 spots Crooks looking at his phone and using a rangefinder. 5:55, Butler ESU Command confirms receipt of photos and states they have been relayed on. 6:05 p.m., AGR Sniper 1 later communicates that Crooks is seen moving northeast in direction of Sheets and that Crooks has a backpack. 2 minutes before the shooting, while President Trump has been allowed to take the stage, people see Crooks laying on his stomach in a sniper position on the roof, and they're yelling he has a gun, and they are trying to alert law enforcement and Secret Service. Why was Crooks not shot by the snipers? Why was he allowed to be there?
As soon as the individual was identified as a threat, they were...
No. What do you consider to be a threat? A man with a gun laying in a sniper position, a man that had a backpack, a man that had a bicycle, a man that had a rangefinder. At what point is he determined a threat?
An individual with a backpack is not a threat. An individual with a rangefinder is not a threat.
What about a man laying on a building that has direct line of sight of President Trump with a gun that people are screaming and pointing out? Is that a threat, Ms. Cheadle?
Once that individual was identified, they were neutralized.
No, they were neutralized. Crooks was neutralized after he shot President Trump in the face, Ms. Cheadle. Is he only a threat once he fires the weapon?
As soon as the counter sniper identified that individual, they were able to neutralize them.
How were people in the crowd? Okay, then let's just take it this way. People under your command did not consider him to be a threat, yet people in the crowd knew he had a gun and considered him to be a threat. That means that you are a complete failure as the director of the Secret Service, that people under your command don't perceive a man laying on a roof with direct line to the president with a gun. They don't perceive that to be a threat, yet the people in the crowd do. How is that possible?
That's the last question, but please answer the question, Ms. Director.
I'm not certain at this time how the information from the people in the crowd was relayed to any law enforcement personnel.
No, you knew.
How is that possible?
That everyone knew.
9 days
later. The people there knew that there was a danger. They knew there was a threat to President Trump, and it was allowed to happen. Was there a stand-down order, Ms. Cheadle? Was there a conspiracy to kill President Trump?
Absolutely not.
Then how did this happen? And why are you still sitting here not turning in your letter of resignation?
Last question, but please answer, and then I'll recognize Ms. Presley. Please answer the question.
That is what we are investigating to determine.
We're waiting for your letter. We're waiting
There's
for
no
your letter of
investigation.
resignation.
There's only a cover-up.
You really need to consider doing that before you leave today.
Chair, now recognize Ms. Presley.
There was a conspiracy to kill Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen. There was a conspiracy to kill Donald Trump. How deep it goes is the question. How Kim Cheadle, the director of Secret Service, who is now the fall girl and the cover-up artist, with the FBI working behind the scenes to erase all the evidence, how is it that she stands up there 9 days later and says, well, we're investigating to find those answers? These are basic questions that you should have had answers to within 48 hours. Basic questions you should have known the answer to within 48 hours. And she stands there 9 days later saying, we don't know, we're investigating. That's a joke. It's a cover-up. There was a conspiracy to kill Donald Trump. Now the conspiracy is to cover up the conspiracy. And everybody can see it. So my guess is either Cheadle is remaining as the head of the Secret Service as the fall girl to allow the cover-up, or she'll resign after this hearing as that was her duty to do this hearing, cover it all up, and then resign in disgrace. But really now it needs to be Chris Wray and the FBI that are called for a hearing to have questions asked and answered. And I tell you what, the smartest move at this point, if you're the House Oversight Committee, what they need to do immediately is they need to call another emergency hearing, and they need to get the local police that were on duty in Butler County and they need to get the Secret Service agents that were on duty under oath. That's what they need to do next. Now, I suppose there could be some wiggle room to say it needs to be a closed-doors hearing, but it shouldn't be a closed-doors hearing. Either way, it needs to happen. There needs to be a hearing, and it needs to be for the public to see. Though they would argue it needs to be closed doors. But there needs to be a hearing for the public to see. We need a hearing under oath of the local police officers that were on duty that day, and we need a hearing under oath with the Secret Service agents that were on duty that day. And this needs to be called for now by the House Oversight Committee. This isn't about grilling Kim Cheadle. This isn't about getting your viral clip and then your Fox News hit. This is about getting down to the bottom of this. And we've already exposed Kim Cheadle as a liar and a phony and a fraud who's covering up the conspiracy to kill Donald Trump. Now we go to the next level. Now get the Secret Service agents. Now get the FBI. Now get the local police. Please do not drop the ball on this. Please do not let us down again. Please, I'm begging the House Oversight Committee. I am begging the Republican Party. Please do not let us down on this. I am begging you. Do not lose steam on this. Do not lose momentum on this. We're finally gaining ground against these bastards that tried to kill Donald Trump. Please don't drop the ball here. Now, this is incredible. Now the new narrative. Why the roof wasn't covered. Josh Hawley exposing it. And we're going to hear from Josh Hawley coming up in the next segment. First it was, it was a sloped roof. Bullshit. Then it was, we had people in the second story. Okay, well, I don't know. I guess that just was not true. Then it was, people, they went to have lunch. Well, now that's not true. Now they're saying the reason why the post was abandoned is because it was too hot. I will read for you Josh Hawley's official statement on the other side. Too hot, folks. Are you hearing this? Sounds like the perfect excuse to open up the roof for the shooter.
You know, when you look at the world where there's inflationary pressures and political chaos and geopolitical conflict and unsustainable debt and wars and rumors of wars and all this stuff.
We had a talk this week and you said, I'll do it because at the end of the day, we've got to warn people, but I get it. I'm the same. I'm a man. And a man doesn't talk about other people and how bad they are. He shows how good he is. But sometimes a man has got to also point out, like they create nautical charts of there's a reef here, there's a sunken ship here. We've got to create charts for people so they know where the hazards are.
You want to protect people, and that's what.
Well, yeah, we don't go looking to whistleblow. We don't go looking. But when clear and present crime is being committed, we will become accomplices if we don't expose it.
You know, part of why we exist as a firm is to protect people from the imbalances that the government is causing because of inflation and higher interest rates. You know, we want to get people in the right place at the right time. Just because gold and silver are great investments right now doesn't mean that all gold and silver are good investments. There's rare coins and semi-rare coins that people overpay for. And I got to looking, and when you look at the CFTC, there's
no, but you called it on the show 2 months ago. You said they're about to bust these groups, but you're like, I don't be a troublemaker. Just wait for it, Alex. And then it's happened now. So
the CFTC and 30 states. So the regulators in 30 states are charging a Los Angeles precious metals dealer an ongoing $185 million fraud. What is the fraud? What are they doing? They're targeting the elderly with overpriced stuff, right? So over 300% over spot prices. Like, what in the world? Triple spot price? Are you joking? This is very common in the industry, that people will kind of fall for a song and dance fancy story. Ooh, let's get this rare coin. Let's get this historical coin because it's non-confiscatable and it's dealer non-reportable and you don't have to report it on taxes, wink, wink, right? And this is where these are all lies. Ultimately, if the government wanted to confiscate something, they will confiscate it. It doesn't matter what it is, right? Now, number two, you always have to report your taxes. Always. If you don't, you're going to be jailbait. You'll go into some kind of IRS tax court, right? So gold and silver are an investment like any other investment in the sense of there's no escaping some of those things. But what's great about it is that they are private, right? That they are in the right place at the right time because of where we are globally and the imbalances in the markets with rising interest rates, rising inflation. Gold and silver just do really, really well right now.
People need to get into this because this is what the elites are doing. It's so simple. KEPM.com/gold. Per Kelly at preciousmetals.com/gold. Go to that link. It gives the show support. Get the best deals. Call 720-605-3900. Tell them Alex Jones sent you. And to me, I only promote something that is an absolute no-brainer. You know you're getting wholesale price of silver and gold from a reputable, top-rated company that funds the info war and isn't a wimp. You need to get gold and silver, but you need to get it from a good source. Go to KEPM.com/gold.
¡Viene una tormenta!
What did he just say?
He said there's a storm coming in.
I know.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, things are just moving at light speed. This is insane. Not only do I have an update from Josh Hawley on the roof situation, I got some other geopolitical news. I'll get into it later, but I got to report this right now. Benjamin Netanyahu has just landed in the United States for a meeting with the White House. And neither the president or the vice president is at the White House. And neither the president or the vice president were there to greet him. Now, look, I'm no fan of Netanyahu. I'm not going to get into the geopolitical issues of Israel and all of that. I'm just telling you, Netanyahu arrives in the United States and the vice president and the president are MIA and don't even get greeted. Who was that greeted them? I have no idea. I've never seen either. Has anybody ever seen either one of those guys? Never seen either one of them. You think Netanyahu knows who that is? It's not like this is a surprise visit. How long is it going to be till Netanyahu makes a request to go have a meeting with President Trump since Biden and Harris are MIA? I'm telling you, this is a big deal. Now, from Josh Hawley. Oh, yeah, there it is. He's already requested the meeting with Trump. Well, yeah, I mean, who's the real president? From Josh Hawley. Whistleblowers tell me law enforcement personnel were in fact stationed to the roof the day of the Trump rally, but abandoned it, citing the heat. They also say law enforcement were supposed to be patrolling the building, but opted to stay inside instead. Okay. Now, this might be actually the truth. It took 3 lies for us to get to the truth. But I think this is probably actually the truth. Now, this actually only makes it worse, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if Secret Service or elements of law enforcement were involved in a conspiracy to have Donald Trump killed, this would be their perfect excuse. Obviously, they were supposed to have security around that building. Obviously, they were supposed to have security around the building. Oh, it's hot, so we'll just go inside. Ha ha ha, wink, wink, nod, nod. When Crooks shows up, you're going to go inside. Oh, the Secret Service on the roof. It's too hot up here. Oh, no problem. It's too hot. Just go ahead and abandon the post. Why didn't the other Secret Service agents that were on the roof in the heat abandon their post? Why did these guys abandon their post? Why did they abandon their post? Did the shooter know they were going to abandon their post? Was he led right into that? Folks, this I think is probably the actual truth. Now, it's obviously, I mean, do you really think they would abandon their post because of the heat? or were they abandoning their post because there was a conspiracy to kill Donald Trump? Which do you think is more likely? Now, again, I'm still of the belief that crooks shot Donald Trump. And I would even say that, I mean, there is some mystery about a potential second shooter, but I would still say it was crooks that shot Trump, and it's still a mystery as to whether or not there was another shooter. I don't believe anything about a water tower. Again, I'm open-minded. I have no problem with people reporting on that, looking into that. I don't think anything came from the water tower. I have not seen anything that would convince me anything came from the water tower. I don't think there would have been a second shooter behind Crooks or in the building. I think Crooks shot Trump, and I think most of the trajectory of the bullets would show that. I think the three guns that we hear were the shooter on the roof, the Secret Service sniper, and the local law enforcement sniper. But, ladies and gentlemen, they abandoned their post, and then that's where the shooter climbs onto the roof to shoot Donald Trump? Are you kidding me? And Howley hears this after the hearing concludes. Howley goes on in his official statement. If the whistleblower's allegations are accurate, when did the individual abandon the post? Which law enforcement units were assigned to the roof? Please provide all security plans indicating which units were assigned to the roof and the building. Did any law enforcement personnel fail to report to their assigned stations that day? Howley requests an answer from Kim Cheadle and Secretary Mayorkas. This is the big one, folks. This is the big one. I would say if we're looking for any evidence of a conspiracy beyond the shooter, this is it. This is your most hardcore smoking gun evidence. And I get it. There's plenty more out there. Maybe this data records of the people that were visiting crooks or going to D.C. or FBI offices. I mean, maybe there's something there. Who knows? There's all kinds of other stuff where it's kind of like maybe. This is the big one right here. And it's from a Secret Service whistleblower to Senator Josh Hawley. This is the big one. This is the big smoking gun. How does Secret Service abandon the post, ladies and gentlemen? Because of the heat? Look, don't get me wrong. 95 degrees on a roof for hours, it's hot. It's not hot enough to abandon your post. It's not life-threatening heat. And none of the other Secret Service snipers abandoned their post. People stood in line for hours to listen to Donald Trump. Old people. They didn't abandon their post. Why did Secret Service? This is the smoking gun. This is it. So now you got to wonder, did Crooks know that he might be getting help from the inside? Was Crooks meeting with any members of the federal government or anybody that was a liaison between the federal government and Crooks? The alleged shooter on the roof? Did he know to go on that roof? Did they lead him to that roof? Did they intentionally stand down that roof? These are the questions now, and this is the smoking gun. This is incredible. I bet you this is the truth. They abandoned the post because of the heat. No. No way. Now this, folks, look. This is big. I'm telling you, this is the big one. Now, Josh Hawley went there the other day, and he got kicked out by the FBI because it was still a crime scene. But now they've opened it up, and he went back. And reporting from the scene is Josh Hawley, clip 15.
As you can see behind me, this is the roof the shooter was on. It is a very low roof, and it is very close to the fairground. I mean, it's right here. The president's stage was right over there, 150 yards or something away. And it's no wonder people could see him, because this roof is low, this building is really close in, and it's totally exposed. I mean, right where I'm standing, there were gobs of people. So it's no wonder that lots of folks saw him. The question is, why didn't law enforcement see him get on the roof? Why didn't they see him on the roof? Why didn't they go up and confront him before he started shooting, or before he got on the roof when he was all in this area? It's so close together, it's hard to understand.
We also have Eli Crane, who was a Navy SEAL sniper. He was on the scene. We had a couple of these videos. I'm not sure if I got the right one here, guys, but go ahead and roll clip 16 anyway. All right, so remember last week.
We're not close. Yeah.
Keep the B-roll rolling of this. I got so many videos. I'm trying to sort it all out. This is Eli Crane with video from the window. Remember last week we broke down the window narrative and we debunked it? And I said if they're in the window that they could have seen the shooter. There it is, proof right there. There is your shot from the window. There's no way a shooter climbs onto that building if you're stationed to that window and you don't see him. 0% chance. There's your proof. Now I'm looking to find the other report from Eli Crane. I think it might be clip 17, guys. No, it's not. Okay, well, we'll try to find that. We might as well go to this then. I guess, is 17 the one where the people are screaming out in horror as he's shooting? Here again, they're warning the cops. Now, there's another video of this. All right, so this is more the audio analysis of this is more important as we have more information. And there's another higher def video, and you see other people recording. So more video is going to come out, folks. I'm telling you, there's going to be more video that comes out. But I think we now know the series of shots, and now I think we've seen the stand down. And I'm going to find that Eli Crane video. Don't go anywhere.
All right, folks, BrainForce Ultra is back in stock. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Before I started working here at InfoWars, I didn't believe that supplements really worked. I thought these were just products that people consumed for peace of mind and that our body would flush them out. But one of the first products I ever took was BrainForce Plus, which is the capsule version of BrainForce Ultra. And this is actually more powerful than BrainForce Plus. But the first time I ever took BrainForce Plus, I noticed within 20 minutes that I had a change in my state of mind. And ever since then, I believed in our products and I believed in supplementation as an important part of health. So BrainForce Ultra is particularly special because it's a more potent and convenient form than BrainForce Plus. Now, it's not only going to help you with enhanced cognitive function, focus, but it also is going to help you with increased energy levels. We know that the formula includes yerba mate leaf and green tea leaves, both of which contain natural caffeine and polyphenols. These components provide a sustained energy boost without the crash. Ashwagandha root and ginkgo leaf are included for their adaptogenic and antioxidant properties. Not only will this product help enhance mental clarity and focus, enhance energy levels, but it will do so in a way that reduces stress so you don't feel the anxiety associated with too much caffeine, energy drinks, perhaps like an Adderall or a nicotine. These are all great reasons to buy BrainForce Ultra from InfoWarsStore.com. But perhaps the best reason to get this product, BrainForce Ultra from InfoWarsStore.com, is because by buying products from InfoWarsStore.com, you keep InfoWars on the air. Now, we know that freedom of speech is under attack. We know that there's a war on for your mind, that the globalists and transhumanists and the New World Order are trying to conglomerate all political power so they can subjugate humanity for the indefinite future. But we're not going to let that happen because we're going to do things like go to InfoWarsStore.com. We're going to get BrainForce Ultra. We're going to fight and win the war that is on for our minds, all while keeping InfoWars on the air. So please visit InfoWarsStore.com right now, get BrainForce Ultra, and be the reason we.
Bad as he is, trying to stay in power and bucking their orders. Now, even Fox News this morning said, we want proof of life. Where's Joe Biden? He hasn't been seen in 5 days since he was in Vegas. And now Charlie Kirk, who has amazing sources inside law enforcement, says law enforcement tells him he had a medical emergency. They asked them on the 17th to block the roads for Biden in Vegas, but he didn't go to the hospital they said he was going to go to, and they put him on a plane and flew him out to a military hospital on the East Coast. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Joe Biden, after an attempted assassination of Trump and all of this, has now not been seen. Then you get his brother coming out and saying he wants him to enjoy whatever time he has left. You have the signatures that were put out with no government letterhead, no U.S. seal, no presidential seal, that do not match at all. If you came in with a bank signature, they checked the signature card, they would decline the check. And you add to all of this the craziness of them trying to install Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton jockeying for positions of power. This is insane. I'm not saying President Biden is dead. I'm asking, is he dead? Is he in a coma? Again, I'm not saying he's dead. I'm asking, is he in a coma like Woodrow Wilson was for 6 months and his wife was really the president back in 1913, the guy that gave us the Federal Reserve, the IRS, and all the rest of it. This is the time of coups. This is the deep state desperate, the bureaucracy, to keep control of America. And Biden wasn't following their orders. He was the evil globalist, but he wasn't following their orders. And Trump is totally against him. You just had a failed assassination attempt against Trump. You had a secret service stand down, all the experts saying 2 shooters. This is such an insanely dangerous time. Let's look at some of these headlines. Look at this. Who wrote it? Internet buzzes after Biden's signature on dropout letter doesn't match his other executive orders. Looks nothing like it. Not even close compared to other signatures. And as I mentioned, you've got his brother saying, enjoy what time he has left. You've got proof of life, please. Fox host asks if Biden is even still alive. Is Biden still alive? Fox News host asked. Last seen the 17th. Last seen 5 days ago. It'll be 6 days at midnight. Now, maybe he pops up. Maybe they took him off the drugs that they had him hopped up on, so he'd sign this agreement. I don't know. But I'm telling you, we're not in Kansas anymore, and the globalists are making their move. So here's a few clips of me in the last month up to last week saying, I believed if they try to take out Trump, they'll take him out. And then if they can't get Trump, they'll take Biden out. So this leads right up from a month ago, right up until just, what?
These are not stupid men. These are not compromised men. And they really want to find out what the hell happened that almost led to the assassination of Donald Trump. That's real. Now, what it leads to, I don't know. But they actually went out there to the scene, dozens of them. They're actually talking to whistleblowers. They're actually having these hearings. I know we didn't get anything out of Cheadle, but this is all real. And all this is going to do as the Secret Service stonewalls and as the FBI stonewalls and we get more whistleblowers, it's going to lead them to believe that there was a deep state conspiracy to blow Donald Trump's head off. And how do you think that's going to make them feel? This is real. You're living in the realest times. No doubt about it. So this isn't going anywhere. And again, this is the smoking gun. Why did they stand down? And again, now you ask, well, where was the Secret Service? Why weren't they in the building? Why weren't they on the roof? They refused to give answers. They're going to keep digging. They refuse to give answers. They're going to send subpoenas. They're going to send contempts of courts. This is not going away, and we can't let it go away. And I understand. Let's all make fun of Kamala Harris. She's a joke. She's a clown, cackling hyena. We're going to do it here too. But this is the big one. I'm telling you, this is the big one. Now, we've just heard from Joe Biden for the first time. Apparently, Joe Biden calls into some political event on the phone, on the speakerphone, tells his voters he's dropping out. Listen to this.
I know yesterday's news was surprising and it was hard for you to hear, but it was the right thing to do. I know it's hard because you poured your heart and soul into me to help us win this thing, help me get this nomination, help me win the nomination, and then go on to win the presidency. But you know, you're an amazing team. But we've got a
This is the Biden headquarters, now the Kamala headquarters. He can't even do an appearance. What the hell is going on?
Please pray for InfoWars. Please pray for the crew. And I'm so thankful to the crew. They're doing such a great job. I'm so thankful to Owen and to Chase and to all the do it. He's already begun the process of leaving.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. Visit InfoWars.
I mean, holy crap, people. There's just so much. Alex has 356K viewers right now. Are you kidding me? Alex Jones on X, look at this, has 366K viewers. Holy crap. That is huge. I mean, we're doing really good. We have, how many does Loomer Fan Club have? Loomer Fan Club has 204. That's pretty good for Loomer Fan Club. Not bad. Thank you. 204 people on X. We got 7 on Rumble. We've got 2 on YouTube. And we also have Instagram, which I'm not watching because I just don't have enough devices to do them all at once. I suppose I could put it over here somewhere. Let's go over here, pull up an Instagram. Man, oh man, oh man. What a freaking day, right? What a day. We also have Instagram, which I'm not watching because I just don't suppose have devices to do them all at once. Turn that volume down. Somewhere. We have 6 people on Instagram, so that's awesome. Thank you, 6 people on Instagram. Man, oh man, oh man. What a freaking day, right?
Yeah, and I just said it's the realest times ever, and I do believe that. But it's like, is that even Joe Biden? Was that an AI Joe Biden? I mean, what the hell is going on?
I'm not watching.
This is just crazy. All right. Joining me now, holy smokes. I mean, you want to talk about a news day.
We have 6 people.
Joining me now is More is Sless on X. Now, he's a citizen journalist. He was one of the first people out on the scene getting drone footage and reporting from the scene, the sights and the sounds. He joins me now. And so Sless, I just want to let you talk about what you saw there from the scene. Did anything stick out with you? How do you respond to the latest news reports after what you've seen? Now the Republicans are out there filming. Just based off your citizen journalism from the scene of the crime, what is running through your head today?
Absolutely. Owen, first of all, thank you for having me on. It is an absolute honor to be talking to a living legend of the fight for freedom, really, man. I appreciate everything you guys do. You guys are the reason that I went out there. Also, Matt Baker wanted me to say hey to everybody out over in InfoWars, so I want to give him a shout out. He's the reason that my story has gotten out to the world. Overall, man, I think you were spot on when you said we need to get the communications from Secret Service, from the local law enforcement. We need the 911 dispatch. And the only reason I say that is because I did talk to people there on the ground, and that's what they're telling me, because they've talked to, let's say, they've talked to authorities, and that needs to come out. So the Holly thing is a smoking gun, but the communication, that's going to be where we find what really happened.
Well, and I've talked to a couple other local citizen journalists, and they don't want to go on air. They're just locals who are in communication with me. And they said they've reached out to some of the local other businesses there in the area, and they're stunned because none of them have been asked anything. None of them have been visited by law enforcement. None of them have been visited by investigators. And they're shocked that it's just a citizen journalist just asking them, calling them, asking them these questions. They're totally willing to talk. And so it's like, I mean, how do you even measure that? Or what are you hearing, boots on the ground there? It's like there's no interest in finding out what happened.
There's really not, man, unfortunately. I think we know why, but the people here, they know something's up. They know it's fishy. I mean, there was only 7 local police officers, and most of them are doing, parking and things like that, traffic. But they've talked to those police officers, and, we need the comms from this. But, I'm excited because InfoWars, an Info Warrior, was really the first on the roof in the area getting the information. Fox was there, NBC was there, and they were just sitting there. They weren't doing anything. but I've got video footage of how he possibly got on the roof. I was with Matt Baker doing a live, and we got on the roof. I mean, it's kind of wild when I sit back and think about what we actually did, because it's a big event. So it's cool, but it's also sad, man. It's sad that all of this had to happen.
Well, this is an important piece of information, and the story about how he gets on the roof continues to change. First, it was a ladder, then it wasn't a ladder, and that's not the 12-foot ladder that we saw in the pictures. That was the police officer's ladder. That's how they got onto the roof. Originally, it was supposedly a smaller ladder that he got at a Home Depot that he climbed up onto a different awning with. Now they're saying there was no ladder involved, and I guess he climbed up through an AC unit. How did you get on the roof? And how do you think he got on the roof?
I think he got on the roof the same way I did right here, man. This is the live that me and Matt did, Matt and I. And I mean, it's just there's little rungs that you can climb up. Yeah, you hop onto the AC unit there, and you just climb up. I did it with my camera in my hand, so one-handed, and it's pretty easy. I know that they keep saying that they had people scouting the area, making sure that, there wasn't any access points, but there's no way. I mean, you can't miss it.
Yeah, I mean, you just do it right there routinely on a live stream with a camera in your hand. And so, I mean, it didn't seem too difficult to locate and then climb onto the roof. But I'm curious. So if you're, because we now have so much footage of the rooftop shooter kind of wandering the grounds. I mean, so if you're kind of walking around that area and you decide you want to get on that roof, how easy do you think it was to say, oh, okay, I'll just climb up right here?
I mean, as easy as it could be, like 0% challenge,
So it's not like it was a hidden AC. I mean, you just had to walk to the other side of the building and it's just right there. You climb it.
Yeah. So you walk behind the first building there. That's only one story. And there's the AC unit. You can see the rungs where, the hoses are attached to the wall. I mean, it's a no-brainer. If you want to get on the roof, it's right there.
So work with me here, because I want to try to get an overhead shot so that you can explain this and maybe we can get a better idea of what happened here. So the AC unit, was it right by the parking lot then?
No, so you have a parking lot. Let's see. Okay, so
here's the parking lot.
Right. Yep. And then right where the building actually is, the shooter got on, it's in the back of that building, in between both, the second story building where, you just showed the guys in the room showing the roof. It's right in between that.
So he has to walk through this alley right here?
Yeah. Yep.
So you walk through this alley and then you climb onto the AC and then you get on the roof.
Yep, right where the arrow is, and there it is right there. That's the AC that you climb on, and then you just grab those pipes there, and you're on.
Okay, so
I think.
This is incredible footage. Again, Sles is more with us. And by the way, if you're seeing that watermark, he's also a professional wrestler, okay? So just keep that in mind. We can plug that about him later, so that's pretty cool. Professional wrestler out there doing a better job than the media. How about that? How do you like that? Beating even the media and the members of the Republican Party to the scene. Okay, so you're there. You shoot this footage. Now, okay, work with me. I don't know how much of the other footage you've seen of the shooter walking around, but I mean, he's walking around. He's casing this area for about an hour. I mean, how obvious or how suspicious would it look when he goes back, grabs his backpack, and starts scaling this building, or even just walks into the alley? I mean, multiple people saw him do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly suspicious. I mean, people have video footage of him and everybody yelling, "Hey, there's a dude on the roof. He's got a gun." I mean, it's a no-brainer. You can see in some of the other aerial video of the event that there was police officers right there, right by the fence, literally 10 feet away, 12 feet away. To me, from everything that I've looked into and the people that I've talked to, it is 100% clear that they let him do this.
Well, and here's another interesting aspect of it with the video that you shot. If that's his access point to the roof, which I would say, I mean, 99.9%, that's it, unless they're lying about the ladder. But I would say it's 99.9% that that's the case. So that means that he climbs that, I guess, with his bag and the gun in it. Clearly suspicious. Multiple eyes were on him at that point. I mean, he should have been followed right to that location. I mean, how he's not even followed to that location is incredible. Then there's the stand down on the roof. But let's also consider, from the point he gets on the roof, he has to walk, what, 20, 30 feet to the point where he ends up getting in the sniper position? I mean, how far was that? How far is that walk?
Yeah, probably about 20, 30 feet. You know, there is a tree there, so I can understand if, you know, one set of the snipers didn't see him. But here's the thing, dude. I am a roofer by trade as well as a professional wrestler. And even if I was, you know, just going to do a repair or something silly like that, I'm not going to lay prone. And again, you have all these people saying, hey, this dude's got a gun. And there's going to be a ladder. If I'm doing the work, I'm going to bring a ladder. I'm not just going to, you know, crawl up on this AC unit and go that route. So, I mean, when you see the hearing and she's like, oh, well, he was suspicious, but he wasn't a threat. It's all lies, man. And the sad thing is that we're not going to get any information. You know, the FBI did clean up everything. You know, I looked around, I tried to find some evidence, and there's not really anything.
What about bullet? Did you see any bullet holes in the roof?
So I did look for some, but at the same time, it's still a restricted area. And they do have people there. So I was kind of rushing around. Plus we were on the live. So I was more, you know, paying attention to the fact, hey, we just got on the roof. We were the first people after the shooting to get on the roof. I do want to make that clear. Info Warrior was the first person on the roof. But, as far as that goes, I didn't see anything. It does have a coating on it, you know, and it was pretty dirty. Now that I know exactly kind of where he was sitting and stuff, you know, I'd love to get back up there, but the adrenaline was pumping. I didn't really check too much for bullet holes or anything like that. And there's a possibility they could have put new coating in that area. So again, I didn't see anything, but I'm not saying it wasn't there.
Well, you know, that's interesting. A background, a roofer by trade. You probably would have noticed even, I think, if there was a hole just because your eyes are trained like that, or if there was new coating even. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how obvious that would be to spot, but to your eye, I wouldn't be surprised if you would notice that. I mean, I guess it would make sense if the first bullet hit him, then it probably didn't penetrate the roof. If it went through his skull, which is what we're told. And then I guess if the second team of snipers, which was the local law enforcement, missed, I guess they missed over his head, and then maybe it went back into the woods. If you didn't see any marks there. But they got out there and hosed that thing down quickly. So okay, so let's break this down then. Because, again,
And real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, the other thing that was very suspicious is that, you know, when Corey got shot, that turned into an active crime scene, and they removed his body immediately, almost faster than they removed President Trump. So that in and of itself is very suspicious as well. And not too many people are talking about that.
Well, you know, that is an interesting point about, I mean, I would say, look, for the sake of everything, in hindsight, the fact that Trump stood up and raised his fist and said fight and didn't take another bullet, okay, like, that's great. We had a victory in that moment, you could say. He survived, and we got that powerful political moment. He should have never been allowed to do that. He should have never been allowed to pop up his head. The way that they got him off those steps left him vulnerable to another multiple rounds of shots. I mean, he had basically a dwarf protecting the front of his body. So I hope for the future, if anything like this happens again, Trump does not try to poke his head up, does not try to expose himself, and then they have Secret Service that can actually protect him. That's a good point that we can revisit. But I want to get back to the roof. So, because it just, all of it, when you put it into a formula, it just proves that there had to be a stand down to let the shooter do this. It's just impossible otherwise. So he climbs onto the roof. He's got a bag. He's scaling the roof. He's already known to Secret Service at this point as a suspicious potential threat. So now he's scaling the building with a bag. They already know he has a rangefinder. So he's scaling the building with a bag. So, okay, so now he gets in the building. There's two options here. And I know that you're, you know, I'm just asking for your estimate because you were up there. He either gets onto the roof and walks over to the place where he ends up posting up to shoot Trump. Okay, maybe that walk takes 30 seconds or so. It looks like a pretty easy thing. It's not that sloped. It's pretty easy to walk that. Maybe it takes 30 seconds or so, maybe a minute. Point is, if he's walking over there, multiple people are watching this guy walk over there. I mean, he's right there for anybody to see. He's walking on a roof with a bag. He should have already been being traced by the security agents anyway. Or I guess he's crawling over there, which would probably have taken at least a minute, maybe 2 minutes. So still, either way, there was so much time to neutralize this guy before he takes the gun and I guess assembles it right there on the roof. I mean, we're talking at least 10 minutes, maybe even 20 at this point. What do you think?
Absolutely, man. And the video footage proves it. I mean, people were on the ground and they could see him. So, I mean, there's no excuse for any of this.
So do you think, though, I mean, you've been on a roof. How long would it take you to either walk over there or if you wanted to crawl, let's say, to not be seen?
A minute and a half. It's not steep. It's not slippery. It's not hard at all. It would be quick.
I mean, folks, this is unbelievable that, and it's actually even worse, I would say. If he came around from the parking lot angle or got on the building from somewhere farther away from the venue, I mean, I guess I could leave room for doubt that maybe they didn't see him. He walked right in front of 10,000 people and multiple police officers and scaled a building with a bag and assembled a rifle. I mean, this process took minimum 10 minutes, probably 20, and you're telling me that they couldn't find anybody to take him out? I mean, it's just unbelievable. What else sticks out to you from the scene?
Well, I mean, the fact that nobody trampled each other is amazing because there were so many people, at least 20 or 30,000. So the fact that people didn't go crazy, from everybody that I talked to, most people were kind of shocked or just worried about President Trump, which really kind of shows the caliber of people that were at the event because they didn't lose their mind. So that stuck out a lot. I mean, a lot of people didn't want to talk too much or they didn't want to be on camera, but I mean, the evidence is there. This is for the deep state. They have a lot of power, but they did not cover their tracks well at all with this. And as long as we can get the comms, as long as we can get the actual information that we need about why, the officers were removed from the building, why nobody was stationed either at the water tower or on these roofs. I mean, we'll get to the bottom of it, but if we don't get that information, then we're just sitting here wondering. We can say all day long that it was a failure or that it was planned, but we need that information.
Well, and I'm looking more at the scene here. So there's a small parking lot that is the access parking lot for these buildings in front of it where he accessed, and then there's the larger parking lot behind him. I'm just curious because I'm trying to get a better idea of the picture here and another level of the security failure. Where did most people park for this event? I mean, it certainly wasn't in this tiny lot.
Yeah, no. So most people, they actually were parking in the areas, the businesses around this fairgrounds, kind of place. So I know that there was a little bit of a walk, but literally you just walk across the street and you have access to the buildings. The fairground does have a fence around it, so, and he from what I understand, he didn't go inside the fence. Maybe he did, but he wasn't there, obviously, for the shooting. It's quick, man. It is super quick to get there. There's no fencing around that building or anything like that.
Well, I only asked because, I mean, and this is just from my experience with security, and mine is obviously a lot less than Secret Service. But I'm just saying, if this is the nearest parking lot, the odds that they didn't have a body in that parking lot, I don't understand that either. I don't understand how they couldn't have a body, local or Secret Service, monitoring the closest parking lot to the venue. Because you look at this, it's right there. I mean, do we know where he parked his car?
So I don't know where he parked his car, but like I said before, there was a police unit right there. There's a picnic table to the, I guess it'd be to the left. Yeah, right where the tree line is, there was a picnic table, and yeah, I can't really see, but It might be.
So here's the parking lot. So here's the parking lot right here.
It's more toward your right. To your right, you see where the arrow is that's kind of going off the screen? More to your right. Keep going. Keep going.
Over here?
Right there. Yeah, there was a police unit sitting right there in those trees.
Wow. And they still couldn't do. And I guess that's eventually the police that poked their head over here and eventually saw the shooter then.
That's a possibility. And, that's another wild thing. I mean, obviously, they're going to radio in, hey, there's a dude on the roof. He pointed his gun at me. That's going to be on the comms. But the fact that they're shouldering each other, like one on top of the other, trying to look over this thing, is kind of silly. That doesn't really make sense to me.
No, it doesn't make sense to any critical thinker. Now, I mean, maybe it happened and they were just that desperate. But still, it's like if you know somebody's on the roof, pulling a Three Stooges act and trying to get, some view by hoisting each other up, it just doesn't make sense. You're talking about the president. But I'm just saying, from what I know, and even from bigger events, like I'm talking big political events, police always have the parking lots monitored. They always have units in the parking lot, at least one car, one body. It's just standard. I'm just stunned. And this guy's walking around. It's like he's not even trying to hide.
Well, yeah, and, you've had plenty of experts on. Alex has had plenty of experts on. I mean, the roofs closest to the event should have been covered. There's just no way around that.
Well, I don't know if you heard the latest, and I think this is the biggest smoking gun yet. They've changed their story now. The reason they abandoned their post was because of the heat. I actually believe that. I actually believe that was their excuse to abandon. Quickly, though, you got that footage of the water tower. Do you think the water tower was involved in this at all? Is it even possible to stand on top of that water tower?
It's possible. There is a ladder that goes all the way up to the top of it. It would be a hard shot. I've watched the footage of the shadow. I was there for 2 days. I droned it. Never saw a shadow moving like that from the water tower. So I think it's an interesting thing. But really, at the end of the day, the evidence that we have is that this was allowed to happen.
Is there a flat? I can't tell by this video. Is there an actual flat place to walk on top of it, or is it rounded at the top?
So at the top, there's a little bit of a curve, but I mean, you could walk up there. I mean, people do it all the time. That's what the other ladder at the very top is designed for. So it's possible. It'd be a hard shot. But I mean, you got good height there. I mean, it's 80 to 100 foot tall, so it's a possibility, but you would have to be very sure-footed and okay with that kind of a height.
And I mean, I don't know how somebody gets down from the water tower. I mean, that would take a long time. Everybody would see you climbing down.
Right.
I mean, unless you
Right. Well, and you'd have to have a way to access the bottom, because I mean, so you've got a permanent ladder, but it's probably 10 to 12 feet where there's no ladder. You'd have to have
you'd have to bring it down with the. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I just asked because you saw it. I'm not big on the water tower theory, but I wanted to ask.
Right.
All right, Sless is More on Instagram. On X, More is Sless. A great American, a great professional wrestler, a great info warrior, a great citizen journalist. Sless, thank you for your work and your time. Let us know if there's anything else.
Thank you.
It's been sold out for a while. It is pure deep earth crystal iodine. It's so hard to make. You've got to have DEA approved labs that do it. And it takes months and months to break it down in this special patented process. Nobody else has true nascent iodine. They put it on the label, but it's still bound to other elements, and it's not fully absorbable by the cells. It's the missing link. Even the UN estimates 2+ billion people have cognitive disabilities because of iodine deficiency up until the available 25% off InfoWarsStore.com. 5-star review or call toll free 888-253-3139.
You know, working at InfoWars, you hear a lot of negative things about your place of work. One of the things they like to say about our supplements is we're snake oil salesmen. Well, folks, it ain't snake oil. It's fish oil, and it's incredibly good for you. Ultimate Fish Oil is now on sale, back in stock at InfoWarsStore.com. If you only take one supplement, it's likely that's fish oil. It's probably the most popular supplement on earth at this point for very good reason. People realize how good it is for them, and this is the best stuff on the market. Studies suggest that fish oils and fish oil supplements can slightly lower blood pressure, decrease the growth rate of plaque, and prevent cognitive decline. So whether you're a first-time fish oil shopper or whether you're somebody who has taken fish oil for a while and is looking for the best quality available, go to InfoWarsStore.com today and get Ultimate Fish Oil at InfoWarsStore.com. It's going to sell out fast because that's what happens when you have fantastic products. Help us fight the global agenda and also improve your health with fish oil. InfoWarsStore.com.
Top scientists and researchers agree. We are being hit by toxic weapons in the food and water supply that are making us fat, sick, and stupid. It's time to fight back with Brain Force Plus from InfoWars, the next generation of advanced neural activation and nootropics. This new enhanced formula contains 20% more capsules per bottle and has been enhanced for maximum potency, containing a brand new ingredient called black pepper fruit extract for an added kick. The InfoWars crew and a team of scientists tested hundreds of different options before choosing the undisputed winning formula that is Brain Force Plus. Now is the time to secure your bottle and flip the switch for yourself. Supercharge your state of mind with Brain Force Plus and see why the InfoWars is powered by this key formula.
When we came out with Nitric Boost 3 years ago, it was a sleeper product. I didn't even promote it. But as listeners began to use it, it has become one of our top-selling products because of the incredible results they get. If you want to give your cardiovascular system a leg up, if you want to go in and help clean out and purify your blood, ladies and gentlemen, Nitric Boost is the way to go. You've heard Dr. Judy Mikovits talk about how it's an amazing formula. This is what she's recommended to people. Ladies and gentlemen, it does so many great things. But you notice what happens in the morning. If you're a man, I feel like I'm 16 years old again.
When I was 16, I'd already had probably, I hate to brag, so I'm not bragging, it's actually shameful, probably 150 women or more. That's conservative.
Nitric Boost is simply amazing. It's great for women as well. Get yours today at InfoWarsStore.com for 40% off. But that is a limited time sale. But right now, it's 40% off at InfoWarsStore.com. And I thank you all for your support.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
It's time to take a stand. This is the War Room with Owen Schroyer. Share this message right now at band.video.
All right, that was a great last guest we had. If we get more information from him, we'll let you know. First on the scene, he's crazy. He's a professional wrestler, he's a roofer, he's an info warrior, and he's beating the mainstream media, beating the Republicans to the scene. Holy smokes. By the way, I didn't get into this with him, but there was another angle of an interesting situation, and we covered this last week, but now we have a better shot of it. Remember, we talked about there were buildings on the other side that nobody's really talking about. Well, look, I'm no security expert, but if I'm analyzing what's needed for security, then I'm going to look at this scene and I'm going to say, okay, well, you obviously need somebody here at this high ground to the right of the stage, and then you obviously need somebody over here at this high ground to the left of the stage. And so here's the high ground on the other side, and there's some other buildings here too. And I believe, again, the reports are shady where it can't get answered. There may have been Secret Service or local law enforcement snipers somewhere on the other side here, and maybe those are the shots that missed. But again, point being, there is no reason at all how this guy was able to pull it off unless there was a stand down. I'm sorry. It's just impossible. Okay. Oh, man, what a news day it's been, and I'm barely scratching the surface, ladies and gentlemen. Barely scratching the surface. I'm not going to drop the ball on this. And you know what? We got a problem going on in the White House, but we've had a problem in the White House. They've couped Joe Biden. The Democrats have successfully initiated a coup against Joe Biden. Now it's cackling Kamala, at least for the next week, and then we'll see what happens after that. But honestly, I would say that I don't even know if it's safe to bet on anyone as the Democrat nominee till after their convention in August. That's how insane this party is right now. Now, if they look at Kamala and they say, okay, this is successful, or they look at some of the laws in these states and they say we have to put her on the ballot now or she can't be on the ballot, then that's that. But they couped Joe Biden. They ran a coup against Joe Biden. They issued a fake resignation. That's what it is, folks. A fake resignation. Now maybe Joe knew about it, maybe he didn't, but it was a fake. He didn't write it. He didn't sign it. And he was a disappearing act while it was all going down. So they successfully ran a coup against Joe Biden. So this deal is crazy. And to put it all into perspective, Donald Trump was supposed to be dead and out of the presidential race, and then they were supposed to run a coup against Joe Biden to get him out of the presidential race. So what were the deep state's plans, ladies and gentlemen, when they had Biden and Trump out of the race with 106 days left? What were their plans? Well, they failed. And now they got Kamala. Yikes. Now, again, I'm saying pretend like you're 20 points behind. I don't care if Kamala poll is at 0%. We need to pretend like we're 20 points behind and not bet on anything. And we got to be too big to rig. And that's really what it is. And I understand why people don't trust anything. But, I mean, folks, they wouldn't be trying to shoot Donald Trump in the head or letting somebody shoot Donald Trump in the head or running all these bait and switches with the Democrat nominee if they knew they had it in the bag. There can be a too big to rig situation. All right. I still got so much to cover. We'll try to do it as much as we can with the final 15 minutes of the broadcast here today. Remember to shop at InfoWarsStore.com. When I've got a loaded day like today, there's two things I go to for maximum energy and maximum focus, and that's Turbo Force Plus from drjonesnaturals.com. Turbo Force Plus, 10 hours of clean energy in one scoop of Turbo Force Plus. And then Brain Force Plus or Brain Force Ultra. Both are great at InfoWarsStore.com, and those are both 40% off, part of the Save InfoWars special. So Brain Force Ultra, the liquid tincture version, or Brain Force Plus, the capsuled version. Both are great. Depends on what you like. I like them both. Doesn't matter to me. Just whatever I have, I go with. But that's how I get maximum energy and maximum focus for a 3-hour news broadcast, and especially on days like today when it's absolutely crazy. So try it out for yourself. Brain Force Plus, Brain Force Ultra, 40% off, InfoWarsStore.com, and then Turbo Force Plus, clean energy, 10 hours without a crash at drjonesnaturals.com. All right, let me just, there's just so much here. I can't even believe it. We've got these other videos where he's walking around. I mean, an incredible interview from Senator Ron Johnson. And look, there's all these conflicting messages because there is no consistent messages from the investigation. It's all being covered up. So Ron Johnson talking about a second shooter, talking about a water tower, talking about a cover-up, and he's talking about 3 shooters. Well, we know why there's 3 shooters now. There was 3 guns, the shooter's gun, and then Secret Service sniper and local law enforcement sniper. So that's why you have 3 guns. Who was in charge of oversight of the Secret Service? Listen to this in clip 8.
I would be remiss if I did not also extend my condolences on the passing of your colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee was always engaged in the oversight of the Secret Service, and her passing is a great loss to this body.
Sheila Jackson Lee was in charge of oversight for the Secret Service. She died over the weekend. I pray that members of Secret Service are safe throughout this process. I pray for the protection of Secret Service members and local law enforcement that might know something. All right. Now, let's just look at some of this recent development here, and then maybe I'll get back into the assassination stuff with some of the fresh video. But let's look. This was the Democrat Party just a few weeks ago. Just a few weeks ago. Remember that? Remember that in clip 20?
What's Joe Biden going to do? Is he going to stay in the race? Is he going to drop out? Here's my answer. I am running, and we're going to win. I'm not going to change that.
That was last week, folks. That was last week. That was last week. Now, I've got all these other videos of all the Democrats saying he's not dropping out, he's running. The Biden team saying he's not dropping out, he's running. The Democrat propaganda agents on social media putting up all their videos saying he's running. I mean, I could play all of these things for you. Remember, we have a O'Keefe Media Group video where a White House insider says they don't want Kamala or Biden. They want to remove them both. And then AOC said the same thing just a week ago in clip 19.
And I'm going to say what a lot of these folks aren't saying. I'm just going to say it. If you think that there is consensus among the people who want Joe Biden to leave, that they will support Kamala, Vice President Harris, you would be mistaken.
Oh.
And I'm going to say that because if they're going to come out and say all their little things on background off the record, but they're not going to be fully honest, I'm going to be honest for them. I'm in these rooms. I see what they say in conversations. A lot of them are not just interested in removing the president. They are interested in removing the whole ticket.
That's funny. Because today, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez endorsed Kamala Harris. They're all liars, folks. And it's so obvious. I mean, who votes for a Democrat at this point? A mentally ill person.
All right, I'm going to talk about something that's really central to everybody out there watching and listening. And when I say this, I'm not lecturing you. I'm lecturing myself because it's a psychological phenomenon of how tyranny works. We've all heard of the frog in the pot, and it's a true story because in Louisiana and Mississippi, they eat a lot of bullfrogs, folks. I've had them. They're pretty tasty. They're fresh. They're boiled with a little bit of Cajun seasoning. If you throw a bullfrog into boiling water, he'll jump out. If you put him in cold water and slowly turn the heat up, he'll just sit there, and as it gets warm, it gets hot, he passes out, he dies. So we all know we're in tyranny, those of us that are awake. Some people don't, but a large portion of America, I'd say a majority now, overwhelmingly knows we got a corrupt, occupied government that's absolutely at war with us. But that's not enough to just know it. And then you can't just get used to whatever the new insane excess is as the tyrants double down and then say, oh, sure, we know about it, and then just accept it. You've got to speak out against it. You've got to get upset about it. You've got to pray about it. You've got to vote against it. You've got to support lawsuits against it. And you've got to back the people in the media and in the government and in the corporations and in the churches and in education that are fighting the tyrants, and in medicine. We're not in normal times. And it's not normal to be under this level of oppression and surveillance and bullying and tyranny. And our enemies, a bunch of criminals, have arrogantly hijacked this country. And they mistake America's history and its power for their own. And that's why whistleblowers in the federal government, whistleblowers in big tech, and whistleblowers in private industry and law enforcement and everywhere are so critical. We got to kill their ideas. We've got to expose them. We've got to remove our support from them. We've got to get control of our governments. And then we're not going to imprison and execute these people once they've had due process because we hate them. We're going to do it because we love the good people of this planet, and we're not going to take it anymore. But when you see unbridled, psychotic evil by the technocrats and the big corporations unleashed on people, folks, if you're not pissed off, something's wrong with you.
The most dangerous terrorist threat to our homeland is white supremacy.
The most lethal terrorist threat in the homeland, white supremacists.
The most lethal terrorist threat to the homeland today, white supremacy is terrorism.
We have seen a rise in white supremacy.
The number one threat to this country, domestic terrorism-wise, is white supremacy.
But at the end of the day, folks, the best sports players anybody have emotion. And the best artists have emotion. And I'm just telling you, I'm really sick of these people. I've got 4 children, and I care about humanity, and I like good, decent, wholesome fun. And man, the people we got running things aren't just evil pedophile jerks. They really want us eating poison bugs. They want to take away everything decent, a nice juicy steak. They want to take away a nice piece of fish. They want to. They told people during the fake pandemic, don't look at the sun, don't look at the sunset, don't talk to your neighbors, all over the place. Screw these people. I'm sick of them dictating everything. I'm tired of their cult, and I'm not in their cult, and I want to stop them.
Viene una tormenta!
What did he just say?
He said there's a storm coming in.
I know.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
Get tips. I don't give mine a big tip because I don't think they do a very good job. You know, I have to just interject. If you would turn off those cameras, because I don't want to see the screen up there of me. That's very severe, that comb over. That's a severe sucker. What's with that one? It looks okay from the other side. But that is very severe. I apologize. Man, I looked up there. I said, whoa. Look at that. Wow. That's like a work of art. Only look at that one. Don't look. That one looks.
That was Trump at his rally, first rally since the assassination attempt in Grand Rapids. By the way, massive turnout, just a huge line, probably at least 20,000 people. The line was out the door again. You can see that in clip 1 if you guys want to B-roll that. This was in the morning. This was about 6 hours before he even went onto the stage. And, of course, the leftists are lying about it again. They just can't help themselves. That's all they do. And so they have these accounts saying, oh, look, the bleachers were empty at the Trump rally. And I noticed there's like 20 of these bot accounts. And Musk needs to do something about these. And they all get millions of views. But they're bot accounts, and they all share the same thing. And it's this image that was probably taken like 5 hours before Trump took the stage. And the upper deck is empty. And they say, oh, look, Trump can't even fill the arena. He's pathetic. Well, okay. As you can see here, the upper deck is filled before Trump actually goes on to the stage. Or you can go look at the live video. I mean, it's ridiculous. But compare that to what Biden got in Michigan. Well, I guess that's not even worthy anymore since Biden dropped out. Oh, he's so popular. Oh, but he dropped out. Look at Biden packing the stands, and he dropped out. Biden's the greatest president ever. He dropped out. Biden's so fit. He's the great. He dropped out. But, you know, this is the problem that we have. This is the problem that we have. Well, here, I mean, look at this. Again, this is just last week. It's Biden. It's Biden. Just last week, they believe their own bullcrap. They love to be lied to, and they love to lie to you. Clip 28.
So earlier today, we both saw President Biden speak at the White House, and we are more confident than ever that he is the guy for 2024.
According to my sources, President Biden has agreed to step down as the Democratic nominee.
Do you think that this guy is a Democrat or a Republican?
He looks like a faggot.
And he's gone. Oh.
I shot a gun for the first time today, and I've always been told by Republicans that after the first time, I'll be in favor of guns and I'll want more guns. But for me, it was the exact opposite.
Harry Sisson is an absolute retarded faggot.
That wasn't a gun, Harry. All right, so that's enough. So that's the Democrat propaganda team. It's Biden. Oh, he's the best ever. I'm so confident. I can't wait to vote for Biden. Remember, they put up all these posts, these threads. I'm voting for Biden. Look at me. I'm voting for Biden. How are you going to vote for Biden? He's not on the ticket, jackass. Man. But liberals love to lie, and they love to be lied to. I'm not sure which one they prefer. I'm not sure if liberals enjoy lying to you more or being lied to more. But there's all these new polls going around, and these are from neutral political accounts. And, folks, Harris is now getting beat by RFK Jr. Now, again, I'm telling you to pretend like you're 20 points behind, even if Kamala Harris is polling at 0. I'm telling you she's less popular than Joe Biden. This same account would run polls a month ago with Trump, Biden, and Kennedy, and Biden would beat Kennedy. Harris is losing votes that Biden had. This is the most popular Trump's been when you look at just votes. Now, here's the problem with liberals. And look, this is not coming from I'm trying to insult them. This is the reality. This is me doing an honest breakdown of the liberal and why they're such a dangerous voting bloc. They're so stupid that they literally don't know the difference between an immigrant and an illegal alien and illegal border crosser. Here's the proof. 2 big leftist accounts. Ed Krasenstein says, if deporting a hardworking immigrant would almost certainly result in that immigrant being killed in their home country, do you support deporting them? Tell me, who is supporting deporting immigrants? Who has called for deporting an immigrant? Do you even know what an immigrant is? Do you see what I'm saying? There is not a single policy, there is not a single Republican, there is not a single statement from Donald Trump calling for the deportation of immigrants. It doesn't exist. Nobody wants to deport immigrants. Immigrants are here legally. They are citizens. We're talking about criminal border crossers and illegal aliens. Why don't liberals know the difference? Here's another one. The lady below is Usha Vance, wife of J.D. Vance, born to immigrant parents, gave a speech to the audience in the second picture holding up signs of mass deportations now. Yeah, mass deportations don't affect an immigrant. Mass deportations are not about immigrants. Why do you Democrats, why do you liberals choose to be so stupid? See the problem with these people? See why our country is in such a problem politically right now? Because liberals are too stupid to even know the difference between an immigrant and an illegal alien. They cannot, their mind cannot even comprehend it. They literally think Trump wants to deport immigrants. That's their they have the political IQ of a coconut, and they're about to vote for one. It's unbelievable. By the way, bad news out of Pennsylvania from Scott Presler. The Pennsylvania State Department is refusing to update voter registration data, and it refuses to inform us on whether any illegal aliens are registered to vote in Pennsylvania. So the Democrats are going to steal Pennsylvania, and if they're afraid it's too big to rig, then they're going to bring in Josh Shapiro on the ticket, whether that's with Kamala Harris or somebody else. So that's the strategy they're looking at. But they'll cheat in Pennsylvania. So don't count on Trump winning Pennsylvania. But now the left is in denial that all these new polls are coming out and Kamala's crashing and Trump is rising. And they say, oh, well, this is just because X is a right-wing echo chamber. No. No, populism is popular. Patriotism is popular. Trump is popular. Your liberal policies, your liberal lies, your Democrat politicians are unpopular. You live a lie. You literally believe your own lies. You literally don't even know the difference between an immigrant and a criminal border crosser. You people shouldn't be anywhere near political power. You shouldn't have any political influence. You're the problem. You are literally the problem. All right. I mean, folks, but even liberals are starting to get this. This is famous Trump hater Michael Rappaport saying, how can I vote for a Democrat right now? Clip 24.
Oh, it's not a test. This is not a test. This is an emergency. I am a Rappaport Stereo podcast. Can we get a break? It's Sunday. Can we all get a break? Just 7 days ago, they tried to clip Donald Trump, and then boom. Now, smoking Joe Biden, cadaver Joe Biden, he's done using the greatest excuse, the best thing about COVID. The greatest thing about COVID is that's an excuse to get you out of meetings, family vacations, and now running for president. I don't know whether I'm coming or going, okay? I'm trying to relax, get in the pool, catch a little sun. They muscled them. Let me tell you something. Crazy Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, they muscled smoking Joe Biden out. They harangued him. They harassed him. And now we got Kamala. A question. If somebody, let's just say me, doesn't vote, what does that mean? Like, am I no longer entitled to talk my shit if I don't vote in this election? Am I allowed to talk shit if I do not vote in this election? Who are you voting for? I don't know what's happening. It's Sunday. We're supposed to be barbecuing, eating ribs, chicken, and corn on the cob.
You know, Rappaport looks a lot better after he said he might have to vote for Donald Trump because the Democrats are such a, did you notice that? He used to look like a cadaver himself. All right, that does it for today's transmission. The InfoWars War Room takes a 21-hour break. We'll be back with you tomorrow. It's going to be another big show tomorrow. A reminder, I will be live tonight on Rumble at rumble.com/Owen with continued analysis. Otherwise, we'll see you right here. The InfoWars War Room brought to you by InfoWarsStore.com. It's going to be another loaded broadcast tomorrow. I can assure you I got a big guest coming up, too. You stay classy, Info Warriors.
All right, folks, Vitamin Mineral Fusion is finally back in stock at InfoWarsStore.com. We just had a shipment come in months ago, and it sold out so fast that we frantically worked to get this back in stock as soon as possible because Vitamin Mineral Fusion is one of our most popular products. Now, the reason that you should be getting this product is for the same reason that you get any other multivitamin product. Our body needs these vitamins, these minerals, and these nutrients in order to live and operate at the most efficient level possible. Now, you should be getting this from InfoWarsStore.com instead of from your pharmacy or your grocery store or with name brands or generic versions, because this has optimal absorption included in it. It's designed for your body to be able to actually absorb all of the nutrients in the most efficient way possible, unlike other competitors on the market that just simply don't operate that way. Now, this includes comprehensive nutritional support. Vitamin Mineral Fusion from InfoWarsStore.com has A, C, D, E, B complex, essential minerals like magnesium, calcium, and zinc. Everything the body needs to survive. It also includes enhanced absorption and utilization. Like I was saying before, this is an advanced multivitamin formulation designed to let your body actually absorb everything so you don't just flush it out like with so many competitors. And finally, it will support energy production and recovery. So make sure you check out Vitamin Mineral Fusion at InfoWarsStore.com right now, not only because this product is an amazing product for anybody in the world to take, but because by purchasing from InfoWarsStore.com, you keep us on the air in this most dangerous time for both InfoWars and our country. We know that freedom of speech is under attack. We know that the New World Order is trying to take over and shut down InfoWars and, frankly, shut you down too. So by getting Vitamin Mineral Fusion at InfoWarsStore.com, not only are you fighting for your health, but you're fighting for your country and you're fighting for humanity itself.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Monday, July 22nd, 2024. This is the InfoWars War Room at your election headquarters with 106 days until the presidential election. The fastest 3 hours on the internet, brought to you by InfoWarsStore.com. All right. We are just overflowing today. I did full coverage of the Secret Service hearing today with Kim Cheadle. We're going to be really digging into that. We got a ton of video clips from that. We'll play some of those. And then we're going to do more deep analysis of the assassination attempt on Donald Trump with some of the new information we have, some of the new videos we have. We're going to have a citizen journalist who's on the ground, who is getting drone shots, drone footage, talking to locals, joining us in the third hour. And now you also have members of the Republican Party out there, and I guess it's no longer a crime scene. They were kicking people out just a few days ago. Now they've cleared it as a crime scene, and so now anybody can go in there. So a bunch of citizen journalists are on the ground. A bunch of Republican House members and senators were there, shooting footage, going into the building, going up on the roof. We're going to have that now with new breaking analysis. So a lot more deep analysis of the actual events of that day. And then we'll kind of tie it all in with what was said during the hearing, some of the new stuff that's emerged, some other new breaking information. And then we'll review the questions that needed to be asked and answered from the hearing today, and we'll review what was asked and what was answered. But mostly nothing got answered, not even basic stuff. So we'll break into all of that. Now, here's what's interesting. As we're in the fog of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump and the Secret Service cover-up, Joe Biden drops out of the presidential race via a letter which was not written by him, was not signed by him. There was a forged signature on it. Somebody forged Biden's signature and was not on presidential letterhead. We have not seen or heard from Joe Biden in 5 days. In 5 days. Now, it's assumed at this point Kamala Harris is going to be the nominee. And it was actually on July 11th, as I've been doing my continued coverage, where I said it's going to be Kamala Harris. You can go back to July 11th, and you'll see, if you were listening, you remember that's the day I said, okay, it's going to be Kamala. That's the day I stuck my ground and stuck my reputation and said, yep, Biden's out, it's going to be Kamala. Well, it's assumed it's going to be Kamala. There's still time for them to remove Kamala. And we know from insider information and O'Keefe Media Group, who got D.C. insiders inside the Biden White House admitting that they don't want Kamala either, there's still a chance that it might not be Kamala. So now it's like they're going to try to maybe test the waters with Kamala and see what's really up there. I think Kamala's worse than Biden. I would say Kamala is a worse candidate than Biden. Now let me be clear here. Just because Kamala is a joke and probably a worse candidate than Biden is, it does not mean we need to sit here and be confident in Trump's victory. We need to continue for the next 106 days to pretend like we're 10, 20 points behind, because that's basically the handicap we're fighting against. Where the elections are rigged against us, and so we need to pretend like we're losing. So let's just keep that in mind as all of this goes on. But if this goes sour, if this goes south with Kamala in this next week, in this week particular, don't be surprised if they try to reshuffle the deck. And there's a couple ways they can do that, because there's all different technicalities that are still in play right now with the Democrats and this dropping out of the race by Joe Biden. Without even his signature, he didn't write it. It's not even on presidential letterhead. We haven't seen him in 5 days. So there's a lot of different moving parts. We're going to get into all of it on a loaded, jam-packed, can't-miss InfoWars War Room.
I do want to tell you about InfoWars MD. Discover the newest line of supplements from InfoWars designed to boost vitality and enhance overall well-being, available exclusively at InfoWarsStore.com. Whether you're looking to support immune health, improve cognitive function, or increase energy levels, our meticulously crafted formulas cater to diverse needs. We have ageless vitality collagen, superfood greens, mushroom max, turmeric 95, better mood plus, libido RX, CBD, full spectrum 10 and 25 milligram gummies, as well as so much more. The premium InfoWars Life line. It's InfoWars MD, and it's available now at 25% off at InfoWarsStore.com. I suggest the collagen, and just search it yourself. I'm not going to make any medical claims here, but search the importance of collagen in the aging process and see why taking collagen as a supplement can be perhaps the most powerful thing you do to reverse the signs of aging.
In the darkness of censorship, Owen Schroyer is the light. This is the War Room. Watch it live right now at AmericanElection.news.
All right, where to begin? I think I just start putting it down, and we start with Joe Biden dropping out, because even though this was likely done intentionally with the fog of the assassination attempt and the cover-up by Secret Service, which we'll get more into, they have Joe Biden drop out in a very unceremonious way in the middle of the assassination cover-up that everybody's focusing on and should be, and rightfully so, and we will too as well today. But in the fog of all of this, there's some big stories that are missing here. Joe Biden drops out of the race unceremoniously. And let's recall, just a week before Joe Biden drops out, what were they saying? Joe Biden's not going anywhere. Joe Biden is running. All these rumors of Joe dropping out are fake. All the propaganda agents. He's stronger than ever. He's the most fit of all time. He's the most qualified of all time. He's the best president of all time. Funny, isn't it? Funny how that just changes. Just changes, just done. Oh, now we're throwing him overboard. He's done. Unceremoniously. So, okay, what's new? Democrats lie, and Democrat voters love to be lied to. And they just get away with this. They just get away with this. Or maybe they won't this time. The saviors of democracy initiated a coup on Joe Biden. And that's the story. That's the story. This was a coup. This was an actual coup against Joe Biden. Who ran it? Who initiated it? And where is Joe Biden? How do we go from Joe Biden making multiple statements saying, I'm not going anywhere? I mean, I got videos of it. Again, this was just last week. Just last week, Joe Biden, multiple campaign rallies. I'm not dropping out. I'm in it for the long haul. I'm going to be the next president. Democrats echoing the same thing. So how do we go from that to he drops out and then we just don't even see him? He just disappears. And they release the White House's, or Biden's rather, presidential schedule. There's nothing on it. He has nothing scheduled all week. But his doctor says he's in great health, excellent health, just fine. Meanwhile, Lauren Boebert demands proof of life by 5 o'clock today. So how do you go from a week, Joe Biden's not dropping out, best president ever, all the Democrats saying it, vice president saying it, his propaganda agent saying it, I've got all the videos, do I need to remind you? To a letter, not on presidential letterhead, not written by Joe Biden, not signed by Joe Biden, saying he's dropping out. How does that happen? And then the same Democrats, insurrection, coup, Donald Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody just pulled a coup on Joe Biden. And look, I don't like Joe Biden. You don't like Joe Biden. It was a coup that put Joe Biden in office to begin with. But see, this is now the nature of what we're looking at. So they put a coup to get Joe Biden in the White House. Now they're running a coup to get Joe Biden out of the race. And that's exactly what happened. So I wonder right now, what what state of health Joe Biden is actually in. Does he even know? Does he even know that he's dropped out of the race? Again, when you look at the official, I don't know what makes it official. What makes Joe Biden's statement on dropping out of the race official? He didn't write it. He didn't sign it, and it's not on presidential letterhead. Folks, the signature is clearly a fraud. Somebody committed criminal fraud here. This is a criminal forgery of a signature. And they didn't even do a good job. It's not even a good forgery. So how is this Joe Biden dropping out of the race? Does he even know he's dropped out of the race? What is Joe Biden's current health status? And who initiated the coup? There has been a coup at the White House, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody has run a coup against the President of the United States. Who's running it? Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, the Democrat Party at large? All the above? Who just ran a coup to get Joe Biden to drop out of the race? Does he even know he's dropped out of the race? And what is his health status? These are all imperative questions right now. Hard to focus on this, considering we've got secret.
I'm on with Elon Musk a few weeks ago for 2.5 hours where we interviewed each other. And he said, I don't know what you call it when you're anti-destroy humanity and depopulation.
Yeah, I've been talking with other snipers, SEAL snipers, Green Berets, Army snipers, Marines, and we're all trying to do the same thing. We're all trying to find out, what was it, incompetence, or was someone involved? And we don't want it to be anything, but obviously something bad happened. I mean, the first thing is incompetence. They said that the sloped roof was only 150 yards, if that, away, was out of their perimeter, which is nonsense. Him turning his head, if that's the hand of God, which, you know, it probably was, him turning his head saved his life. But also, I mean, if that's what says that's probably just the one shooter, is a professional sniper is not going to give him that much time. It's going to be, should be center mass, and I don't want to really get into where you aim, but it's not necessarily the side, but that was the angle he had. But I mean, just is it all top cover? You know, that kid was in a BlackRock commercial, and maybe they don't like Trump, and they scrub his social media, and they're like, what was that excuse they couldn't get into his phone? It's like, well, the kid's right there. Why don't you use his fingerprints to get into his phone? And then they scrub it. We don't know what he said. Is it you know, like I said at the beginning, maybe they're just not quite doing as much as they should because they don't really care if it's Trump, but it's just, this is really shady. And unlike, you know, in Dallas when President Kennedy was killed, there's a lot of phones everywhere. More people are watching. It's like everyone I said, no one says, yeah, clean break, one shooter, game over, which is what they wanted, whoever they is. But it's, there's a lot of top cover, seems to me like a lot of cover up. And I don't like saying that. I would much rather it just be factual and simple, but you know better than anyone else, it's not always the case.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. Visit Infowars.com/show and share the link today.
Interesting and amazing soldiers and Marines and SEALs on, and then pilots over the years. But I got to tell you, Robert J. O'Neill is got to be the most famous. He's the #1 New York Times bestselling author of the memoir of the operator firing the shots that killed Osama bin Laden and his years as a SEAL team warrior. If I try to read his bio and all of his top commendations, it would take up the 26 minutes we have, because he's got to leave here in a few minutes to get on an airplane. But I got his contact to some friends of mine and reached out to him because I wanted to get his take on what happened now 8, 9, days ago in Butler, Pennsylvania, and also get the sense of his community, who are the world-leading experts on sniping and counter-sniping and the rest of it, of what the consensus is. And, of course, we've had some other well-known snipers and experts on as well, and we've gotten their takes on this. So I wanted to get Robert J. O'Neill's take on it. You can find him at robertjoneil.com. You can also find him on X at MC Hoorah, or H-O-O-Y. A-H. So, Robert, thank you so much for taking time out. I'm going to try to just give you the floor here to give us the data dump and kind of, if you can, repeat some of the things that you told me yesterday.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me, Alex. It's great to be here. Yeah, I've been talking with other snipers, SEAL snipers, Green Berets, Army snipers, Marines, and we're all trying to do the same thing. We're all trying to find out, what was it, incompetence, or was someone involved? And we don't want it to be anything, but obviously something bad happened. I mean, the first thing is incompetence. They said that the sloped roof was only 150 yards, if that, away, was out of their perimeter, which is nonsense. It's because, my first work as a sniper was in 1998, protecting the president of Albania, and we had a minimum perimeter of 1,000 meters when we were using 400-meter holes on our mil dots. So 150 yards is that's a layup. That's point blank. Even for the worst shooter, I could take someone that's never picked up a weapon with an AR-15 and have him hit in the middle at 100 yards within 5 minutes. And then just the way that he was allowed, this 20-year-old kid, to get in there with a weapon, and people saw him for a long time. They were yelling at law enforcement. There's a kid up there. There's a gun. He's a shooter. How did he get there? They're saying, well, he might have stashed a gun in the AC unit. And even looking at the overlay as a sniper, I didn't see a lot of AC units in the building where there was a tactical team station. So how's he getting up there? Who's dropping the ball on this whole thing? That's the first part. And then it's for them to say, you can't. It's such an easy shot to take. I'm not as far as incompetence, but are people actually doing the most that they can for this president? Do they just not like him, and then they're doing? Sorry about that. I'm having stuff going off here. It's just that there's so much there. Inside job, not so much. I hope a lot of people are saying that, former Secret Service agents with whom I've spoken. But yeah, so much stuff is wrong there that I can't quite put my finger on it per se, but it's shady at best.
What about him being able to fly a drone hours before over that site? What about the woman in with the Secret Service in his direct bubble who can't holster the gun? And then there's video of her minutes later. She still is trying to do it. I mean, this is just beyond bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had a problem with people putting a gun back in a holster. Obviously, adrenaline's going, but they're also saying that this might not have been the premier team, like they were somewhere else and they picked up some desk people or whatever. There was definitely some confusion. I do want to give credit to the people who ran to the sounds of the guns, because they're shooting at President Trump right there for sure. And there are bullets flying, and a bullet doesn't really care who you are, and it only needs to be right one time. But on the way out, they didn't get him off the X very quickly. They didn't. I mean, even as far as you get in trouble for telling the truth, and actually you of all people know that. The truth of the matter here, as far as DEI is, if the president, I don't care if he's wearing lifts or not, is 6'4", then everyone around him needs to be 6'4". If you're shorter, it's just, you can't help it. You just are. You need to protect the principle. They didn't seem like they knew what they were doing, and then they weren't even sure which sniper took the shot. I did talk to a Marine sniper, a friend of mine, who said he was looking at the tripod of one of the snipers up top, and it looked like it was too high. When he fired, it moved the wrong way. So the way that I would put it is they were taking complacency over comfort, maybe. Just they want to be more comfortable, so they would let a couple things go. And again, just with having a tactical team, down to the guy that climbed the roof, they said, and again, we don't even know how much of this is true. They said after reports of a sniper being up on the roof, one of the law enforcement guys climbed up the roof and had a gun pointed at him. So then he turned around and left. That's not what you do. First of all, if you hear there's a shooter on a roof, as a tactical guy, if it's your primary or your secondary, you pull out your pistol, you climb the ladder. If there's a threat, if you're potentially going to be engaged, you engage first or re-engage. You certainly don't run away for a number of reasons. One, the former president is on the stage. You don't want him to get shot. And two, I personally don't want to leave someone on the high ground and run away when they're going to have a shot at me. It's like chasing someone with a gun through a forest. They might just stop, turn around, and get you. If this guy sees you, decides the gig is up, then he's going to go to the edge and he's going to start taking shots down at you running away. So that's hard to buy. And then another team that took a shot and missed. There's so much shady stuff going on there. And then, I mean, that's just like the first thing you do as a sniper. The first thing that I did on my very first job as like a 21-year-old sniper is you go to where the principal is going to be, and then you look around 360. What are the threats? That first slope roof is a major threat. The water tower is a major threat. At the very least, you put someone up there. And even if a tactical team is inside said building with the slope roof, they should send someone up there. It's not a slanted roof is a blatant excuse by the powers that be, by the director of the Secret Service, who should no longer have a job, but that's never going to happen.
And by the way, what's that grade look like, Robert? Like 5% or something too? I mean, it's a joke.
There were videos going online of cows on roofs like that on barns. It's ridiculous. It's an excuse that a lot of Democrats use, assuming most of the people aren't paying attention. They'll just take their word for it and get on with it. I think that's what it's got to be. But like I said, every tactical guy with whom I've spoken, one of the most recent snipers is my nephew Keegan, who graduated Army Sniper School a couple years ago, and he was saying the exact same stuff that I was saying in my 17 years as a SEAL sniper. And again, these guys, the snipers, we're not Democrats or Republicans. We're Americans trying to get to the bottom of this. And I'm wrestling with inside job plan. They weren't doing enough, or just incompetence. The incompetence bothers me because everyone should be fired there. And then that begs the question, who was hired for certain positions and why? I mean, is it as far as the Secret Service didn't have their A team there, or that team didn't brief up the local cops? Because, I mean, if I'm a local cop not used to doing presidential details, I might catch myself slipping and just listening to the president. Doesn't matter which one talked, because it's kind of cool to be here. But this ball was majorly, and I don't think anyone's been fired yet. I mean, we lost a great patriot there who, I'm a father of daughters. He jumped on his daughters and took a bullet into the head. He was there to see the president and make friends, and he died for this cause because of whatever reason it was that shooter got up there. Then we got to get into, was there another shooter as well?
Speak to that, because I've talked on air and off air to a lot of other well-known, respected top snipers. In fact, one of the guys has the longest shot on record. And he said that as soon as he saw the images instantly, because he was watching it live, and as soon as he saw nobody on the water tower, nobody on the roof, 450 feet away, he said that it was just blatant. It was like a joke that's the place you've got your people. That's the high ground. That's where they can surveil everything, and that's where shooters would try to go.
Well, yeah, maybe on the tower, but if you've got a professional sniper, I'd be looking. I haven't been to the site yet. I've seen the imagery we've all seen, but I'd be looking for alleyways out to maybe 600 meters. Where can someone drive up at the right time, take a shot, and drive away? And that's what a professional would do. I hope that didn't happen. I don't want it to have happened. The water tower, there's really no out. You need to have someone helping you get off of there, and people will see that, I hope. I mean, they saw the kid on the roof. But why were there 8 shots taken? Why was the crowd hit 3 times? 2 people critically wounded, and then a fatality. Who gets 8 shots off when there should be snipers looking at a place where they said that the locals are saying there's somebody up there? Like the people that had like 5 beers in them with a cell phone are saying, look, there's a guy up there. So I'm wondering if there is another spot. I'd love to look and see. Like I said, I'm only speculating, but the 8 shots getting taken, and then there's the acoustics that some engineers have been listening to from the microphone from where President Trump was speaking. They're just saying they're not quite the same. Would that be a shot from another potential assassin, or from the tactical team that missed, or was another shot taken? Again, I wish I was an expert in that. I'm only looking at it from 30,000 feet here. But
well, I'll say this. I'm not, because I don't know all the Coriolis and wind. I'm not good at all that stuff. But I've grown up in Texas shooting shotguns when I was 4 years old. And this is on camera. I mean, we've shot video of it. I've 2 or 3 shots I can hone in and shoot a Coke can at 700 yards. And you see it explode. And I've shot mountain goats at 800 yards, 1,000 yards. So I just can't understand how, reportedly this guy did a lot of marksman practicing and all this. It's a blessing. I mean, I think the hand of God was there that Trump was not killed.
Oh, something was there. I mean, him turning his head, if that's the hand of God, which, it probably was, him turning his head saved his life. But also, I mean, if that's what says that's probably just the one shooter, is a professional sniper is not going to give him that much time. It's going to should be center mass, and I don't want to really get into where you aim, but it's not necessarily the side, but that was the angle he had. But I mean, just is it all top cover? You know that kid was in a BlackRock commercial, and maybe they don't like Trump, and they scrub his social media, and they're like, what was that excuse they couldn't get into his phone? It's like, well, the kid's right there. Why don't you use his fingerprints to get into his phone? And then they scrub it. We don't know what he said. Is it like I said at the beginning, maybe they're just not quite doing as much as they should because they don't really care if it's Trump, but it's just, this is really shady. And unlike, in Dallas when President Kennedy was killed, there's a lot of phones everywhere. More people are watching. It's like everyone I said, no one says, yeah, clean break, one shooter, game over, which is what they wanted, whoever they is. But it's, there's a lot of top cover, seems to me like a lot of cover up. And I don't like saying that. I would much rather it just be factual and simple, but you know better than anyone else, it's not always the case.
Well, pulling back from this, Jack Posobiec's a great source. He talked directly to federal agents that are in the investigation on the ground. They said they found not totally professional, but way above amateur explosives in the car and at his house that they believe he had to have help making. Then he had these foreign digital accounts and all sorts of other things. He flew a drone over 2 hours before, but then you see the video of him wandering around like a lost puppy beneath where he reportedly later got up on the roof and shot. And I've been to quite a few presidential events going back 30 years being on air. And even when the Secret Service knows you and you're in an area, they still check your badge. When you go in to see Trump, they still say, let me see your cell phone, stuff like that, to make sure it's not a gun. Hey, Alex, we know you're not a bad guy, but we're still gonna have to check you. And so if I get checked, and everybody knows who I am, who is this guy just wandering around? I don't get it.
Yeah, flying the drone too when the Secret Service has zero, and those are the cheapest ways to get overhead imagery. So he's doing that first. That's a red flag. He had a golf rangefinder. That should be another flag. And just wandering around the way that he was. I've heard that some of the gates were just zip tied shut, which is obviously very easy to cut. They didn't talk to any of the neighbors. It just seemed, again, incompetence or just lackadaisical. The drone thing is incredible. Even though they're everywhere, why are you allowed to fly a drone there? I mean, when all this adds up, even before the president gets there, the lead detail or even a dude on the detail, one of the women on the detail should say, hey, we got to hold fast for about 10, 20 minutes before we get to the bottom of all this. And then you can re-clear it. I mean, it's not hard to re-clear, especially with counter snipers. They can get glass on everything. And counter snipers are snipers who have been through the schools and the training where you can spot other snipers. That's their whole job. That's why it's a counter sniper. I'd love to know who is in charge of not just the sniping detail, but also the entire detail and what he or she says, because we're really not getting a lot of answers. Am I wrong?
You're absolutely right. Well, the consensus I've gotten is it goes from criminal, basically deliberate negligence by Mayorkas and this director under him of the Secret Service refusing Trump even 1/10 of what he needs, treating him like he's just a former president. We know Robert Kennedy Jr., they won't give him one a Secret Service agent. So by default, you do this, you're going to open the door, but then you add in, where are the press conferences like you normally would have it with any big crime or big event? You would have press conferences that day, the next day, you would have updates, we'd see images of the gun, we'd be hearing about it, but instead there's this eerie silence that Senator Josh Hawley tries to go there, even though he has local authorization. FBI kicks a senator out. He should lead a delegation there. They've been keeping everybody away from the water tower, away from the building. What do you think's going on there?
Yeah, I don't know, because they're saying it's still an FBI investigation, but some people that I've heard speak have said that it's just like one security guy running around chasing people off. And yeah, they kicked a senator out of there who's looking into it. They don't want an investigation because I mean, if you're telling the truth, you really don't need to remember a line. You have nothing to hide. But it does seem like they're covering everything up. And I mean, even now with President Biden saying he's not running again, what kind of backdoor deals are being made all over the place? So I think they're trying to get our eyes off the prize with this one. It doesn't seem right. That you would think if a former president has an assassination attempt and gets shot in the head, that there'd be more to it than this. But it's almost like, again, you catch them doing something and they just walk away. I mean, how often are we seeing now everyone from the director of the Secret Service to members of Congress getting asked legit questions by a media who is supposed to, keep them in line but never does, and they just walk away and pretend they're on their phone, or they get into the congressional elevator, or they just don't say anything? What kind of a banana republic is this? I mean, we're seeing a lot of weird stuff go on, and it's like it's almost like every day there's a new headline to make help you forget about the last one.
Well,
it's almost like they're about to get caught. So they're trying everything they got.
Robert O'Neill, you just read my mind. That was my next question. And I was already thinking this a few days ago, but there was even an article I saw on Drudge saying, did Trump peak too early? And they basically say, well, people don't have an attention span. They'll forget this happened. And remember the first day for like 8 hours, even Forbes and Reuters were calling it an incident, and the president fell, and there was some pop. And so there was a real attempt to play this down. Then by midnight, they had to say, okay, it was an assassination attempt, but they tried to play that down, and now they're openly hoping people forget about this. I don't think folks are going to forget about this. This is a historic event, not just here, but around the world. Trump's approval rating has exploded here and around the world. He's popular in Europe. He's popular in China and Russia. I mean, that's in the news. So people saw this and popping back up, fight. What do you think President Trump should do? I know he's talking to Eric Prince. I know they've got some of the guys that are retired out of special operations, forming up into a group. I think that's really smart. What have you heard about that, and what is your advice to President Trump?
Well, I mean, I, again, being patriotic, would hope he could trust the Secret Service. I wouldn't mind. I mean, at this point, yeah, I think you want to hire people out there. I know guys that I worked at SEAL Team 6 with for a long time that have security companies that are more than willing to go and do this, obviously, which would be good for them. I think it's a good move. I love the fight thing. I mean, I said the president needs to get off the X as quickly as he could, but he took complete advantage of that moment. I had never been shot in the head. I've been shot at, but I can imagine how it can throw you out of sorts. But he knew to do that at the time. And he wasn't saying, he was saying fight for all of us. He wasn't, it was a very good moment, but I think his demeanor's changed quite a bit, and that's great. And he's trying to be more unifying. I think the message, though, that he needs to put out here is with the assassination attempt, with Joe Biden going away, and he's going to go to the convention, and now we're talking superdelegates to when they say a threat to democracy, you've got elites in the Democratic Party picking their candidate every single time. How many millions of Americans voted for Biden to be the nominee? Well, they're pulling them out. Who they're putting in, we won't know until the convention. They did it in 2020. They did it in 2016. So they get their guy there. And again, this is just, I think Trump he doesn't need to focus on Kamala Harris right now. I don't think she's going to be the nominee. Not focus on the next one, but focus on, look, these elites are taking away all your freedoms, and just pay attention a couple minutes a day. Take your eyes off of TikTok and try to pay attention from multiple sources if you can, because there are certain people in certain places, same names, that start the same wars, that are doing the same thing with printing money. It seems like the deep state is really starting to show its fangs right now, because they're going down a short path here, but they do fight back, and we saw that.
Absolutely. And look, they may still remove Biden with the amendment. They've got to do that even before he leaves, because those special interests want full control. I think there's going to be a fight at the nomination at this, again, undemocratic, anti-republic thing they're going to be doing there in Chicago. And I'm really concerned about Gavin Newsom. I'm concerned about Michelle Obama. I'm concerned about, obviously, Kamala. They're all horrible, but Hillary suddenly has PR firms everywhere saying she should be the nominee, or at least the vice president. I think if Kamala Harris or anybody else picks Hillary Clinton as their VP, they have got a suicide wish.
Yeah, probably. It seems like it. I mean, they're going to go somewhere else. I don't know if Michelle Obama wants it, because she's already got the power of the most powerful Democrats there are the Obamas. They're already making a lot more money, and I don't know if she wants it. I think if Michelle Obama wanted to be president, she just needs to say yes, and she'll get it. I don't think Gavin Newsom's good, even though he'll get a lot of the votes from the people who don't pay attention just because he's good looking. And his we don't have any illegal immigrants in California speech is the same as I slept with my campaign director's wife's speech. Like, he just monotone, but he looks good. I think, they're going to pick someone else. I personally think Governor Shapiro from Pennsylvania, because the Democrats will not win the White House without Pennsylvania. And he's moderate. He looks good. He sounded good after this. But yeah, but it's not, Joe Biden wasn't running the country the entire, the last 3.5 years, but we were all called conspiracy theorists for saying it. But now they're just admitting it. What else are they lying about? So it doesn't really matter, as long as they get someone in there. If the Democrats are there, the people who are running the country now will continue to run it into the ground.
Robert J. O'Neill, best-selling author, famous SEAL. It would take, again, 20 minutes to read all of his medals and decorations in combat. laurels, and he's agreed as soon as he gets back in town soon in the next few weeks to come on the show and get into his book, get into bin Laden, and get into what really happened there. You know, my views have changed over the years on that, and some of the viewers know that. Some of the viewers have missed that. But I do respect him, and people that know him, I do respect the folks that he was involved with there, and the helicopter did blow up, and all the rest of it, and the very mysterious event on the helicopter with all the SEALs that then were, many of them involved in dying tragically. A lot of weirdness, and we were talking before we went on air, and you were saying that my views have moved one direction some, and yours have moved kind of towards where I was, where in the past I didn't believe anything, and then I guess you were saying in the past you kind of did believe it, but now you're questioning a lot.
Yeah, I mean, when I was a young Navy SEAL, just after 9/11, and we announced we're going to invade Iraq, I was like, hell yeah, let's go in there. I will invade anybody. But just looking back on the reasons and the people that basically the way that Iraq came down was because President Bush at the time didn't like Saddam Hussein because he wanted to assassinate his dad. So they had us invade Iraq, and we fought there for a long, long time. A lot of people were killed. A lot of veterans were killed. A lot of veterans are suffering PTSD type stuff. But I mean, killed, maimed, wounded. And we went there under false promises. So I wonder, I wonder about, once I left the Navy too, I worked on Capitol Hill for a while, and I got to see behind the curtains too. And like I mentioned before, same names, like Hillary Clinton's name is still coming up, like right now. And it's the same people in power. I'm a big believer that just because you end a war doesn't mean the contracts end, and we need to find places to send the tanks and missiles and bombs and guns. That's why we always leave everything behind too. Look at all the stuff we left back in Afghanistan. Look at all the stuff we left in Vietnam. Well, just because we left it there, I guess we got to make more. I guess my buddy gets a bigger contract, and it's always war or a fear of war, and the government knows with a little bit of fear they can take a little bit of your liberty away a bit at a time, and they'll make you think that they're doing you a favor.
And now they want war with Russia. What do you think of the escalation there?
I wish we knew what was actually going on in Ukraine. I mean, we know that Russia did invade. I didn't think they would, but they did. But they're going to play on our fears now. Well, next is Poland, next is NATO. It's like, me personally, this is NATO's problem. This is Europe's problem. But a lot of people are making a lot of money off stuff that they're excuse me. They're going to keep telling us. And again, I don't think Vladimir Putin's a great guy, but they're going to keep telling us he's Hitler. Well, everyone's Hitler they disagree with. And then they're going to get us to keep spinning with that.
Exactly.
But it all comes down to where can we send more? How can we make more money out of this gig? It's like watching members of Congress go into Congress with not so much money, but then all of a sudden they become the best stock pickers in the world. I think it's all related. It all comes down to personal power and money.
Robert, we only got a minute left. I know you got to catch a plane. Thank you for the time. RobertJO'Neill.com. Everybody should get your #1 best-selling book, The Operator, Firing the Shots That Killed bin Laden, and my years as a SEAL team operator. And let's just hope and pray for President Trump. Do you think the deep state will try another run at him?
I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, they showed their ass. So I think that security is going to be tight. I hope Eric Prince brings some of his dudes in. There's some bad dudes. I mean, they're going to try something else. There's always something. There's always that October surprise or whatever they call it. So something's going to. I hope it's not deadly, but I mean, look at the times we're living in now. Nothing seems like it's off the table again, because once people get power, they certainly don't want to get rid of it.
Robert O'Neill, Godspeed. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, Alex. Appreciate it. Anytime.
Can't wait to interview you for a full hour.
When we came out with Nitric Boost 3 years ago, it was a sleeper product. I didn't even promote it. But as listeners began to use it, it has become one of our top selling products because of the
I'm on with Elon Musk a few weeks ago for 2.5 hours where we interviewed each other. And he said, I don't know what you call it when you're anti-destroy humanity and depopulation.
He needs security that he can trust. I was on a live stream and said, I'd come do it for free if you can't find people. But you need a team that you can trust, because he needs to get through the, however long it is now, you guys have 6 months or something, and be able to take power and really do a deep dive investigation into everyone and every unit and every organization that was involved. So this shows desperation, in my opinion. And now you kind of have an animal cornered, and generally they don't lie down. So I think it's really important that he just gets optimal protection and security that he can trust for the next, 6 to 8 months or whatever it is. Oh, I think inside job, 100, like gross negligence, in my opinion, incompetence, it does not begin to touch what happened. There was more happening. Again, I don't know the person, the agency, the group, the organization, but some person or people who knew what was happening assisted in this. Like we were talking about, the desperation now is hopefully what he can hire the right people to protect against. And like you mentioned, with all of those things, there's a million ways to kill someone, sadly. And just the size of some of the VBIEDs we've seen overseas can rock an entire block. So I think they got to take into account everything. And drones, like, correct me if I'm wrong, there was a drone flying around over that rally that same day, right?
Yes, sir. Hours before.
Yeah. So again, we had it overseas that ISIS was using drones to drop bombs, and they've rigged up this stuff just, themselves. So there's possibilities from everywhere. I think they just, again, need the best that they can find in the world to protect kind of 360 for the next 6 to 8 months.
That's right.
It could come from anywhere.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. Visit Infowars.com/show and share the link today.
All right. So in the last 9 days, I made a lot of phone calls, talked to a lot of people. And then on Friday and Saturday, I was able to talk to the folks, I'm going to leave it at that, off record, that met with Trump and the Trump group and with Eric Trump and Don Jr. on Wednesday and Thursday to get their take. Do they understand how serious the threat was? And they said, yes, we know now. We're bringing in Eric Prince. We're bringing in a bunch of former Delta Force people. We understand Trump knows. And now Trump's come out and said, clearly, Secret Service, stand down. They didn't tell him. We just played the clip last segment. He wouldn't have gone out on stage if he knew there was a guy out there running around with a rangefinder and the rest of it. So he was totally protected, 26 minutes on the roof. I'm not a sniper, but I cover the news for 30 years. I've had tons of snipers on. I'm a gun enthusiast, and I understand this. And I talked to all these snipers I know, many of them very well known, and they confirm. So I'm talking to the folks at the Trump campaign, and they said, well, obviously we can't have current people on or people inside the operation, but they said, here's what we recommend. And one of the folks they recommended, it has, with his team, the longest shot in history, over 2 miles, and he's also now a popular country music singer, Dallas Alexander. He's a family man and recently retired special operations sniper. He was part of the JTF-2 Tier 1 Canadian comparison of Delta Force SEAL Team 6, which includes close personal protection for VIPs, up to including the Prime Minister. His 4-man sniper team broke the world record for the longest confirmed sniper kill in history in Mosul in Iraq 2017, where he shot the terrorist at 2.2 miles. There's a famous video now out of that, and that is a 9.9-second flight time. He is now a country music-inspired singer and songwriter. He's breaking into country music scene very successfully with a sound somewhere between Red Dirt and Outlaw. I love Outlaw and Red Dirt. DallasAlexander.c.
Absolutely, and the history is there from the 68 DNC convention, which is
crazy because it's like, what are the odds that they happen to choose Chicago and then this thing happens in Israel, and then this is how they're even more mad at Democrats than they are with Republicans, and it's because the Democrats are in power.
Yeah, well, most of the Democratic National Conventions are usually the ones that get crazier, are the ones that get the most buck wild, that get the most insane. I remember the last DNC that I covered, I was there with Mike Cernovich, where when a guy literally lit himself on fire. He was lighting the American flag flag, and he accidentally lit himself on fire and ran through the crowd. I was in the crowd with Mike there, and we were like, "What the fuck?"
Wait, was that 2016?
That was in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
They literally jumped the fence, the security perimeter as well. They got through security, and the level of just like chaos that people are expecting now, I think it's going to be next level.
My favorite memory from 2016 DNC was all the Bernie Bros chanting at the cops for them to arrest Hillary as they're walking into the security. They're like, arrest Hillary, arrest Hillary.
And that was the DNC where Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who was head of the DNC, stole essentially the race from Bernie Sanders.
Yes.
Wasn't it 68 that the you're right, the convention was in Chicago, but wasn't RFK Sr. assassinated just prior?
Yes.
And Trump was almost assassinated just prior? That's fucking crazy too.
Yeah. Well, history
time is a flat circle.
History usually
you don't
rhymes.
watch Dark?
Yeah, it doesn't always repeat, but it does rhyme many times. As of course, there's a clip here that I think would be interesting to play here from Retro Report about the 1968 Democratic National Convention.
Of tension. By the time the party convened that summer, it was really set up to be the perfect storm. Everybody expected the worst, and they got what they expected.
I'll watch this full clip later and find out perfect segments for it to play on tomorrow's show, which we will be back at 6 p.m. But lots of chaos.
I'm ready. I'm so excited. I've been edging for over a year over it.
That's one word. You could
I
use.
just looked it up. June 5th, 1968 was RFK Jr.'s assassinations, or RFK Sr.'s assassination. So that is, I mean, it was a month earlier, but damn, that is crazy that you had Trump a week ago almost die. I mean, wow. What a weird.
The Vietnam
War.
And
there's like a Palestinian backdrop to it. To that
There's
as well.
actually a lot of people that are doing the numerology on the dates and things of history and significant events. So there are people that have already predicted the fact that Biden would be dropping out this term.
Who is that? And
Archaics. He has a channel. It's called Archaics on YouTube.
You've been trying to get him on the show for a while.
Oh, I mean, I think it's interesting because he's a chronologer, so he talks a lot about different events that have happened in history, and I find that fascinating when we can see what's happening and see the patterns. We all know the adage or the saying, like, you know, if you know history, then you can't repeat it. Like, if you know what happened in the past, you won't repeat those same mistakes. So I think it's interesting to do that kind of study. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he already predicted that President Biden was going to also drop out.
Well, I did without any sort of chronology, just because it was obvious his mind was fading. But yeah, I'd be interested to talk to the guy, see what he has to say.
His mind's been fading for a while.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a coincidence that they pulled him out now when the assassination attempt failed. And again, I'm going to say what I said before. If the assassination attempt was successful, he still would have been president of the United States, from my opinion.
I think
and
so.
My perspective.
But you know, the interesting thing is, like, even if that's not the case, maybe they're just doing a full great reset, if you will, and they want to get rid of all of the top people on both sides of the aisle and get rid of this populist thing that's been kind of boiling under the surface, and just go like, we're going to go Kamala Harris versus Nikki Haley and make sure that, like, we don't have any opposition whatsoever.
Yeah, there's also reports, I haven't confirmed it, but that the Kamala Harris super PAC is donating money to, the Nikki Haley super PAC is donating money to Kamala Harris, allegedly. I haven't confirmed it. I haven't looked at the documents personally myself.
I saw that too. I don't know if it's true, but if it is, that's fucking damning.
Yeah, it again highlights how they wanted it to probably be Nikki Haley to replace
100%
Donald Trump. And
that bullet is an inch to the right. And it's fucking Nikki Haley that's going around the country going, oh, you know, I love Donald Trump. I can't believe what happened to him. But I will carry on his legacy as she fucking immediately launches nukes at Iran.
Yeah. I will be the strong authoritarian that will keep you safe.
Yes.
I am the strong woman that will get vengeance. by bombing brown people in the Middle East, because it was Iran that actually did this. As there was also a security detail released about the Iranians allegedly trying to plot the assassination of Donald Trump. That also came out a couple days after his alleged assassination.
Julian, are you concerned that they're going to make another attempt on Trump's life? Because, like, well, I haven't got. You said that you're not conspiracy minded like Luke and I. First off, have you seen enough to have real doubts as to whether or not the government was involved? And if they were involved, do you suspect that they'll try again?
No, I mean, I definitely think people are going to try again. because just from a non-handler perspective, I mean, if you just, because part of my job, I watch MSNBC and I watch CNN.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Like if you because people want to talk about Fox News, but they're one channel as opposed to those two channels and the rest of the mainstream media, right? At large. I mean, just the stuff that's published day in and day out, and that is people's media diet. It is just awful.
Super toxic.
And if you're that dumb to just buy into all of that, sure, 99% of them are not going to do anything about it. They're going to cope and see their way through. But all it takes is that one guy to just be like, yeah, you're right. This is going to be Hitler, and yeah, Project 2025 is going to be the next worst thing.
But here's why I doubt that narrative, and I agree with you that, like, in terms of their rhetoric, it's extraordinarily provocative and toxic, and it could certainly lead to some lone crazed gunman. What doesn't jive with that is that we don't have any sort of manifesto from this guy, that there is no rumors of him conveying his plans to any of his friends or family. The reports about him being a loner who was bullied at high school, the high school denies those reports. I think it's very bizarre. Every time you see someone, or not every time, but the vast majority of the time you see someone move on a political figure, there is almost always a deep-seated political ideology, and we cannot suss that out from what we've been told about this guy.
Or they're just trying to get Jodie Foster's attention.
Yeah, sometimes. Well, that's MK Ultra, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, hey, knows?
This guy doesn't look like a sophisticated sociopath. He doesn't look like a very smart, capable person. He looks like someone who is very gullible. He looks like someone who's very impressionable. He looks like almost the perfect kind of MK Ultra subject, since, of course, he didn't really have close friends. He didn't have social media, but he has the tech abilities to literally have explosives, detonators, drones.
We don't talk about that enough, by the way.
That's another factor to all of this that I think is absolutely glaring here.
No, I mean, just because I was in one small aspect of the government, being in the Marine Corps, you kind of realize just how incompetent people are, and so. That's my initial assumption. Now, obviously, I'm open to. I'm open. Look,
it's only been 9 days. We're still in fact-finding territory.
Right. No. Right. Exactly. So I think, but with everything that we have found out so far, it's just like, man, like incompetence can't really explain
this level.
It doesn't.
Right. This level. So that's why I'm like, look, yeah, like I agree. It's only been 9 days. We definitely need to find out more. Like this is just insane.
Here's the problem, though. When you have the federal law enforcement agency, which is what the FBI basically is, they are tasked with giving us answers on this. The FBI has already actively worked to undermine and spy on and ultimately coup Donald Trump out of power
I don't trust the
because
FBI.
the Russiagate story, which began under Hillary Clinton and the Steele dossier and everything else, began also with the lying to the fucking FISA court to get that warrant against Donald Trump. The FBI started Russiagate. He was impeached off of Russiagate, and now they have to give us the truth. If you have a federal law enforcement agency whose job it is to investigate a crime of this magnitude, and they have already demonstrated that they're incapable, it's like, but they're also in a position to easily cover it up because no one else is going to fucking interfere with them. The Secret Service is totally deferring to them. Congress can't get this bitch to answer a single fucking question. Sorry, lesbian, not bitch. I take it back.
Fat lesbian.
Fat lesbian, not bitch. I apologize. I'm not a misogynist, but you are a fat lesbian. I just don't see how we're going to get any answers. Like, the FBI is in a perfect position to cover it up, and it appears that they are.
And that's exactly what I said they were going to do. I said they're going to make sure that the tapes, communications are not going to be available, and they're going to obfuscate as much as they can, and they're going to leave it for the American people to make believe what they want to believe here, which, again, spurs on conspiracy theories. Steph, let's finish off some of the Rumble rants and Super Chats here.
Sure, we got Little Drinky Poo saying, Luke, I'm still salty that you didn't read my Rumble rants at the RNC with your conservative friends.
I don't know what they were. We were doing our best, and it was an absolute fucking shit show. As of course, I literally had people coming and going. Literally, the internet went out, their computer went out. I wasn't behind the screens. If you see me behind the scenes here, there's like 2 computer screens open. There's 4 different things that I'm looking at. I'm monitoring audio. I'm in the members Luke Unfiltered chat. I have the.
That's a lie. He's watching Skibidi Toilets.
Yes. Well, stop it. You're telling everyone my secrets. But I apologize for that. Did we read everyone? I don't think we read this one by Finboy Slick. Steph, just make there's more at the bottom here, but there's one on top from Finboy Slick that says, "I'm not picking on Clintina this time. I made cool memes from the movie Snatch and used Luke's voice. If you want to see it, here it is. Let's play that clip." And Steph, just go through all of the super chats and Robo Rants. Make sure we read all of them, please.
A politician?
Well, to be technical, he's president, but
who is president? I've been dealing with those politician darks. Give me a name.
You're enough. Donald.
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
As in Trump the bullet dodger.
Why do they call him the bullet dodger?
Because he dodges bullets, Viva. He won't fight.
I don't know why they made me a black guy, but whatever. Steph, keep going.
All right, we got Bad Joke 69 saying, since Clint does not want to be tased, force him to go to the DNC.
Yes, there you go. Great.
You'll get,
Clint, are you
you'll
going
get
to
tear gas, you'll get rubber bullets, you'll get it all.
You'll get it all. You'll get more than a taser. Clint, you going for us?
I think I'd rather be tased. DNC sounds dangerous.
Listen,
we
still got it. We can still negotiate here. We'll figure something out. Keep going, Steph.
Little Drinky Poo saying, I'll vote with you for Trump, but I still don't trust.
He already said that.
JD, you got that already?
Yes, we already got that.
Okay. Awesome. So then we have Finboy Slick saying, we know you want it to be much more broad and firm, Clintina.
I do.
You didn't have to say.
I want it so broad and so firm.
Wait, what's this Clintina? What are they called?
I have a fucking 1,000 nicknames. I don't know. The chat absolutely loves to.
Chat, is this real?
Terrorize me.
Yeah, we got.
I was called Clinty in high school from my girlfriends. So
Clintina
makes
is
sense.
nicer. You know, it's a nice thing.
I like Clintina. It's good.
We have Kyle West 737 saying, few things are better for repeal the 19th Amendment movement than Kamala Harris.
I don't know. Kim Cheadle's giving her a run for her money.
Vexis 448. I think that's how we know it wasn't government related. All the others have a manifesto. Didn't just go crazy. I think this fucker went crazy. I think he didn't have FBI ties because there's no manifesto.
Keep going.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Little Drunky Poo. I said if we get Christian nationalism, I was going to chop my D off and
you could
mail
say
it
we're
to
on
you.
Rumble. We're on Rumble.
I don't want to.
Okay.
And then we've got Michael Brady saying, Barista Parlor in Nashville has the best biscuits I've ever had in my entire life.
Right.
I love my biscuits, so we'll definitely do that. I think we should do the Rumble coffee ad now because Wednesday is still in question.
Yep.
As, of course, we wanted to tell you about one of our sponsors, and that, of course, is 1775 Coffee Co. And I think they definitely need a new ad read. I don't know if they did or not, but the thing that they want me to read is to tell you about a Sleepy Joe. I would have to tell you now probably about
a deceased Joe.
Not a deceased Joe, but maybe a sloppy Kamala. I think is more appropriate here. And again, this could read for Kamala too. Are you a sleazy Kamala who has zero cognitive performance, scared of walking upstairs without being worried you're going to fall down? Do you struggle to muster the focus and brain power for the basic things in life, such as eating ice cream or riding a bike? You need to stop drinking woke liberal coffee and start your day by drinking Rumble's very own 1775 coffee. Never mind that it would be the best tasting coffee you have ever had in your life, as in seriously good. It's also ethically sourced from a family farm in the high altitude mountains of Bolivia. Go to 1775coffee.com and pick up the first bag. Use code Luke to save 10% off of your first order. My favorite is the medium dark peaberry. Pick one and get it on the link that we will put in the comment section down below. We use this in our house. I really like this coffee. It's pretty good coffee.
Yeah, medium dark was my nickname, and no, I'm just kidding.
You won't regret it for a moment. Level up your morning routine with a bag of 1775 coffee and sleep well at night knowing that your hard-earned dollars are going towards supporting freedom-loving creators like us on Rumble, not the woke.
Bidenomics. Bidenomics. The administration can run from their failed economic policy, but they can't hide.
Joe Biden's out. He resigned just the other day. Nobody believes that he is of sound health, I should put it that way, with some theories going as far as to say that he may actually be dead, although it's possible that he's just medically incapacitated. We don't know for sure. There's a report that he did call into Kamala Harris's campaign speech in Wilmington, Delaware, though there are many people who are like, that could easily be AI. But I don't know. I think it's fair to assume that Joe Biden will pop up later this week and say, look, I couldn't do it. I'm sick. But he resigns via a post on X with signature and no official letterhead. So all of the theories are running wild. Now, with this, Donald Trump, as well as many Republicans, have said if he can't run for office, he should resign now. He can't be president. He has endorsed Kamala Harris. The Clintons have. Many others have. Obama has not. But we'll talk about this. The aggregate pollsters are now updating their websites to say there's no Democratic nominee. There's going to be a nominating process between the 1st and the 7th, which I guess is sometime before the DNC, where they're going to determine who can actually run for the nomination. Kamala Harris has raised a record amount of money, reportedly, and they've officially switched the Biden campaign to the Kamala campaign, and it's just absolutely wild. And then we've got some other cultural news. Chris Tyson of Mr. Beast, you may know the individual. He came out as transgender, is being accused of grooming, among other things. So we'll get into that story as it affects the entirety of the social media economy, I guess. We'll break that all down. But my friends, before we get started, head over to mypillow.com/Tim and use promo code Tim to buy cool MyPillow stuff. You've asked and MyPillow listened to finally bring you the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position, helps keep your neck aligned, holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen or bath towels. That's only $25. The brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get their famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com, use promo code Tim to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen size MyPillow, only $19.98. They got a phone number you can call. It's 800-925-9096. Shout out to Mike Lindell for sponsoring the show and for hanging out with us last week while we're at the RNC. We're big fans and we appreciate his support. Head over also to timcast.com and click join us to become a member and support the show directly. And you'll get access to our Discord server where you can hang out with like-minded individuals. And we're going to have a members only call-in show tonight. We do this Monday through Thursday at 10 p.m. You as members can actually call in, talk to us and our guests. So sign up now to support our efforts. Holy crap, this is going to be a crazy next couple of months. We didn't know when the dam was going to break, but boy, did the dam break. My friends, it has been every day for the last 2 weeks, we have been facing unprecedented historical moments. Before that, a story every other week. Then every month, the arrest of Donald Trump, the criminal convictions. And now we have an update on the Trump assassination. Turns out in this hearing today, there were Secret Service or law enforcement stationed on top of that roof, and they left because it was too hot. So they claim. It's getting absolutely wild. And the head of Secret Service was actually accused of perjury. So we're going to talk about all of that stuff. Joining us, smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show right now, and take the URL, post it wherever you can to support the show. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Valentina Gomez.
Good evening, guys. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Valentina Gomez. Speak the truth, catch pedophiles, and I will be Missouri's 41st Secretary of State. And I'm excited to get this started.
Oh, thanks for hanging out. Should be fun. We got Shane Cashman.
Awesome. It's very good to be here. What a crazy day. I'm an author. I am the host of Inverted World Live, Sundays at 6 p.m. Eastern. And I believe Joe Biden's been incapacitated, we'll say, for years and resurrected by dark magic. So, Hannah Claire, how are you?
I'm good. Shane is definitely a dad. When we came to the studio tonight, he said, there's not a lot of news tonight, huh? I mean, it was the most dad joke of all time. So I'm Hannah Claire Brimley. I'm a writer for SCNR.com, that's Scanner News. It has been a busy day. Thank you guys for joining us. Let's get started.
Here's a story from Axios from just yesterday. Biden drops out, endorses Harris. Well, you've seen the news most likely. I mean, I don't know how you escape such massive news breaking across the board. 1 week before this, Donald Trump was shot in the face. So, man, I'd appreciate a day of just chilling, but we ain't going to get it. So as Joe Biden announces that he's going to, where do we have the letter? Here we go. Announces that he's resigning in a letter posted to his personal account with a suspect looking signature, which some people are saying is not a signature. I don't know if it is, but there's no official letterhead. He's saying, over the past 3.5 years, we made great progress as a nation, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to read the whole thing. He says, it's been the greatest honor of my life. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. So the Biden HQ Twitter account, X account, is gone. It is now the Kamala HQ. It is as cringe as you can get. She gave a speech in Wilmington, Delaware, that was one of the most off-putting speeches I've ever seen. I don't get why everybody was just laughing the whole time. It's the strangest thing. Biden tried to run this campaign of old man seemingly angry yelling at cloud. Okay, when you get someone like Trump, he's an old guy, and he goes, look, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we've got to do it, it's going to have to happen. It's like a stern and serious figure. Joe Biden did I'm so angry, and it's like, are you really? And then Kamala Harris just laughs at everything. So she's officially been nominated. Endorsed. The Clintons have endorsed her. It looks like she may be the nominee. I'm not entirely convinced, but I'll just give one last shout out to all of the fans of Timcast IRL who, and we didn't give any financial advice, bought shares in Kamala Harris on Predict It and made a lot of money.
I think that Democrats at the formerly Biden headquarters are laughing because they would like to be crying. I think this is really not the outcome that most of them wanted. Kamala Harris was a left of Biden candidate when she ran in 2020. She wasn't even polling that well then. The only thing that I see about her from Democrats online is this coconut tree line. Like, did you fall from a coconut tree? Which I guess is the only witty thing she said in the last 5 years. So
witty?
It's not witty. This is the closest they can get with Kamala Harris.
Relatively speaking for her.
This is what they have to cling on to. Yeah. I think part of it is Democrats have always been the party of fall in line immediately. And so that's why you're seeing this circling the wagons. We're all going to endorse Kamala because we're effective. They're very much effectively out of time. There's 1 month until the DNC. They're talking about holding the virtual confirmation process. And then there's 106 days until the election.
And not just that, but also the party of identity politics. Yeah. Let's be honest. She's a DEI hire. And that's exactly why she's there, because she's going to play the black card.
Or the Indian or Jamaican.
Or all of them.
The woman card.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Joe Biden said it outright. And it's funny because the Democrats get offended, like, don't you call her a diversity? But Joe Biden said this. He said, I am going to choose a vice president who's a black woman. Mm-hmm. And they were like, okay, have you considered choosing someone who's qualified to be vice president?
Oh. Qualifications are out of the roof with them. And let's not forget that Joe Biden said, if you're not black, if you're not voting for me, you ain't black. So let's go back to that one.
Well, Kamala's not voting for him now, so whatever that means.
I don't think Biden's arm can move like that with the signature. Like he was even saying early on in his administration when he was signing all the executive orders, I don't even know what I'm signing right now. Like, I don't think his arms can do that with a signature.
Well, there's another story which we'll end up getting into in a little bit where Charlie Kirk has this lead. He's not really sure about the story, but that the last week Biden, when he was flying from Vegas, there was a medical emergency on his flight and they had to rush him to the hospital. So some people think he may already be dead. And again, we'll get into this, but we'll focus on the politics for this segment, and then I don't want to jump the gun because
put it on the bookshelf.
Got a bunch of stuff to go through. Let's talk about. Well, first here's Kamala HQ X account, and Newsweek was like, Kamala is embracing the memes. Okay,
right.
Look,
it's her dark Biden.
Her dark Biden. The post. It's surreal watching this. I got to be completely honest. When I was watching her speech on Fox News, it's all grainy and broken down, and it seems like watching a movie, not reality. Like, it does not seem real.
It's all scripted.
Absolutely. They planned this. This has absolutely been planned, and there's one reason. Well, there's a reason with some reason trees beneath it, branches. They did not want a populist to steal the nomination. Kamala Harris would never have won an actual nominating process through the primary. She may get chosen through the political elite secret ballot, which they're planning now. and RFK Jr. would be the Democrat nominee if they had a real primary.
I think that's one of the reasons RFK didn't drop out last week. He knew that there was a potential for Biden to leave and that he could potentially really win back Democratic voters who don't like Kamala Harris. And I think that's a good calculation on his point. The other thing that's happening when you're saying it's scripted, you guys probably saw this, but Aaron Sorkin, who created The West Wing, had written hours before it got published, hours before Biden announced that he was going to leave. He had written this article saying the Democrats should, really shake things up and endorse Mitt Romney, select him as their candidate, because that's the only way for them to sort of turn this around. And he has since, retracted that statement. He's endorsed Kamala Harris, but he was famous for writing this political show that was based in the White House that was about campaigning. And I think that is sort of the energy we're seeing from her campaign right now. There was all these reports that like on Sunday night, she was wearing her Howard University sweatshirt and calling 100 people, all these labor leaders and whoever else saying, I'm gonna earn your vote. I'm not gonna just expect it, and, whatever. So there is this drama around the identity politics and the theater of watching the Democrats try to create a narrative for this person who has a terrible record as a prosecutor, who's highly controversial, just trying to make her someone she's probably not out of thin air.
I see your point about them laughing as hiding tears, but I also see them laughing as like, we can't believe we pulled off this total farce, this total scripted farce. And they're laughing knowing what's behind the curtain that we're not seeing.
I don't think they pulled anything off.
There's no spell.
Brett Weinstein had a post, which is very much in line with what I've been saying. He said, I didn't know what their plan was, but it certainly looks like their plan screwed up and they had no contingencies. And this is what it looks like when they're winging it.
And also their house of cards is crumbling right now. And it is the best time because we get to be in the battle. And let's be honest. Kamala Harris is here because she slept her way through politics. Let's talk about Willie Brown, Melton, I believe it was Montel Williams that also helped her get to where she is today. So this is one of the things that the left does.
I mean, she's always been someone that people don't love, right? No one's just full on embraced Kamala Harris for a number of reasons. Again, I'm going to go back to her record as a prosecutor and the controversy she has around death row inmates and withholding evidence that could potentially exonerate someone. But she is now, again, trying to become someone the Democrats need. And I think Tim's right, exposing the fact that there is just chaos and there was no plan. I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu, flew in today and no one met him on the tarmac, right? Biden can't be there because he, quote unquote, theoretically has COVID, so he has to, hide from the public. And Kamala has to go to Delaware and beg the Biden campaign to still back her, to not leave the campaign, to support her, to continue working for her. So we have this world leader who's just sort of arriving to no fanfare.
Didn't they cancel the meeting with Netanyahu?
I mean, they must have, right? Because she's not there to greet him. He's theoretically going to address Congress in a joint session later this week. So there's some stuff going on. But we didn't even dispatch Chuck Schumer to go meet him. We were just sort of like, oh man, sorry, dude, we've got our own problems.
So the famous quote from Kamala Harris is something like, to be unburdened by what has been. Or something like what is this? What is
like unburdened by what has been and something about.
No, it's something.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
Like what we can be unburdened by what has been, or something like that. She says it all the time.
What does that mean?
So, well, I mean, she's trying to say.
She's trying to sound like Dr. Jordan B. Peterson.
She's doing what you ever see those guys on social media where they'll write a quote and it'll be like, the darkest night is complemented by the weakest men. And then they'll put like John Smith under it and it's them. They're quoting themselves and writing it in the quotes. It's like, dude, you said it. You don't need to tell everyone you did, but they're trying to make it look like it's academic. Right. That's what she's doing.
Her line is, what can be unburdened by what has been.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit longer version of it, but there's
no meaning in that.
And she says it over and over again. I mean, this is her slogan that she has created for herself, even though it's just fluff, which I think is really what you'll see out of her campaign.
Maybe that's her signaling this was a plan all along, Hannah Claire.
What?
Maybe
unburdened by what has been.
Yeah.
Joe Biden
is the unburdened. Yeah.
So
finally here.
This is what, look, she's got this post on her page. Trump War Room says this account is living unburdened by what has been. And then someone responded, it's Jover911 saying, drop the usage of that phrase now. They're going to spin that into marketing for her campaign. They've been creating TikTok videos of her saying that over Charlie XCX songs and Gen Z loves it. Yes, they love it because they are looking down on her. People like to say there's no such thing as bad press. And it's like, sure, be a politician and go take a dump in the middle of Fifth Avenue in front of everybody and tell me about there's no such thing as bad press. Sorry, you're out of the race. Howard Dean, what did he say? Woohoo or something? And his whole, and that was all he did. Yeah. And then it destroyed his entire campaign. You want to talk about bad press? So when Kamala Harris says something about, you didn't fall out of a coconut tree or what, like, what? And then she says, unburdened by what has been, they're not liking these things because they like Kamala. They're liking them because she is a stiff weirdo who is easily made fun of.
And they're sort of desperately, like, I think there are some people who are like, I don't know, this is what we have, so let's try and make it work. But the reality is, Kamala Harris is always going to be burdened by what has been, because now she has
well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
She has to make the decision to decide if she's going to, champion Joe Biden's legacy, which she has been intricately chained to going forward, right? They told us over and over again, it's the Biden-Harris campaign. She's in charge of reproductive rights. She's in charge of the border. Or if she's going to turn and attack Joe Biden and say, actually, he did things bad, and I'm going to do things better. The slogan that's sort of emerging right now that I can see in reports is she's going to finish the job. She's going to finish the job, which is kind of what Joe Biden had been saying when he was messaging for re-election. But the reality is nothing about this is good for her. And I think, honestly, I wonder if on a small level she resents Joe Biden, being like, you could have withdrawn months ago, and instead you left me in at the last minute to defend your mess.
All part of the plan. I think it's all part of the plan. I said, with variables in between, back in November, I remember sitting here doing a morning segment where I was looking at the polls, looking at what Democrats saying about Joe Biden, and I was like, he cannot be the nominee. This is it. It's lined up against him. And then I was thinking to myself, like, should I actually title this Joe Biden will not be the nominee? I was like, I don't know if I should. It's my opinion. I'm saying this, but I don't know. And I'm like, I'm going to do it. I genuinely believe he will not be the nominee. And then there were weird moments in between where I'm like, I thought it would have been by March. If they haven't pulled him out by March, then I guess I was wrong. Nope. They waited until right before the DNC to make sure no one else could get in. But we got a problem. There are several states that are past the deadline and they can't put someone else on those ballots. Some of these states, I don't know the rules, but many of them have provisions about like 120 days out or something like this. Ballots have to be made. So what are they going to do with all the ballots that say Joe Biden on them?
Well, some of this has never made any sense to me because there are a couple states, I think Virginia is one, where the DNC I know we talked about this in Ohio, but Virginia, this is still an issue. The DNC will come it becomes before they have to deal with their issue. So like if there's no candidate before the DNC, Virginia doesn't produce ballots with a Democratic candidate on it. And I think that's the example. And so there's this level of like chaos within the Democratic National Committee that I have always thought was there because they scheduled this event, right? There has to be one intern, a team of 5 interns who are in charge of finding out what the ballot regulations are for each state and saying, hey, maybe you should pick a convention where we can actually get on the ballot. But instead they just didn't do it.
Take a look at this. 538. It says, as of July 21st at 2 p.m. Eastern, President Joe Biden has suspended his campaign for the 2024 Democratic primary nomination for president. The average is no longer updating. And see, I check this every day. I check all the new polls every morning. I get up, I take a look at, I Google search the names, I pull up CNN, I pull up Fox News, I pull up Daily Mail, I pull up Post Millennial, and I check the aggregate polling. RCP now has general election Trump v. Harris. Yep. Trump v. Harris, and then 538 just outright says that's it. We're done. Look, the last several polls they have are Trump v. Harris, and he's up 8-8-8-6-6-2. And then you have some Biden stuff here, but they've been polling Trump against all the Democrats for a while now, predicting what is going to happen. Why would 538 suspend their presidential polling average when they were polling Trump against Harris from the get-go? It is absolutely fascinating. But as upon reading this morning, I went, holy crap. We are 3 months away from one of the most consequential elections in American history, and the Democratic Party does not have a candidate.
Do you think Kamala is even going to make it to the nomination? I don't think
I'm not convinced she'll be the nominee.
Yeah, same.
Oh, I think that they'll probably see challengers at the convention.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, the first person I checked on was Dean Phillips, who had said something like, she is very talented, but it was not a full-on, I endorse her.
Also, Gretchen and Newsom.
Gretchen and Newsom have both endorsed Kamala. So I think at convention, if they then turned around and were like, no, we're challenging, it might look a little suspicious.
I wouldn't be surprised coming from them.
See, my thing is like, there are even more Democrats who haven't said anything as far as I know. And that's what's curious, right? I mean, I still haven't seen anything about Obama's endorsement. Who was Obama talking to? Who's saying potentially, here we go?
I think she's a placeholder until they have something new.
And some people are saying Hillary Clinton. So let's
She's going to lose for a third time.
Let's pull this up. We have the post-millennial here. Joe Biden breaks silence, calls into Kamala event. Trump is still a danger to the community. There are so many questions here as to this strange occurrence. And there's another story, which we'll get to in just a bit. There are rumors going around about Joe Biden having been in an emergency medical scenario when he was in Vegas. And apparently the jet that he was on, like Trump, the Biden was supposed to land and then be rushed to a hospital, but they decided to fly back to the East Coast and bring him to Johns Hopkins instead. And the plane was flying so fast that it was shaking uncontrollably. However, everything's fine because Joe Biden called in and Siraj Hashmi says, yeah, he's dead. Yep. So let me play this for you. Kamala Harris speaks to Biden over the phone at campaign headquarters. Here you go.
It is so good to hear our president's voice. Joe, I know you're still on the call.
The recording.
And we've been talking every day. You guys heard it from Doug's voice. We love Joe and Jill. We really do. They truly are like family to us. And we do, everybody here does.
It's mutual.
I knew you were still there. You're not going anywhere, Joe.
I'm watching you, kid.
It's just a guy with a sound button.
Kid, I love you.
I love you, Joe.
She wants
Why
to
did
leave
that
so
not
badly.
seem real?
That was a
If
recording.
you listen to the whole recording, it sounds either massively edited or AI.
Let me play it again.
It is so good to hear our president's voice. Joe, I know you're still on the
recording?
Yes.
She was about to say recording.
Yes.
Our-
What else could she have said?
Hold on. Wait.
It is so good to hear our president's voice. Joe, I know you're still on the call.
She said the call. She was going to say recording.
You listen to the whole call. I'm putting in quotes call. Like it sounds like AI.
They planned this, and I really do think Joe Biden is maybe he's just sick or
very sick,
convalesced
in a stasis
and
pod.
He will show up next week, or this week. I really doubt. I think he will give a joint session. That's what he's supposed to do. It's supposed to be like a joint session or something.
I mean, typically the president would appear before Congress with Netanyahu, right? But they're saying right now because he has COVID, it's going to be Kamala Harris. They do have a built-in excuse to keep him away.
He was supposed to appear before Congress, but he's not going to?
Well, so Netanyahu is supposed to give a joint address.
Oh, right.
And sometimes the president would be there.
Oh, okay.
Biden said in his
last
letter,
week, Laura Loomer said that there was an emergency in the presidential plane last week.
That's right. I saw that.
So let's.
But that was the first week of July. And she was saying that Joe Biden was suffering a medical emergency. The media said she was lying because the plane landed and he gets out and he was fine. I think she was right. I think she
was right too.
But the question is the severity of the emergency. I think it's very possible that Joe Biden really does have Parkinson's because he's done the cornholio hands. And then people have pointed out, if you watch his speeches, he doesn't blink. And then someone said there was a viral conspiracy theory where they said it's AI. This proves it. He doesn't blink. And then people were like, as if they don't know how to make AI blink. No, but when you have Parkinson's, you don't blink that often. And your hands also don't move properly. He's being visited by this neurologist. Maybe the medical emergency Laura Loomer was getting a lead on was not something that was going to put him in the hospital forever or kill him. It was maybe he had a seizure. Maybe he had a mild seizure and they were panicking and they were like, go. And then he made a slight recovery and was able to walk off the plane.
Or also a reaction from all of the drugs they've been pumping him with.
Yeah,
that's true too.
Yeah.
So
Death has consequences.
But in all seriousness, Valentina is correct. Another theory that people have been bringing up is that he's an 81-year-old man. And the theory is they've been giving him uppers to keep him going, and his kidneys and liver are shot. Yep. So now he's having extreme pain and suffering from issues.
He's 81 years old, for God's sake. His body's going to give up at some point.
If you believe that's a real person up there. The press corps, remember the press corps, the day of the debate? They were worried about a medical emergency.
Yeah, they were mad they were denied
And when
access.
he walked out, he sounded like a medical emergency. Like we were here watching it. He sounded like a man who just woke up from a coma.
I'm playing this sound bite for you again. Listen to this.
It is so good to hear our president's voice. Joe, I know you're still on the call.
She was going to say recording. She said Rick.
She's
She
the
said
worst
wreck.
vice president in history. She can't even keep the story straight.
Right.
She said wreck. Are they screwing with us?
Yes.
Like, are they trying to get conspiracy theorists riled up?
Tim, the CIA in its infancy was hiring magicians to make tricks on people and brainwash them. They had John Mulholland, Houdini's best friend, work with them to make magic tricks on people. We are stuck in a dark spell. That's what they're doing right now. They're psycho magicians.
I think there are a lot of things that are weird about this. Like if he really did have a medical emergency on the plane, they were like, just kidding, we're going to fly back and go to Johns Hopkins. That's weird, right? The president typically gets treated at Walter Reed Medical Center. Why would they break protocol like that?
What if this is literally just a call they did a while ago that wasn't pre-planned, and they were just like, what is that 30 Rock bit? You guys,
I love 30 Rock.
The one where she's like, POTUS isn't running, I'm running? Because I saw that
the
everywhere
one where
today.
Jack Donaghy is like, because we have this AI, we have computer technology, we can take all of the sound bites of Jerry Seinfeld and put them into any show because they have all the recordings of.
Right.
So they're like, we need Joe Biden to say a handful of things. It's mutual. Yeah, I'm with you there, kid. You know, what does he say?
Dog face, pony boy.
They can easily, and some people are saying it's AI and all that stuff. She says almost as recording. Like she is. I think it's a recording.
She's giving it out.
But maybe Biden is alive. Maybe.
But he's not well.
Maybe medically.
Yeah.
You can see that he's not well. Even in the debate with Trump, they wanted him to be sitting down.
Yo, this is crazy.
I don't think we have him right now. I think we almost had a week where the former president was assassinated and the current president is dead.
There's a joke, and they were like, so who do you think is going to be president? And it's whoever survives till November.
Well, with
it's
this
battle royale.
with the Secret Service director, that's
Right.
very tough. Honestly.
Right. There's no reality. Everything seems like it's collapsing. Watching that lady answer her non-answers today, there's nothing.
If we do not, okay, so this is weird. Like this video from Kamala Harris, outside of her saying recording, which is weird. The video itself is just very strange. I was watching it on Fox News and it sounded very weird. And I'm just like, is anybody else weirded out by the fact that they did this weird meeting? Like weird meeting where Biden just spits out some words randomly for what?
He's been spitting out words randomly for so long.
Yeah, but what I mean is, why didn't Biden put up a video saying he could have put up a video resigning? Instead, we get this weird letter. People are saying it's not an official letterhead. The signature doesn't match. And that's true. It's signature. When you compare his signature, actually, I think I have it right here. Natalie Danilician pulls this up. When you look at the signature on the letter compared to his signature on executive orders, the executive order signatures are all identical. The signature on the letter is different. You can look at the shape of the B, how it's written. Okay, fine, whatever. This one time, Biden decided to write the B differently.
Even a 10-year-old can see that those are not the same.
Well, I'm sure Jill Biden has forged her husband's signature before, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be him to sign it. And part of it, it's all kind of a formality anyways.
Look at what they did with Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Right. And Dianne Feinstein. I mean, she was in terrible shape. It was actually really sad to see her at the end because it was just like clear that no one in her family was stepping in to be like, it's time to leave. I mean, even Sheila Lee Jackson, the congresswoman from Texas who just died, last week, she was in better cognitive shape, but she had pancreatic cancer, had announced it a month before, and still stayed in office. Like, why would you not withdraw? There's another congresswoman.
And she was going after Trump even in her last day.
There was another congresswoman who has a neurodegenerative issue. She's still in office. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but there's a question of like, why won't you guys leave office? And the answer is because the staff around you need you to be there to move on. I mean, that was the thing about Ruth Bader Ginsburg. The thought was all of her clerks are writing her opinions and they're like, yes, she's definitely with us.
Mitch McConnell froze on camera multiple times.
Like,
do you remember Good Morning Sunday Morning?
Yes.
That was awesome, by the
These
way.
people belong in a nursing home. That's my opinion.
Well, that's what the White House is.
Yeah.
A very expensive nursing home.
Yeah, it's the
that's
best.
giving billions to foreign nations,
you
letting
fund it. We fund it.
illegals in.
All right, here, wait. We're just for good measure. This is from 3 years ago.
Oh, the best insider trader of all time.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg. But to be clear, you're not taking any arrows out of your quiver. You're not ruling anything out.
Good morning. Sunday morning. We have a responsibility.
What?
Yes.
Yo,
this is possession.
Could it be that there is no Washington, D.C., and all of these people are AI and they've been AI the whole time? Like, when have you ever seen Nancy Pelosi in a room?
It's dead internet theory in real life. That's what it is.
What if just these people aren't real? They've never been real.
I did walk by Adam Schiff in real life and he seemed fake. Like his face would open up and there's like a creature behind it.
I've literally seen most of these people, and we live in DC.
Yeah.
So. But it is funny when people claim IRL is like fake.
Hey, you're not fake. I see you, Tim.
Yeah, but they'll claim you.
That's what a robot would say.
That's
Come
right.
on.
No, they'll chat and they'll be like, "This is pre-recorded, scripted. It's not real or whatever."
Right.
Even though we like reference time.
Okay, let's get a flamethrower. I'll burn something.
Yeah. It is 8:28 on the East Coast, and you're listening live.
You got to hold a newspaper up though.
Very live, guys.
I think one of the issues is that we used to be a country where like the transition of power was actually something we looked at with like dignity, right? There was like an honor in
Respect.
stepping away, right?
Yes.
I mean, that was George Washington's whole thing, right? He's like, I could continue to be president, but I don't think that's right. The nation has to learn to go on. And, this has obviously not been the case for some time with a lot of politicians. We're able to name some examples, but it is I must remain in power because I don't believe anyone else can do it. And also maybe on some level, I believe I've earned this. I deserve this. And and it's to the detriment of the voters.
Also for them to buy a nicer house, a nicer car, special interest.
It's the insider trading.
Exactly. Also, you get bought. More than 15, 20 years in office, that says something. That says that you've been bought by the establishment.
When you leave Congress, you keep your clearance. And so the lobbyists love that they can hire a former member of Congress who can go in and lobby on their behalf. Plus, they know him, and that's the dirty game. I got to pull up this tweet from Brett Weinstein. Let me grab this one because I think he absolutely nails it. And it's similar to something that I've said, but I appreciate the way he's articulated it. Let me try and find this post. Here we go. I got it right here. He says, I don't know what their original plan was, but I suspect we're way past all the contingencies that were considered in advance, and this is what things are like when the deep state is winging it. Maybe. That's one way to put it. My view is that the grandchildren of the liberal world, the liberal economic order, have no idea how to run the machine, and their grandparents have fallen off. Or here's one way to put it. Joe Biden quite literally is one of the architects of the liberal economic order. I shouldn't say literally, but what is this? We're talking about the 50s. So how old would he have been in his 20s, 30s? He's working in politics at this time, working for the men after World War II who created what's called the liberal economic order. Not a conspiracy theory. I'm going to pull this one up for you guys. CFR, liberal world order, they call it. So this is it right here. The Council on Foreign Relations website. What is the liberal world order? It was the structure of the global order created after World War II. Joe Biden is a child of this machine, and there is no one after him to inherit this who knows how to maintain the global order. That is, how many military bases do we have around the world? All Japan, Germany, etc. They have no idea how to make the machine work. So they have no one who can step up and become president and run this. That's why Joe Biden, who is like next in line for these people, I think what we're seeing is they're looking around being like, well, we told people not to have kids. We didn't teach our kids. They became degenerate, and now they can't actually run the United States military-industrial complex empire, and it's falling apart. And the best we have is Kamala Harris. That's what they chose. Well, okay, then then here's my conspiracy. My conspiracy is Donald Trump is actually the deep state, and he's pretending not to be the deep state, because if that's not the case, then there's no conspiracies anymore. Okay, I want the conspiracy to exist, so Donald Trump is the leader of the military-industrial complex. So.
I'd always thought for a while that the Joe Biden or the Biden administration, the staffing around him, anyone who'd transitioned from campaign to administration and then was probably going back on the campaign, was fighting whatever powers that be were saying like, you have to leave, you have to turn over. He did run saying he was going to be a bridge candidate. He postured like he would be a four-year president, and then turn it over to like the newer, younger, more diverse future of the Democratic Party. And I do think that he got into office and disrupted a lot of plans by saying, no, I'm going to stay. I want 2 terms. I deserve to be an 8-year president, and you can't make me leave. I think the fact that he did not leave earlier, even though we would have Jen Psaki saying, oh, he hasn't made a decision, even though Biden would say, no, I have made a decision. That carried on through Karine Jean-Pierre. I mean, there was a lot of confusion over if Joe Biden was running again for a long time, which seems very strange considering that, like, typically a successful president will run for a second term. And so I think that it was discord within the two forces, the ones who were actually literally occupying the White House, anyone in the Biden machine, and then, whatever overarching power.
I'm going to clarify the point that I was just making. There are no conspiracies anymore. Kamala cannot run this. If you think that there is a grand scheme behind the scenes, the only assumption is that Donald Trump is the ruler of the liberal economic order because it's working and he's winning. The reality is the deep state elements that have tried to attack Donald Trump, that desperately tried to prevent Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, the populists, from taking over the parties, have completely and utterly failed over the past 10 years and are only left with a morsel that is a morsel of control that is Kamala Harris and her crackpot campaign. Donald Trump is winning. The machine has failed and it is done. There's no conspiracies left. That's it. I mean, the fact that it is now mainstream, RFK Jr. is running saying CIA killed my dad and my uncle. Ron Paul comes out like, oh, yeah, the CIA killed him. It's not even, 10, 15 years ago, it was laughably conspiratorial to claim that the U.S. government killed JFK. Now it's just everybody on like, oh, yeah, of course. Of course. We're like 10 years out from them being like, oh, yeah, moon landing? Yeah, not real. Yeah. There's no conspiracies left because whatever was trying to hold the narrative together imploded on itself. There is nothing. But let's do this. I want to start with this next segment simply by showing a clip that we showed already. Siraj Hashmi saying, yeah, he's dead on X. You want to pull this up? So this is a post from Siraj Hashmi when Kamala Harris was was speaking at a campaign HQ and then said, I know you're still on the call, almost saying recording. Well, here we have this tweet from Tucker Carlson Network. Where is Joe Biden? Why haven't we seen him? Clearly something is going on. And this is Tucker with Jack Posobiec referencing Charlie Kirk. I'm going to play this clip for you guys. The story is Charlie Kirk said he got a weird lead that about a week ago, there was a medical emergency for Joe Biden and they were trying to rush him to the hospital. Here's what Tucker Carlson had to say.
This is from Charlie Kirk. I'm reading this cold. I got a weird lead on a story people ought to look into. I got a call from a source close to Las Vegas Metro Police. The official story was that Biden's trip was cut short last week due to COVID. However, according to this source, U.S. Secret Service informed Las Vegas Metro that there was an emergency situation involving Joe Biden and to close necessary streets so that POTUS could be transported immediately to University Medical, which they began to do in earnest. Then mysteriously, there was a stand-down order, and the Secret Service informed local Vegas PD that they were going to medevac POTUS to Johns Hopkins, which they presume meant fly him back east as soon as possible. Apparently, the rumor mill in the police department was that Joe Biden was dying or already dead, possibly. I didn't think too much about this lead. It seemed too wild to be true. But given that Joe Biden has been out of public sight for days and dropped out of the race via an X post, and his brother James indicated health was a factor, I'm beginning to grow more curious if COVID or something else has been more serious than reported. If anyone with Las Vegas Metro has information, please email freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to hear if there's more to the official story than what they're telling us.
Well, I'm sure Las Vegas Metro would be just as open as forthcoming as they were during the during the October shooting.
Yeah, the worst mass shooting in American history,
which is never spoken of again.
They tried to drive me out of a camera position while I was doing a story on it. Yeah, clearly there's something
known for being open and forthcoming.
Yeah, like the city itself.
So we have this also from Charlie Kirk. He says, update. I have received multiple emails like this one confirming many elements of the story. Many have confirmed that a call went out to block streets to get Biden to University Medical Trauma Center, ASAP Trauma Center. And then the plan abruptly changed and they got him out on Air Force One very quickly. I have not confirmed the IDs of these people, but there are an overwhelming number of stories corroborating essentially the same account that I felt comfortable sharing. I have people diving deeper into this now. He says people have sent me a post from Emily Gooden, senior White House correspondent for the Daily Mail from July 17th. She documented that the flight time from Vegas to Dover was 3 hours and 48 minutes, extremely fast, and that Air Force One flew so fast the plane shook. This seems to confirm reports of how urgently Air Force One took off out of Vegas. The questions now are, did Joe Biden have a serious medical event in Vegas that has been covered up? Did that medical event contribute to his decision to pull out of the race? How precarious is Joe Biden's current health condition? I'm actually wondering if Joe Biden will make an appearance ever again. Is it possible that Joe Biden is completely incapacitated or dead, and so that's why they drop him out of the race via a message? Man, I think I can't even.
It wouldn't surprise me.
What you were saying about no more conspiracies, I feel like it's almost a death of all the old conspiracies, and now the new collection of unimaginable conspiracies. They're, in my opinion, holding a president hostage. His death is hostage.
I mean, this man cannot speak, cannot move, cannot turn.
And they're willing to do anything.
But guys, this post that Charlie Kirk is referencing, this is the viral video where, let me turn this down a little bit, where Biden could not walk down the stairs.
Yep. Look at him walk into the car.
He looks dead.
This was widely in the press as
that's if you
tons of outlets said Biden struggles to walk down the stairs. Yo, I mean, I think it's him. I'm just saying, I think he was sick. I think they rushed him out. And this was a week ago. So this is on the 17th. Something may have happened a few days later.
He could be around still, and they've been taking all this time to film whatever speech he's going to give from the Oval Office and pretend like it's live.
Dude, okay.
Or pumping with drugs.
He's 81. That doesn't matter. He's 81. Sensitive subject, I guess, but have you guys been with a loved one who is elderly as they've lay dying?
A few times.
Yeah.
You get to a point where you know they're going. They are alive. They are incapacitated, and they may just be completely out of it.
Yep.
They may be snoring. They may be on a ventilator, and the doctors are saying
they're in and out.
They're right, and Biden may be in this moment right now, still alive. Kamala Harris said, "You're on the call." She was going to say recording. I don't think Joe Biden is
here, like mentally.
Well, I mean, we've said that about him for a while, that his brain is not working properly. But I'm saying right now, I think the likely scenario is that he's in a hospital bed, alive, but in and out, unable to function, or he's gone already.
Do you think it was even COVID?
No, I don't think there was COVID. I mean,
Right.
part of it is Biden said himself, he was asked in that interview, like, what would make you leave the race? And he was like, well, if my doctors told me I had a medical condition that I didn't have before,
And how long after?
And like maybe something happened rapidly. I will say, just so it's like part of the discussion, you probably will see, left-leaning organizations or people refuting some of these claims. Like they'll say, well, if he had COVID, it's very serious. And so maybe they did need to rush him to the hospital, get him on a ventilator or fever. And like when he's walking downstairs, they'll be like, oh, well, COVID gives you muscle stiffness.
Joints,
So he's not okay. Like if they're standing by the COVID thing, it'll allow them to refute some of the claims or concerns that are out there about his well-being. And they had his White House doctor release that statement today being like, he's recovering thanks to Paxlovid. Shout out to you, pharmaceutical giants.
Yeah.
Lauren Boebert all day has been like, I would like a confirmation of a proof of life from the Biden house. I mean, it would be funny if it wasn't so urgent. I know Speaker of the House Mike Johnson has already asked that he resign. It's very unclear what's going on, but this is also par for the course for the Biden administration, right? Like they will argue over the most transparent White House because we released the White House visitor logs, but then we know that something is going on in Delaware. There's a reason he's back there every single weekend. We know that there is a lot that they pretend or ignore or don't talk about. That's why so many people who trusted them were surprised by his debate performance, whereas everyone else who doesn't believe the Biden administration was like, no, we knew this was coming. We knew this was as bad as it was going to be.
No answers about the assassination attempt. No proof of life.
So I looked it up using, what is this, travel math. And they say Las Vegas, Nevada to Delaware is 4 hours and 13 minutes.
It's like
So they cut about 20 to 30 minutes off the flight. But she said they were flying so fast, the plane shook. Yeah.
I don't think it's nothing to cut that much time off. I mean,
especially for such a big plane.
And I also think it's weird that they would rush him to Johns Hopkins. I know I made this point a little bit earlier, but like, don't presidents famously get treated at Walter Reed? Why is he going somewhere else? Is it just
Delaware?
closer, maybe? No, it's in Maryland, Johns Hopkins.
Yeah. Security access. Maryland is one of the federal compound states, right? You've got Mount Weather. That's in Maryland, right?
I think so, yeah.
Raven Rock, Mount Weather. That's all Maryland.
In Maryland.
Yeah. This is where they have the emergency resources. If you're in Vegas, how are you going to get federal resources? By DC, you've got everything.
Yep. That's right.
I think this is all a smoke screen saying all of this stuff because their lies were exposed during the debate. And honestly, this is a president of the United States. This is negligence. It is incompetence. And I can't believe that we have allowed this to happen.
I wonder, someone else projected too, I wonder if he had a stroke. Because he's
had some in the past.
Right. And so he walks down the stairs just to be like, got to keep it up.
I spoke to someone who works with dementia patients after the debate, and they said they thought he lost his voice from screaming, from dementia, not remembering, getting angry. It wasn't like a cold.
I think that makes sense. And they said it was a cold. Nope. He's Is that what I read? We read this on the show actually, because Biden has these bursts of rage.
Yeah.
Remember when that guy approached him backstage, and then I can't remember what he said, but he snapped at him. And he's like, "What?
He challenged the other guy to push-ups.
Yeah, or the guy that he yelled at about gun control.
Yep.
And they say that people with dementia get angry because it's like feeling that the word is on the tip of your tongue, but for everything. Yep. And so in your mind, you're thinking to yourself, why can't I say this? Why can't I do this? And it's frustrating. Mm-hmm. So it's frustrating enough when someone's like, what's that song about candy from the 60s? And you're like, oh, no, I know it. It's on the tip of my tongue. Why can't I think of it? I was just talking about this. And it's frustrating, right? Yeah. Imagine if you couldn't even say a sentence because every word you were looking for wasn't there. And to make it worse, imagine being 81, having lived nearly a century and witnessed all these historical events, and you can't think of the word what or if. You're like, your brain is just going, I don't know. And you're like, you get really angry and you yell at people. Yep. That's what I've read.
I think that's what I've heard. I mean, that's what I've heard about people with dementia too. Like they are lost and therefore they become defensive or angry. Mm-hmm. There is some reporting that Joe Biden's going to be back in the White House tomorrow, according to his schedule. Remember, they had wiped his schedule. So we'll have to see if there is a video of him like landing and walking into the White House or if they keep it pretty hidden. It's very hard to say what's going on with Biden right now. And I think that's almost intentional because, again, the DNC is trying to rapidly develop a narrative around Kamala. And if she knew that he was in terrible condition when she, allegedly talked to him about becoming the nominee, that he was going to drop out, because that was a story that, he had told his very close advisors, he had told Kamala, and then they gave the press corps 1 minute's notice before they released the statement. If she knew this whole time, that's going to sort of injure her campaign before it's even started.
She stayed quiet, and honestly, I feel bad for all of us because innocent American people are paying the price for their incompetence, for their negligence.
Let's jump to this story from SCNR. Vice President Harris raises $81 million in a day, breaking the 24-hour fundraising record. Even those that may have preferred an open convention have quickly coalesced around her overnight. Now, I have a question. If you donated the maximum to Joe Biden's campaign, could you donate a maximum to Kamala Harris's campaign because it is a different campaign? And are they allowed to transfer the funds from the Biden campaign to the Harris campaign?
I've seen a lot of mixed reporting on this. Like, I know, what's his name, who's Vogue's new political correspondent, was saying money that was raised through the DNC for the Biden-Harris campaign, she gets access to. But other forms, she may not.
So if I donated, I shouldn't say but if a person donated, what is it, $2,300? Is it the max this year?
I think so. $2,825.
What is it?
$2,825 per person.
2,825.
Oh,
okay.
Well, that's for Missouri.
I think.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's not federal.
Oh.
So that's probably state then. Yeah. But it could be. It could be still governed by FEC. I'm not sure. But my question is, regardless, if you donated the max to Joe Biden, and then Joe Biden drops out, Kamala Harris gets that money. Can the same person donate the maximum to Kamala Harris? She's a different candidate.
I believe you can do a transfer, transfer your money from a PAC to another PAC.
That means individuals can make double the donations if that's true. Wow. So I want to know if that's true or not, or if they just say, no, the Biden-Harris ticket donations count towards Harris as well.
And it might depend if you donated to like a super PAC versus like directly through the DNC or something.
You can give any amount to super PACs.
Also, $81 million for 81 million votes, right?
Yeah. Well, my friends, we're at the point in saving democracy where you choose your nominee by secret ballot through political elites to shut down the candidate, Donald Trump, who was chosen by popular mandate. Democrats are choosing their nominee in secret at a convention, and the American people have no say. Donald Trump was chosen by the American people who voted in a primary process, and the Democrats are calling that fascism.
I had seen some reporting on Saturday when I was traveling back that the timing of his withdrawal was significant because, this was on Sunday. The DNC, if I'm not mistaken, by their rules, and some of the rules have to be decided on at convention, if he had become formally the nominee and then withdrawn from the campaign, that the leadership of the Democratic National Committee would then have the right to select the new person. They wouldn't have to rely on delegates at all. And so it is interesting to me that, there is now this month period where theoretically Kamala could get challenged. There's all kinds of people who could step out of the woodwork and say, actually, I don't support her. She could fall on her face in polling. I mean, we really don't know. And I will also point out that at least $1 million of this, 81 million, probably was that 1 million raised by Win with Black Women. This was this call that like 44,000 women got on and raised money for Kamala, because so much of this really is going to be about identity politics.
This 81 million seems to be explicitly the Harris campaign. That's why it's a record amount. Super PACs have raised way more than that. Nobody counts that towards record amounts. They're saying Team Harris has raised this, and it's from the official Harris for President campaign issuing the statement. They could be lying, I guess, and calling Team Harris anything meant to support Democrats, but I do not believe that's the case.
And there were all those major donors who had told Biden they were going to stop donating until he left the ticket. So maybe this is just promises being fulfilled, right? He's left the campaign, and so these people who would have been donated to the campaign anyways are now putting their money, where their mouths are, so to speak, because he's left. And so they, in some ways, Kamala is now owed the money that they were holding hostage.
Can they
for
transfer
her.
this to the next candidate?
I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. Who would her
Right.
VP be? Because how do you balance a Kamala Harris ticket?
Kamala's going to choose Hillary, and then she's going to...
She's going to lose again.
No. Kamala's going to choose Hillary Clinton as her VP, and then as soon as she gets elected, Kamala is going to suffer a boating accident in Arkansas, and Hillary Clinton will become president.
Her dream. Yeah. That's her dream.
I think it's very important that we wish for the health and well-being of President Joe Biden, and I mean that with all sincerity, and Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is doing very, very well in the polls. He's raising lots of money. He has survived an assassination attempt. And again, in all seriousness, the temperature is way too high. Everybody needs to chill out. I think, and we got to go over what happened with this this hearing in just a little bit. But I think the best thing for this country and for those that support Donald Trump is that Joe Biden appear this week with a smile on his face and says, guys, I am not ill. There was no emergency. I'm just thinking that the Democrats are right, and I'm not going to be able to run this campaign properly. And then we say, okay, then they can give us whoever they want. They can give it Kamala Harris or whatever. Fine. But I think for the sake of everything, stability is the health and well-being of all of these people, so we can have a calm, which we're not going to, but I'd like to have a calm November election.
What if he comes back and it's just like, I'm kidding. I'm not going anywhere.
No.
I'm doing it.
I'm saying, what if he comes out and goes, I'm not resigning. I did not agree to this.
Kind of like Dianne Feinstein, who was like, I'm not resigning.
Yep.
And then her staff had to be like, no, but we already put out the statement. I mean, it was not good.
Sir, the clone is backfiring.
No. This is one of my theories, right? That so Joe Biden refuses to drop out. So Democrats, Schumer, Schiff, and the rest of them are like, Biden, drop out. And he goes, no, I'm staying in. So they craft the letter, go to an intern and say, post this now. And he's like, but I can't. I'm like, post it now, or we have got 6 ways from Sunday for making your life a living hell. They post the message. Biden's doing nap time Sunday. It's ice cream day, apparently. Yeah. And then he wakes up and he sees he's resigned. What can he do? Nothing.
Jill is going to come back to the White House and then say it.
That's the VP. Yeah.
Jill Biden.
Jill's the VP.
I wonder if it's
Dr.
Joe Biden who will come out and say, like, well, he was unfairly forced out. Our family deserved another 4 years in the White House. Because again, I think the Biden family did not want to leave. It is interesting to think that he has, like, in the call or recording or whatever it was, he said, I'm going to be on the campaign trail with you, Kamala.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't seem like he is, he doesn't seem like he's planning to just step back and behind the curtain and fade into oblivion.
Yeah. I think Joe Biden recorded a message with Kamala Harris as a contingency in the event that he... This is actually, I think, like 95% likely. Joe Biden is 81. He is already 2 years past American average male life expectancy. If I mean, look, I'm in my I'm in my late 30s. I have already had discussions about insurance and will. Shane, have you had these conversations?
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
You think someone who's 81 isn't having these conversations?
We're midlife.
Yep. Halfway there.
Yep.
And Joe Biden at 81, I guarantee you, is talking to his family and saying, I'm 81. I'm very old. I'm 2 years past expectancy.
Mm-hmm.
What do we need to do to prepare for the end? And I bet they said, we need some statements from you pre-recorded for a soft landing in the event it's an abrupt medical emergency. Mm-hmm. That's one of them. I'm sure I bet he updates his will every week, considering what's going on. I'm also wondering if Hunter Biden's going to get pardoned now. Because where's Joe?
That might have been part of the deal. You step down, we make sure Hunter's okay.
I don't know that Joe Biden stepped down.
That'd be wild.
Well, no, I'm saying that he was at home and he didn't wake up. And not that he's dead, but that he didn't wake up and they're like, oh, my, he's
what do we do?
What do we do? Right. And then they were like, sign a letter, put out a statement, Joe can't run, and then we'll figure it out later. I mean, it's not the first time in American history a president has been lied about.
Right. Wasn't Wilson incapacitated for a bit? in the end?
Oh, I don't know.
And his wife kind of took over?
FDR?
He's having father time with Hunter right now.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is.
He needs it.
I wonder. You know, for national security reasons, I don't know that any president, they would come out and just announce their death. Unless it was very overt, like an assassination.
Like they tried to do with Trump.
Yeah. That was
But they
that
failed.
was live streamed. That was crazy.
And I thought it was weird that even the BBC and CNN were there, live streaming.
Were they though? I've heard that. I've never confirmed that. Is that true?
I've seen the BBC videos, but even that, it's hard to know what's true. You saw the BBC guy on the ground. waiting
BBC
for it to
was
go.
there.
It seems like it was, but it's the
Also,
internet. Anything's
let's talk about the White House press corps with the debate. And they were kicked out of the building and they were concerned about a medical emergency that might
Right.
happen.
I thought the White House press corps was never going to be allowed in. I mean, there was supposed to be no audience in the room for that.
They were petitioning to be allowed in
Yeah.
because they said that we want to witness the medical emergency, basically.
I think they got a tip off.
Yeah. But this guy's dying. We want to see it. We want to tell the American people
No, I
about
think
it.
they were like, expect to see a medical episode live on television. I feel like Democrats have planned this out.
I do too. I think he's kind of like not a Trojan horse, a Trojan corpse. And they got him in there and they're like, we're just going to get him past the finish line to switch him out. You know, he's a vessel for these people.
It is wild that it is going to be mid-August when we find out who Trump is running against.
Yeah, it's totally wild.
We never in my life. When was the last time in U.S. history something like this has happened?
I can't think of it.
It's and I think someone said it's been over 100 years since the first back-to-back single-term presidencies.
Was it the 60s maybe? With RFK?
I don't know.
Senior, when he was assassinated?
I don't know.
Seems like there's a lot of parallels to that. I'm not sure though. It's going to be nuts. I want to go see it.
I think that it's chaos, really. I think that there's a lot of things at play, a lot of forces vying to be in control, and that they are at odds. And that's why I find the relationship between the Democratic National Committee and the Biden administration so interesting. This is a very difficult position to put anyone in. I mean, you're effectively asking someone to step in, cultivate this crazy, huge, multi-million-dollar organization in 4 weeks to get the nomination. I mean, maybe you could argue it's 4 months because they have to get to the election, but it's a very difficult task to be in. And I think if they had any control over Joe Biden, they would have pulled him sooner.
I think he's dead. I'm just thinking.
Well, I used to say as long as he had a pulse, he was going to be on the ticket. So I definitely had that.
She knows she's president, but she can't say it.
Well, there's no coincidence in 2024. Hunter Biden dropped his lawsuit against Fox the same day Joe Biden dropped out.
I'm just thinking about it, and I'm like, Joe Biden would make a Twitter video, unless he could not make a video. Jill Biden.
Yes.
Why is Jill or Hunter? Hunter, I get, but where's Jill? She was just doing a rally a week ago. Joe Biden dropped out. I don't know that he's dead, but I imagine what's stopping Jill from actually making a statement. She is at his side right now, holding his hand as he struggles to breathe, and he's on an intubator.
I mean, and if he isn't in a very end of life state, this is a lack of leadership from the man who's supposed to be in charge of the White House, right? Like, let's contrast this moment. Let's say he's okay, he's sick with COVID or whatever, but he's just super emotional. He's mad he's being forced to drop out. He's mad that all these Democrats have turned on him. He doesn't have the grace right now to make a video statement. So he said, forget it. You release that thing on X and I'm done. I don't want to talk to anyone. Meanwhile, we have Trump, who gets hit in the head by a bullet and then takes a moment to rally the crowd and say, I'm okay, we're moving forward, fight, fight, fight. Like
we say shot in the head.
These are the two differences between these people. He's someone who is thinking selfishly would say, I don't deserve to, even virtually face the American people, whereas if someone else who, again, attempted assassination and is still thinking, I need to do something for the people who are here supporting me. It's very contrasting styles of leadership.
Joe Biden did say that he would unify the nation, but he didn't think that Trump was going to get it done.
He also said he'd cure cancer.
Oh, yeah. Also, Cori Bush, my congresswoman, she cures everything.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, just by the touch.
She cure all those fires down there?
Let's jump to this story. We got this from the Post-Millennial. Officers abandoned roof where Trump would-be assassin took aim because it was too hot. Whistleblowers. They report.
Weak.
Josh Hawley has the story. Whistleblowers have revealed to Hawley that on the day of the attempted Trump assassination, law enforcement personnel were allegedly supposed to be stationed on the roof where Thomas Matthew Crooks opened fire, but abandoned the area, citing concerns over the heat. Since my last correspondence to you on July 19th, additional whistleblowers have contacted my office with troubling information about the assassination attempt on former President Trump. And this is the post right here. I don't buy it.
All an inside job.
I don't believe
it is.
This is the stupidest thing I have ever heard in my life. That law enforcement was actually on the roof and they decided it was hot and they would leave. I don't believe it. Because it was hot for every other officer, the snipers on all the different rooftops, the cops in every position. It was hot for every single one of them and they weren't in shade, but these two just happened to leave. Okay.
It was hot for Trump too.
It was hot for Trump too. And they knew there was a threat and Trump said they never told him. All this says to me is they have no legitimate reason as to why law enforcement bailed from that roof. I think it was on purpose.
It was an inside job.
You cannot reasonably conclude anything else. Let's begin. Thomas Matthew Crooks is the alleged shooter. He shows up with a drone and a rangefinder. He is spotted flying a drone. They report. They knew he was flying. So maybe I'm going to be very, very careful. He was flying a drone 3 hours before the event, or he was spotted 3 hours before the event, but he was flying a drone before the event. We don't know if they located the drone or knew he was flying it, but law enforcement has reported he flew a drone over the event. How does law enforcement not see a drone flying around, assess why it's flying around, especially around the president or former president and political candidate, which it should be a no-fly zone? They didn't address this. He's identified 3 hours before with a rangefinder, 1 hour before with a rangefinder. They took a picture of him. 26 minutes before, once again, he's listed as suspicious and he's got a rangefinder. Another photo was taken. 10 minutes before, they upgrade him to a threat. 10 minutes later, they release Donald Trump to go out and speak with an active threat. That right there. Stop everything else. Ignore everything else. With an active threat identified by the Secret Service, they said, go ahead, Trump. Walk on stage. How is that not intentional? How is it not an inside job?
Time to shine.
Yep. I think it's chaos, it's evil planning and incompetence. And it's the people who are planning these things exploiting the costume of incompetence. And they're allowing it to happen.
A story that I really like to bring up is Turkey, as well as what I think just happened recently in Bolivia. But in Turkey, there was a coup attempt against Erdogan 10 years ago. And was this 10 years ago? I believe this was probably like 8 years ago, actually. A bunch of soldiers crossed the Bosphorus Bridge, and then a helicopter gunship opened fire on them. The media was reporting it was a coup. Local residents, civilians came out, beat the crap out of the troops, dragged them through the streets. The rumor was, it wasn't a coup. Someone ordered low-level soldiers to occupy a bridge to guard from a terror attack. They said, you got it, boss. Then told the media it was a coup, so they murder and beat to death these troops who had no idea what was going on. That is the exploitation of infrastructure and logistics. In this instance, there were cops on the rooftop that left because it was hot. I don't believe that for 2 seconds. I think it could be simply that someone in a logistical position said, hey, you guys, you're looking a little hot up there. Maybe you should come down and get some water. There's no way where the shooter was with easy access and a ladder. No other officers anywhere else abandoned their post. Just here where the shooter went. All these coincidences line up. It doesn't mean that any of these officers are in on it. How does Donald Trump get released from holding with an active threat? Because the Secret Service agents with Donald Trump go, what's going on, guys? Do we still have a threat? And they're like, no, you're good. Send him out. And they go, okay, you're good to go. And the threat was still active.
That's how I feel about the Biden thing, the assassination attempt, something like East Palestine, Maui, Epstein. It's like utter incompetence with something sneaking in to like carry out the plan. You know, like the East Palestine, to me, was allowed to happen because they got rid of all this manpower and they stopped inspecting train cars. So the people who would have caught the wheel bearing that was melting, that would then make the train derail, incompetence. And then they didn't even need to blow it up. You know, all these things are allowed to happen out of fear or incompetence, but I think there's something behind
organized incompetence.
Yeah, to help the organized, controlled collapse.
You find an easy way to explain away the fact that somehow a 20-year-old kid had a drone and a rangefinder and shows up, surveils this entire property, this rally with drone tech, which should be a no-fly zone, is identified but never stopped, climbs on the roof, is confronted by officers, but they never warned Trump. They never pulled Trump off the stage. A really great point made in the hearing today. I can't remember who made it, but they said, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I believe, civilians at the Trump rally 2 minutes before the shooting were screaming, he's on the roof, he's got a gun. And so regular people identified a threat. The Secret Service did not. How is that possible? That's a really great point.
Well, I have been directly sitting behind President Trump at his rally in Ohio, and I can tell you from personal experience that this was an inside job because there are snipers on every roof in every strategic position around the perimeter. It is a sealed perimeter. And That's the thing. Only 2 snipers. I usually say 6 or 4.
No, they're saying there were like four teams or more.
Yeah, but they didn't see anything. Clearly, they didn't neutralize the threat. They were supposed to neutralize the threat. That's the whole job title, to protect the president.
That was a question I think Marjorie Taylor Greene also had. Why did they not neutralize the threat? And what's her name? Cheadle. She's like, upon identifying the threat, she's like, no. Regular people identified the threat 2 minutes before you opened fire. How did you not?
Cheadle said some weird stuff during the hearing today. I mean, I think it's telling that at the end, Comer, who was in charge of it, was like, well, we are having a bipartisan moment. We're all dissatisfied with your testimony today. I mean, she said, and this is what's so strange to me, that she did not speak to the Secret Service point person who was there that night. What were we doing here? Right. You have one job and you guys failed and you didn't talk to anyone who was on the ground. It seems odd. Unless, again, she either is just that incompetent or she had information about what was going on ahead of time and therefore didn't feel the need to talk to these people.
I think she's the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, it felt that way. It felt that way.
Even she went to the RNC. Why would you go to the RNC?
Humiliation ritual.
She still hasn't been to Butler. I mean, I find that fascinating.
Yep. I was interested by all the questions about her using Signal with people perhaps at the White House. What kind of lines of communication are you having? That they a bunch of them were asking her that.
Let's just start simply. The women that were trying to guard Trump did not have large enough bodies to shield him. You'll notice when he jumps down, the Secret Service jump all over him. Talk about a commendable and amazing job. And I am deeply inspired by the Secret Service agents who threw their body on top of Trump, knowing that they are doing that to save this man's life at the expense of their own. That is bravery. And with that being said, to these brave women, which I have tremendous respect for, they are too small to provide adequate cover for Trump.
They're incompetent.
It's not an issue of capability. I shouldn't say that. They are mentally competent people, I believe, but they are not physically competent. And I don't mean to say that they are in any way handicapped or incapable. I'm saying their bodies are small. Right. That's just it.
I am 5'5". I will never go and register or even try to become a Secret Service agent and then try to protect President Trump. He's like 6'2", 6'3". Exactly.
You're going to be standing up, putting your hands up like this, and they're going to be like, we got a clear shot. Like, that's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
And it's unfortunate that we're playing this DEI game. And I don't think DEI is the reason why this happened. I'm just saying, after the fact, you see these women trying to provide cover for Trump. And again, they are brave, and I respect that, but they should not have that job.
They couldn't even holster their weapon.
I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. A question I have for all of you. I'll just tell you my answer. If I am in the 3rd story of a burning building and I can't see or breathe because there is smoke everywhere, and I crawl up to a door and the door gets kicked open and the smoke rushes out and I look up, if I see a 5'5" woman, I would cry. You know what I want to see?
Me too.
I want to see a 6'5" glistening, ripped man with a hairy chest looking down at me and winking and saying, "Don't worry, Tim."
We need those toxic masculine men to come back and make America
those
great
again. Those were the guys
again.
with Trump at the RNC.
Exactly. And I love seeing them.
out.
I don't want to see women on the Secret Service. With all due disrespect.
I'm with you.
Like the door kicks open and I'm like, you're not going to be able to save me. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'll tell you this. To be fair, if the door got kicked open and it was a 5'5", 110-pound man, I would be like, come on, dude. Right. Am I going to carry you out of this? No, I want to see a 6'5" ripped dude grab me with one hand and throw me over his shoulder and say, "I'm saving your life, little buddy." I'm like, you call me whatever you want. Save me from a fire.
Cheadle assured us today that these women were professional and could do their jobs, though. So
she couldn't even do her job.
What you're talking about?
She couldn't even do her job. Also, there is
Clearly.
a reason why SEAL Team 6 is all men.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
I don't see a SEAL Team 6 women.
Well, if Kamala gets in, you just might.
Unburden. What happened?
No, to be fair, I mean, there is a component of warfare where women serve a role on the front lines. You just might need like 35% more women to accomplish what less men might accomplish.
I agree.
And again, this is not about women being less capable. I'm talking about quite literally bone mass, muscle density, and there's an advantage women have in certain kinds of combat, and that would be higher body fat percentage means that they can remain stationary for longer periods of time in certain areas. So some reconnaissance might be better. Women have a lower threat profile, so espionage could work out really well, especially exploiting men who are too stupid and give things up. Like Black Widow.
Hunter? Like with
Hunter Biden?
Yeah, like with Hunter and all those women.
He was being spied on? I mean, like,
no,
Fang
not
Fang.
spied on, but
Like, women make great spies.
Swalwell is a good
Right,
good
Fang
example.
Fang.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, I was reading about the Donner Party, and the reason why the men died first is because they're doing more work, they have more muscle mass, so they die of starvation really quickly, and the women have more body fat and survive longer. That's just reality. That can translate into combat. But when we're talking about jobs for specific people, we are not talking about endurance guards for Donald Trump who can stand guard outside of a desert palace for a week without eating. We're talking about men who are large enough to take a bullet for the man and provide him adequate cover.
Yeah, and you've heard, I mean, there's been interviews with Eric Trump praising the women, saying, one in particular has served on his detail. He's a good relationship with
he's
her.
being nice.
I think part of it is there is a difference between the agents that are within the Trump family's detail that they have a relationship with, that they know personally, and the overarching Secret Service that's still attached to DHS that comes in to provide supplementary support for large events. And so, I think, and we know we had Lowen Barber on saying, these women aren't typically assigned to this. They jumped in because there was, I guess, a gap.
It was regional, right? They were picked because they were in the area.
Yeah, I mean, when you have bigger events, you need more people.
Yeah.
What I found really fascinating was Saturday morning, CNN was reporting that Trump's team, and I don't know if that was a reference to his campaign or I assume it was his Secret Service team, didn't know that a threat had been identified before they sent him out on stage, which means that Secret Service agents, or at least people that are directly around and offering support to President Trump, didn't know that something was happening that other people who were at the same event knew. There's a breakdown in communication that is just unacceptable.
At the end of the day, there are jobs for men and there are jobs for women. I wouldn't let a man babysit my child.
Well, I don't have a problem with that.
No, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either.
You wouldn't?
I would not let a man babysit my
want to.
child.
Why not?
I don't trust anybody, especially not men.
Would you? So a random woman?
No, well, I would vet anyone who's going to be around my kids, but I just think a man who's going to be a babysitter, I don't trust.
That's a job for one.
Yeah.
That's okay to say it.
Yeah. Exactly. Totally.
Yeah.
Well, I would say like the order of trust would be like from the least to the most. An adult man, least. An adult woman, next least. A young woman, or a younger man would be less, and then a younger woman would be the most. So like if there's like a younger guy who needed extra cash and was like, yeah, I could probably hang out. I trust that more than like an adult man being like, I'll watch your kids for you.
I would do that for my dogs. A man.
Your dogs.
Yeah, not
They'll
for my
start
children.
there. Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
I agree. It doesn't matter what they have not experience, honestly.
Look, and I can tell you, as someone who babysits Shane's kids, like there was a background check. It was really intense.
This is
I'm not,
true.
like,
Yeah. Hannah Claire passed.
Tell us more.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I mean, like,
And they love
thing
you.
is, like, yeah, your kids are great. I mean, the thing is, like, parents are really discerning, especially good parents, because we are aware of the dangers, right? And if you're going to go statistically, like, women are more empathetic. Women tend to have more experience with children. Like, there's a reason that you would default to being like an adult woman or a young, a college-age babysitter. But with the Secret Service, I agree there are things that they might be good at. Like, I don't understand why Crooks didn't have a plainclothes officer following him around, and this doesn't seem to be something that's come out. That could have been a woman who was just like very detail oriented, which
Scouting.
women are,
Because it was
being
on
like,
purpose.
where is he going?
Yes.
And so I think with all of this, like, we can't conflate the idea that like people are all the same. We talk about this in terms of immigration, right? You can't just be like, oh, well, you're filling a spot and you'll do the same job that someone else is doing. Like, who is in the role matters.
I got really offended last night. I went to the local frozen custard shop. There's this really great thing in Inwood, West Virginia, and it's like this little frozen custard. And as I was waiting in line for my peanut butter caramel sundae, I couldn't help but notice the lack of diversity in this ice cream shop.
You didn't see a rainbow flag?
It was only women. It was only older teenage women that were making the ice cream. And I said, first of all, there are no black men making ice cream in here. What's up with that? And in all seriousness, I actually did notice, I thought it was funny. I was like, here's a job that for some reason only young women wanted to apply for.
Also Hooters. Who
Very.
they hire.
Well, there have been men who have gotten hired and then they've regretted it. But my point is this. As I'm sitting there, I'm thinking like, I know why guys aren't making ice cream for people because they're doing labor jobs. Because
They're building infrastructure.
it's not even
Taking
that. A
care.
17-year-old kid gets a job offer. They say, hey, I need some help moving some wood from my back porch, or I got a wood delivery in the front. It's going to take about an hour to lift all of the wood back. We're building a deck. Do you want to help me move the wood? We'll pay you $50. The kid goes, okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't go to the ice cream shop and say, I'm going to make ice cream. He gets, because the offers he's getting are aligned with a young man's capabilities. And so the young women are then the ones who are applying to make ice cream for people. I think a really interesting stat is that 100 years later, after suffrage, women hold the exact same jobs they did 100 years before, even with women's liberation and everything. There's more female CEOs, right? They wasn't a thing back then, but women are still overwhelmingly in nursing, education, and like social related jobs.
But I'm gonna be honest, the women have feminized everything, and I do not like that.
What do you mean?
Like bringing all of the gay garbage, DEI, allowing that to happen.
I actually
incompetent female
I think that's
CEOs.
men. I think men did that. I think
We're pushed by women too.
I disagree. I think Rockefeller was notorious for this 100 years ago. Something Luke Rutkowski talks quite a bit about. They wanted to double the tax base. They said, we right now have one man. Let's get both of them working. And then you have the Malthusians in
Breaking the nuclear family.
Right, because the Malthusians in the 70s were like, how do we stop people from having kids? They're having too many kids. Put women in the workplace and they will not have kids. And they've succeeded, and now this country is on the verge of imploding. Legit. So let me tell you guys something. I did a segment earlier talking on my morning show talking about skateboarding. And there is for one, skateboarding is dying. Skateboarding is a really great example of get woke, go broke, though wokeness didn't completely destroy skateboarding. It was brought into it, likely to try and save it, like many other industries, and it is strangling the life out of it, making people hate it. Little kids don't want to be involved. The virtue signaling, the gatekeeping, the online hatred is just too much for people. But there is one really big reason why skateboarding is dying. There are no kids. Mm-hmm. So what's happening now is, and understand this, everybody, as fertility declines, you are going to have an increasingly smaller amount, a decreasing amount of new people to fill any cultural role. This means that money available for the music industry will shrink. For baseball, for football, for basketball, shrink, shrink, shrink. We are going to see the age of NFL players, basketball players go up, or their average skills go down because the talent pool will be much, much smaller. They're going to want to retain older talent. One thing I pointed out a while ago was that meme about Abe Simpson telling Homer, I used to be with it, but then they changed what it was. Now what it is scary to me, and it'll happen to you too. That's not going to happen because market share for Millennial and Gen Z is greater than for Gen Alpha, because Gen Alpha is, I think, going to be the first time that a generation is smaller than the past. We're seeing this, it's a bubble of Millennial and Gen Z. It's boomers, Millennials smaller, Gen Z is smaller, and then Gen Alpha is even smaller. So this means when music promoters are going to fill a stadium, they ask, what is the headlining band that is going to sell 90,000 tickets? Metallica. Okay, but what about this new metal band of 20-year-olds called like Metal Smash? And they're going to be like, nope, because there's not enough 20-year-olds that pay attention to new music. They're going to want to buy the tickets. So we're going to cater to the 60 million plus millennials, not the 40 million Gen Alpha. We'll make more money that way. So there's going to be a massive competition among all sports and subcultures for the increasingly smaller pool of young people to fill the ranks and replace them. And that is going to be nuts.
It's like it's going to mirror DC, right? With all the older people in DC, a lot of older people in DC. Yes. Like every institution is going to be older. I also think an underground will emerge too, because I am seeing a lot of like, say, metal bands in particular, like a band like Knock Loose right now. They got a huge following, and that's more underground, but they are huge. And I see a lot of kids who love it, but it's I don't know how big that'll get.
But don't get me wrong, there will be fame to a certain degree. Right. But look at the ratings of TV shows 20 years ago. Tens of millions estimated, if assuming the ratings tracking is correct. Right. And now television shows get barely any. Look, Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I love the show, right? They've been on forever. Their early episodes were getting millions. Now they get a couple 100,000 per episode.
Mainstream media is dying, which is why it's so important. Independent media, such as your podcast.
Yes, but it's not. We're never going to grow bigger and past that point. We will never be as big as the biggest shows that used to be. It's just not going to happen. And it's a combination of older people are the reason why Fox News still gets like 1 million or whatever. Hannity gets a couple million is because of the 65 plus crowd. See, the key demo for all of these channels is microscopic. And so ultimately the point is this, it doesn't matter if it's skateboarding, doesn't matter if it's football, basketball, or otherwise, there are not enough kids to fill the ranks. So school teams are going to start disbanding. They're going to say, well, we didn't get enough kids. The classrooms are going to get smaller. You're going to see schools consolidate with large classrooms just to save space. You're going to find ghost towns popping up all over the place in the next 20, 30 years because there are no kids. And I noticed something else.
They've been aborted.
I wonder if you've noticed this, Shane. You've been flying. Mm-hmm. Have you noticed that the family restrooms in airports have turned into all gender bathrooms?
Yeah, I see it a lot. I
said at the RNC.
I also noticed how a lot of cities are childless. The second to last trip we took to Austin, Nancy and I walked around. there were no kids. Like, there's no kids in strollers. The parks were empty.
McDonald's used to have play places.
Dead now.
You would go to McDonald's to eat, and the kids would go and play in the slides in the ball pit. But I was in Chicago, where we were flying back from Milwaukee, and there's the men's room and the women's room. And then I see all gender, and it's got the man, woman, and then a half man, half woman sign. And I was like, that was the family restroom.
It's a diaper changing room.
A diaper changing room.
Yeah.
And you go in, it still is, but they relabeled it. Why? Because of demand. It's not because they're saying we don't want a family restroom. It's not because it's a conspiracy. It's because when the pressure was applied, they said, how many families do we have using the family restroom? And they go, honestly, very few. Okay, well, the gender people want their own bathrooms, so just flip them because demand is higher for all gender bathrooms.
Right. We rebranded family to the pronoun people.
And
we have given up on common sense. We have given up on, we have given everything to these lunatics. And that's why I'm not nice to any of them.
Jack Posobiec talks about Pizza Hut nationalism.
Yeah.
Why did we have Pizza Huts like that? Because people had families. They'd go out to family dinner. Why is Pizza Hut now a walk-in pickup or delivery only? Because people do not go out to dinner. And there's a combination of lack of resources to do it, but also people don't have families anymore. It is going to be absolutely bonkers as our economy is shifting towards catering to the elderly and the dying generation instead of kids, because historically, every economy has catered to children. So I was talking to someone about why it's so hard to raise kids, and they're saying, well, the reason is it's too expensive. You know, getting the things you need for kids is so expensive that people don't want to do it. And I said, that's a cascade effect.
That's a mentality that has been put on us.
No, it's a cascade effect of economics. If every family needed child diapers, then there would be mass production and surplus, and the prices would go down. But because there are less and less kids, manufacturing, in order to cut a profit, it becomes premium products. And they say, look, we used to sell 1 million diapers, and it would cost us $1 to make each diaper. If we sell them for $2, we make $1 million and we can cover our costs and make a profit. Now we're selling 100,000 diapers, and if we sell them for $2, we're only going to make 100 grand on top of the 100 grand we have to spend. 100 grand will not sustain our office buildings. It will not sustain our employee benefits. It will not sustain the HR department. So we have to sell them for $10 to make up that loss, or $20 or more. So now it's even more expensive, and people can't afford to get baby food or these products, because our society used to be massively catering to children because everybody had many of them and the demand was high. And now demand is low, the products become more expensive, and the people say, I can't afford to have kids.
I want to say this too, though, and I agree, but there's always been an attack on the family. I can think back to the late 50s. I used to talk to my grandma about what happened to her after giving birth in the hospital. The doctors walked around and gave all the new moms pills saying this will dry up your breast milk, have formula. And they would sell the formula as like, this is what rich people do. They wouldn't say rich people.
It's better.
You know, so when I would go visit my grandparents in one of those communities down south, and they all live with 80-year-olds, all of them had the same story. I think that has way long-term effects and consequences on the family. You know, so they just experiment on us. And now they're down to one last, you know.
Also, let's jump to the story from Sportskeeda. What are the allegations against Chris Tyson, Mr. Beast crew member accused of talking inappropriately with a minor? This story is wild. Mr. Beast, of course, is one of the biggest YouTubers, if not, I think he is the biggest individual YouTuber. He produces videos that get hundreds of millions of views. And one of his cast members and friends went by the name Chris Tyson until transitioning and going by Ava now. Well, news has just come out that this individual, they say Chris Tyson, I don't know the person's name other than this. I don't know what name they go by. It's Kris Tyson, has been accused of grooming a 13-year-old, talking to them inappropriately about adult content online, and then actually meeting up with the person while they were a minor. There's also been allegations, and again, all allegations, that there was a camper involved in which they met up in and went somewhere. I don't know exactly what this is about. Several videos have emerged. Now, the counter to this is that and these are all the allegations. I don't know exactly what is true, what's not. This is what's going viral massively because of the size of Mr. Beast and the political conflict around the individual. They're saying that the kid in question came out and said they were just edgy jokes. It's no big deal. Okay. The response was that people said the kid confirmed the messages are real. Adults are not legally allowed anywhere to talk explicitly with minors. An adult cannot message a minor and say anything related to sexual activities or anything like that. It is outright illegal. It violates youth obscenity laws. You will register as a sex offender if this is actually true. The crazy thing now We have this. Let me read this a little bit for you so I can break this down and then show you what Drama Alert is reporting. Chris Tyson has recently been accused of sending inappropriate and sexual texts to a minor. The controversy has garnered a lot of traction on social media after screenshots of the alleged texts sent by the Mr. Beast crew member were shared by YouTuber Prism42. In a video titled "Chris Tyson Talks Inappropriately to a 13-Year-Old" about a month ago, clips from the 10-minute long video have been going viral on X, shared by Drama Alert. Prism42 claims that Chris Tyson met a 13-year-old during a giveaway organized by Mr. Beast's team. Another YouTube video by Brion, whatever that is, has gone viral, containing a Discord screenshot of certain sexual jokes that were made by Chris Tyson to a minor when the kid was 15. Additionally, one of these videos discusses how the Mr. Beast team member was actively participating in some way with this artist who makes cartoons of children in adult circumstances, and had actually targeted prominent people's children and drew pictures of them doing adult activities. Children, and so this guy, I watched one of these videos, and this guy, Chris Tyson, was commenting and replying to a guy who makes this stuff, saying stuff like, please, when he was saying he was going to make certain things, like he wanted to see drawings of children engaging in adult activities. Drama Alert reports Jake Franklin, Jake the Viking, who I guess was one of the crew members for Mr. Beast, says Jimmy knew. That's Mr. Beast. Ladies and gentlemen, to break this down, the largest individual YouTuber, staff member who came out as transgender, is being accused of grooming a minor or more and actively participating in a child drawn, okay, if that matters, child adult activity content.
I'm about to call my homie Alex Rosen.
Oh, well, talking about
Alex. I know you know Alex, yeah.
Hold on. Before you would say anything about Alex, actually, I am the only person in history in American politics that has ever caught a pedophile with Alex Rosen.
I've done it with him too.
Yeah, amazing.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
it's like looking at a demon.
Yep, exactly. And what Mr. Beast and YouTube are doing is completely disgusting because they're complicit with this. And let's not forget, they did say that they were coming for our children, and they're coming for them, for every single one of them. Since they cannot reproduce.
Well, there is a I don't think that if these allegations are true, that he's targeting kids because he's trying to reproduce himself. I think he is.
No, the left cannot reproduce themselves.
No, I get it. That's so they go through ideology. What I'm saying is the reason why people like this target kids is because they are sexually attracted to children because they are messed up. And
people.
If Mr. Beast knew about this, as that guy says, that's shocking. And we recently saw an interview that I think was on NPR or BBC, I'm not sure, where a trans person claimed they became trans by watching extreme porn, that they increasingly escalated. And he said that at first he was watching dominatrix stuff, and then it turned into sissy stuff, where he was told that he was a sissy and he was weak. And then eventually it turned into him wanting to be a woman. And then eventually he decided to medically transition himself because he was getting sexual gratification from it. The question then is, this dude, he's posting on X, according to these YouTube videos, there's a guy making adult content depicting children, and he's commenting on it, asking for it, and then messaging kids. What conclusion could anybody make?
It's also weird to me because during this time, like they said, he talked to the kid in like 2019. This guy got married to a woman in 2018 and he had a kid in 2020. Like there is something so strange. And I think this is just the reality of all people who have this kind of predilection, that like on the surface, they could blend in on some level until they decide that, you know, whatever terrible evil urges they have are what they're going to wrap their lives around. And it makes me, you know, sad because I know that Mr. Beast's audience is so predominantly young. It's children. And so there's a level of like everything that happens or comes out, either they'll instinctively defend, right? Because these are like basically their TV characters that they grew up with, or maybe they already on some level are like conned into believing this stuff is normal and okay.
Well, we need to make public executions great again for anyone that commits crimes against children. These people are normalizing pedophilia, and I'll be more than happy to.
Eric Hovde made it clear he wanted Roe versus Wade overturned. And now that he got his way, states could outlaw fertility treatments, ban birth control, and track women who are pregnant. Stop Eric Hovde before it's too late.
Better, faster, cheaper. Pick all three. Intercom, AI first customer service.
What happened there? Looks like right when she's going to say, talk about pedophilia, they kicked
Delegates and alternate delegates.
Hold on. Did you see that? They just kicked it right off. That is crazy. I mean, I wonder, right? Isn't that what it looked like? So where is it? Well, I do have it on my Twitter. So, well, wait, that's just my live. That's not really the Tim Pool feed. So that won't work.
Emory University economics professor Carolyn Folin being arrested.
That's not it. Holy moly. Interesting. What time is it? Well, he doesn't cut to his he doesn't cut to the subscribers only show without saying it and doing super chats and all that.
Emory University economics professor Carolyn Folin.
That is something else, isn't it? Let's see if we can get at it through the Twitter feed. I don't think that's going to work, though. Right, that's not going to work. We need to get to the Tim Pool feed. Well, I mean, that's just got kicked right off. So I don't even know where we could begin to find it if we don't find it right on his channel. This is Tim Pool. This is YouTube. Let's reload it.
Emory University economics professor Carolyn Folin.
That's it. Just kicked off. And you guys saw it right in front of our very eyes. Right when Tina started talking about the pedophilia and what you would do with them. Bring executions back again. I don't know. So, it's been great. It's been great. It's been a long stream. It's already been 5 hours and 5 minutes. So, that's it. We did our best. Got kicked off. Got censored. That's kind of cool. It's not cool, but you can see what YouTube does, I guess, right in front of your very eyes. They'll just pop it off. That's gone. I mean, we looked. It would be right here. The show. We saw it just boom. They cut it right to the ad. Did you notice that, what they did? If you go back and replay this. Because I noticed it right away. Because I'm like, So when they cut it, when she started talking about the pedophilia, boom, they cut it, and they cut it to that ad for Eric Hovde. And then after the ad, that was it. So I think that's... You see how abrupt that came in, too? Like, boom! So, if somebody finds it, send me the link. Otherwise, see you tomorrow.